The day the gates opened became the day the world fell. Monsters broke free, and the world plunged into chaos. Merciless and terrible monsters, the sight of which made one shudder. People died helplessly, and only a handful of brave souls managed to awaken special abilities within themselves. They became the saviors of humanity, but people call them players, and our hero is one of them. His name was Lee Hyun-wook, a low-ranking player nicknamed the Emperor of Steel, and he became the last hope of all people. But the hopes turned out to be unfulfilled. The world perished, and Hyun-wook was supposed to find peace in oblivion, but now his head was rubbed by an army helmet again, and he himself stood in an interesting pose. This exercise was called the ostrich. On the sergeant's command, everyone buried their heads in the sand. Using their hands was forbidden, a typical army routine, meaningless and merciless in all armies of the world. This is because in his youth, Hyun-wook served in the Monster Control Force, which was made up entirely of players with awakened abilities. He is the hope and future of humanity, but he has to stand in such a humiliating position, the guy thought and got angry. The whole point was that they had lost 10 cartridges fired at the range, and were now being punished by the sergeant. Using his ability, Hyun-wook sent the last one into his mouth while no one was looking, and the sergeant was straining himself as if he wanted to spit out his throat, or simply concuss everyone with his screams. The system reported that the available metal weight for control was 300 grams. The guy was horrified at how he could stay sane if he had to serve in the army a second time. In the near future, the whole world will become a battlefield and will be destroyed. Darkness will envelop the earth, which will become a cemetery for humanity. But it wasn't the monsters that destroyed the world, but other players, the hero belatedly realized. The Emperor of Steel, the traitor in the Plague Doctor's mask, addressed him mockingly. He removed his mask and revealed his bright red predatory eyes that no longer belonged to a man. The traitor threw up his hands and proclaimed that God's judgment on humanity had been accomplished. Hyun-wook grimaced contemptuously and coughed. They are ordinary scoundrels and traitors, and not divine creatures at all. If he had become stronger for a year, or even a couple of days earlier, he would have encouraged them in this war. It was all over, and the enemy simply mocked his slow demise. He would have died uselessly anyway, befitting his rank, said the traitor and grinned devilishly. The scoundrel turned his back and gave a sign to the executioner with a huge hammer in his hands. Gordon Precy. That was the name of the traitor. The hero shouted his name before he died, and then the hammer fell. And here he is again, rubbing the blister on the top of his head against his army helmet. Thanks to his new knowledge, the guy knew how to become stronger. And all this under the continuous stream of drill from the sergeant, whose loud voice was already making your ears ring. Through some unknown means, he returned to the past, and his abilities as the Metal Emperor were nullified. But why was I back in the army? It was such an unfortunate place for rebirth that it took away all joy. After the drill at the training ground, it was time for lunch, and they were lined up on the parade ground. One platoon at a time was allowed into the canteen. The line reached the third company and moved quickly, but the hero still managed to get bored and was in complete prostration. Now it was the reserve squad's turn. Hyun-wook was in command of his squad with the rank of corporal, and the sergeant announced that there was a task for them before lunch. The guy tried to object because they had just finished preparing and were all very tired. But he immediately regretted it, because in front of him was the most vile person in the army. He came up close to Hyun-wook and asked if they wanted to go on a forced march in gas masks, just as a precaution. The annoying sergeant's name was Oh Sang-guk. He tapped his helmet with his finger and in a nasty voice suggested first raising the rank, then looking for compromises. In his past life, the hero didn't even think he could raise his rank, so he endured all this mockery and bullying. All this happened in front of the entire company, who openly laughed at their lagging reserve squad. Hyun-wook felt disgusted by how pathetic he was in his past life, going through it a second time after everything was unpleasant, and he frowned. The sergeant didn't like this look and became even more angry. Sang-guk even activated his 4th tier ability. But such a demonstration no longer worked on Hyun-wook. He was no longer a newbie, and he smiled condescendingly, stating that he would carry out the task after they ate. All attention was focused on them, so others might think that hazing was thriving in their company and that people were abusing their power. The hero stated that he was very worried that the sergeant's bright name would be tarnished by dirty rumors about him, but he would definitely make a significant contribution. It was said in such a way that it was impossible to understand whether he was mocking or speaking seriously. Sang-guk himself was taken aback by such a strong-willed reaction. Everything should have been different, he thought. Since the order has been given, we'll try to finish lunch quickly and complete the task promptly, the hero blurted out, so that the sergeant wouldn't have a chance to wriggle out of it. He was preemptive, so Sang-guk had no choice but to accept it. He even turned to the third platoon and urged them not to stare in vain. The hero himself left his unit and told Park Jun-mo to go have lunch. He left the parade ground, under the watchful gaze of the sergeant, who did not understand what had happened to the weakling who was so fun to bully. He had too many enemies in the future to worry about trifles, the boy thought, turning the corner of the dining room so that no one would see him. Gordon Pressey will be destroyed, the hero promised himself. It took a long time to assimilate the metal available for control, and the growth was not rapid. The hero took a dozen spoons out of his pocket. He decided it was not worth telling others yet that he could increase his rank. In the canteen, he was remembered for a long time for the loss of strategically important equipment. The reserve squad's rank and file noticed the loss when the food was already on the table. The available weight of 300 grams allowed one to control the bayonet with a knife that weighed only 140 grams. If one increased it a little more, one could control something else besides it. The cartridges weighed 1 gram each, and the spoons 1 1/4. Returning to his previous rank at such a speed would take his entire life, the hero thought puzzledly. He needed other methods, as he only had 3 days left to prepare, after which he must defeat the first-level mob boss. The bayonet knife obediently jumped out of its sheath and ended up above the palm, supported by the force of magnetism. Soon they will all see what an expert means, thought the hero and grinned excitedly. 3 days later, he took up duty at the 5th post of Namsan, a simple booth on the edge of a dense forest. The task is simple and boring, like most of any routine on duty. Stare into the searchlight's line of sight until dawn. Junmo kept glancing at the corporal, and finally couldn't resist asking why he was acting so strangely lately. But the hero listened with half an ear and kept glancing at his watch, without directly answering the question he asked if it was causing problems. Over the past 3 days, the available weight has increased to 1,300 grams, the corporal checked in the system. And Junmo declared that his changes were actually for the better. Here the hero turned sharply and stepped towards his partner, so quickly that he hastily moved away in surprise. It's time to find out if his partner and friend trusts him. Junmo immediately replied that he believed him and smiled stupidly. Now they will check it, thought Hyun-wook, and pulled the bolt of his machine gun. And at this time, in the darkness of the night, a disgusting face appeared on the mountainside. The monster was not alone, but in the company of friends they tumbled out of the portal one by one. Those who appeared earlier waited on guard until the others came to their senses. They were as big as humans. Their very muscular arms and legs had sharp claws. Their mouths were full of needle-sharp teeth, and their 4-fingered paws held terrifying-looking cleavers, shaped perfectly for both chopping and piercing light armor. Goblins appeared on the slope behind the 3rd Battalion's base, at night, while most of the conscript soldiers were still wheezing. Now they were just peacefully tossing and turning in the barracks, feeling safe. Suddenly, the steel of a bayonet knife flashed and it whistled past the ear of one of the monsters. About a dozen goblins stared into the darkness from where only one man was coming. They could see and hear him perfectly well. Even though he was completely alone, Hyun-wook felt confident and returned the bayonet knife to himself. The goblins were still assessing the unexpected threat. They were much smarter than they were usually portrayed in games. Just think that he would be glad to see these guests. The guy had been preparing for their arrival for 3 days, so he smiled at the monsters as if they were old friends. The goblin he had wounded earlier rose up, green liquid gushing out of the wound. The ambush had worked, the boy thought. Now he was on par with the first-level monsters in strength, the knife dancing merrily in the air, obeying his will. Life had given him a second chance, and he certainly wasn't going to live it the same way he had last time. The wounded goblin leaped forward to avenge his humiliation in front of the rest of the tribe. But before he could even touch the hero, he lost his head along the way and fell awkwardly at his feet. The goblin's friends were very upset. This was not the party they had imagined on this side of the aisle. And from the killed goblin fell a red glowing cobblestone, smaller than a fist in size. Obeying Hyun-wook's power, the stone went straight into his mouth where it safely disappeared. The aftertaste of the steel mana was disgusting, but it was unavoidable. The goblins twisted their faces in disgust as they looked at the sight. It was like someone eating a kidney stone right before your eyes. To become stronger, he must absorb steel, and mana steel also adds mana to everything. And this meant that he should eat a variety of foods, and in large quantities. Hyun-wook turned to the other monsters and smiled sweetly at them. Only in this way could he overcome all difficulties. Even the monsters shuddered under his gaze. The guy wished himself a bon appetit and returned the bayonet and knives from the bushes. Back at his post, he told Junmo he could sense the movement of metal, even things out of sight. It was a lie. Junmo suggested immediately reporting this to his superiors, but that wasn't the best idea. No one would believe that a 6th-ranked person was capable of such a thing. Junmo's face became completely confused, and he asked what they should do. Then the hero asked him to stay where he was, and he went to check everything. It was important that he did not leave his position and did not report this to his superiors. If everything becomes known too early, Hyun-wook simply won't have time to have a proper dinner, and they will take the entire reward for themselves. Thus began the fight. The guy quickly jumped straight into the crowd of goblins, covering himself with a flying blade. It was not capable of leaving serious wounds, but it could be used to deftly cut tendons, since the goblins had no protection, and the knife could attack in completely unpredictable trajectories. Even in this undeveloped state, he already possessed an amazing ability that changed the situation on the battlefield, causing several immobilized enemies to fall to the ground, writhing helplessly. In the heat of the battle, one of the monsters, forgetting about fear, rushed at the guy, wanting to cut him down with his heavy cleaver. Then the guy picked up a similar cleaver lying on the ground and used it to knock the weapon out of the goblin's clutches, after which he returned his bayonet knife with lightning speed. Such a move could not have been foreseen, and therefore it achieved its goal. Because the longer they fought, the more terror the goblins felt, because they no longer felt safe due to their numbers. "Let no one else dare attack him from behind," Hyun-wook shouted at them, because he himself had once been killed by a treacherous blow to the back. Having scared them properly, he began to look for his main prey and looked around. The goblin shaman hid at the top of one of the tall trees and watched everything from the side. This monster was different from the others because of its intelligence. As soon as the guy was exposed to attack, he immediately activated his magic. But this was exactly what the guy expected. He quickly collected a few more mana stones that fell from the monsters. With a piercing roar, stone spikes burst out from under the ground where he had just stood. The shaking was so strong that even the headquarters felt it. But the platoon commander only grumbled to the soldier on duty that if he woke him up again, he would lose his leave. The shaman waited for the dust to clear. The thorny tree he had created adorned the bodies of the goblins that had been hit. But he didn't care much. He was more glad that he was able to eliminate that dangerous person. But the spell did not achieve its goal, and then the hunter turned into the prey. Hyun-wook threw the heavy goblin cleaver at him and strengthened the throw with his ability. The goblin had to perform miracles of balancing to avoid it. The sword whistled over his head and cut down several branches behind him. "I ruined such a perfect throw," the guy sitting on top of a sharp spike, using the dead goblin as a mat, muttered indignantly. The shaman saw the enemy and grinned angrily. The surprise attack failed, and the monster did not hide his joy. "Joke!" The guy chuckled and waved his hand as if he had pulled an invisible rope. A second projectile, much smaller and much faster, flew towards the goblin, spinning madly. At the last moment, right next to the body, the shaman managed to intercept the madly spinning projectile. Amazingly, he had enough reaction speed and reflexes for this. Hyun-wook chuckled at his own weakness. He had already forgotten how pathetic he had been at that time. Then he began to call the shaman to him. "So what if he got a scratch? He's not a coward," the guy shouted mockingly. Of course, these words were a trick. In fact, the guy's position was unenviable as soon as the boss joined the battle. Even though the shaman killed more of his own, his appearance raised the fighting spirit of the ordinary goblins. While the meager mana reserves were running out too quickly, the shaman raised his staff and began to wave it invitingly over his head. Since he couldn't absorb this monster, Hyun-wook decided to fire a burst at it and took aim. But then he heard Junmo calling him from the bushes. He was supposed to be on duty but apparently heard the noise and crawled out of hiding. The goblin shaman heard his voice and croaked something in his own dialect. Obeying the boss's command, the remaining monsters jumped to the side, and one of them attacked Junmo in the darkness. He only helplessly raised his hands up and screamed. Hyun-wook threw a heavy cleaver at the monster, and it had to dodge. The guy jumped on his opponent, kicked him, and stuck the barrel of his machine gun right into the monster's mouth. While the goblin's skin couldn't be pierced, their insides weren't as strong. Pulling the trigger, the guy finished off the enemy with a long burst. Then he rolled to the side and raised his machine gun again. But all the enemies had already disappeared from sight, except for those who had already died. He missed it after all, Hyun-wook thought, and got angry at himself. The shaman turned out to be too vigilant. Then the headquarters called on the radio, asking what had happened. The sounds of gunfire were heard at the base. Then Hyun-wook finally reported the opening of the gates. Albeit belatedly, he told about the goblins, and that after the first skirmish the enemy retreated. "There are no casualties," he said, looking at Junmo, which is not at all befitting of a soldier, hugged his knees and shook with fear. Headquarters ordered them to hold their position and stay in touch. The commander repeated the order to remain at his post, and the hero realized that the girl would appear soon. When the alarm sounded, the rapid response team got dressed and was ready to move into position. The brigade's paladin, Lieutenant So Yoon-hee, walked with determination to deal with any threat. This girl is capable of closing the gate alone, as happened in Hyunuk's past life. But she will take all the trophies for herself, and among them will be a legendary item, adamantium, thanks to which the guy received the nickname Emperor of Steel. If you miss this chance, the next one will present itself. Oh, how long ago? He would have to wait 4 years, which meant that the whole story would repeat itself. Hyun-wook couldn't afford that. The goblins need a human sacrifice, which means they can appear in the city, said Corporal Jun-mo, who came to his senses. These monsters usually hunt where they sense a large crowd of people. Hyun-wook wanted to understand where they were heading, most likely when he heard on the radio that the 6th post was under attack. The hero immediately volunteered to help and informed headquarters that he would arrive soon. An indignant crackle came from the radio. The commander asked what he was going to do with a low-ranking person there, but the guy simply turned down the volume. Jun-mo grabbed his corporal and refused to let him go. For such an outburst, he wouldn't get off with a simple restraint. He could face a court-martial. Post 6 was manned by either archers or mages, who fought in long-range combat. But what could he change alone? Jun-mo asked him. Well, he wasn't alone, the corporal replied, pointing his finger at the private, ordering him to come with him. The soldier's face once again showed complete confusion. Meanwhile, things were going badly at Post 6. Corporal Kim Jong-gok was wounded, and they were ordered to hold their position until the response team arrived. The soldiers locked themselves in the guard booth, which the goblins were smashing with their swords as if they were hitting a huge tin can. Both were horrified by what was happening and completely disoriented. They were saved only by the strength of the fortifications. But under the goblins' attacks, the barrier might simply not withstand. Both felt that they had little time. When suddenly the blows died down, this frightened him even more, and the soldier looked out through the embrasure of the post. The goblin shaman slowly prepared the spell, confident that he was in no danger. And then he brought down a whole stream of stones on the post, as if a landslide had come down from the mountains. The post shook and everything inside rumbled terribly. The grinding of metal tore the soul into pieces. The soldiers were completely desperate. They were locked inside the shaky fortification and could not escape, because they were surrounded on all sides by bloodthirsty enemies. Corporal Chonok was completely disheartened and was already looking down the barrel of his rifle. It was worse than death to imagine what the monsters would do to them when they got there. Meanwhile, the vile enemy was already preparing a second blow with a stone whirlwind, which could be the last. Then the radio in the hands of one of the soldiers at the 6th post crackled. Help was already on the way. They should be ready to shoot at the light signal, the voice informed them. They should also use the flame ability, the voice conveyed. It would take an entire squad of riflemen to drive off the monsters, but despite this, the soldier took up position at the embrasure. In the darkness, it was impossible to see where the enemies were, and the rocks raised so much dust that visibility was further reduced. But then he noticed the glare of a handheld flashlight, and quite close. Hyunuk climbed onto the goblin's back and grabbed his head to keep him still, and he radioed to take aim. And he conveyed that he himself would control the trigger. Here the soldier from the 6th post saw how his crossbow pulled the trigger itself. The fire arrow quickly reached its target and pierced the goblin's chest. The monster was very upset and tried to pull out the arrow. But before he could, Hyunuk had barely landed when the arrow exploded and a ball of fire enveloped the monster's body. Thanks to this maneuver, he saved his strength and did not waste his own mana on destroying enemies. The shaman was extremely displeased that he was being pursued again and interrupted the casting of the spell. Soon his warriors began to light up one by one, like torches in the night. Meanwhile, Jun-mo was quietly crawling through the bushes, practically by touch, only the occasional flash of explosions illuminating his path. He was looking for the shaman and had to give a signal as soon as he found him, but that was a big risk. The moment he revealed himself, he could be killed on the spot, so the soldier was nervous. Even though the corporal had told him he'd distract all the monsters, it looked more like he wanted to kill them. Suddenly, Jun-mo came across a goblin hiding in the bushes, and the monster also noticed him. But before the goblin could strike the soldier, a flying dagger knocked the weapon out of his hands. Hyunuk immediately gave a light signal and pulled the trigger of the crossbow as if he was holding it in his hands. After which he sharply dodged to the side, and the goblin caught a fire arrow, from which he died instantly. Following him, the same fate befell all the other goblins who were unlucky enough to find themselves in the light of the lantern. The shaman was upset that his plans had been thwarted again because of a vile person. Hyunuk looked at his status. He had already proven himself enough, so he expected the enemy to show himself soon. But his mana level had dropped to critically low levels, and the goblin was clearly waiting for just that. But then the corporal heard Junmo calling him. The goblin took him hostage when he found him in the forest and decided to use him. The last thing a soldier could do was point his rifle at the enemy, hoping to at least wound him before he died. The corporal dropped his weapon, pretending to surrender, and immediately a couple of goblins rushed to deal with him. But the corporal had already put his opponents in checkmate and pulled the trigger. Junmo's machine gun fired a long burst right at point-blank range, and the shaman abandoned his captive. At that very moment, Eunuch himself dodged the goblins and rushed towards the shaman. He was seriously injured and Junmo fell at his feet. The shaman realized that he would be in trouble now and began to flee. Eunuch threw a dagger at him, but it bounced off as if it had hit something hard. The leather armor that only covered his back, the corporal realized, his mana was rapidly running out. The portal was very close, and the goblin hoped to escape and hide in it. He practically reached out to him with his hand and slipped away. But then Eunuch felt the metal in the goblin's necklace and pulled it towards him. The enemy fell on his back because his decoration had turned into a noose. The corporal put his last strength into throwing the dagger straight at the monster's head. This blow was the last one, and took all the strength. The skills of the Metal Emperor were not dulled, but his body was very weak. Then he saw the flash of a flare in the night sky. She's here, the corporal realized. There's very little time left. Seo Yunhee, the Paladin of Light, arrived on the battlefield. After digging around a bit, Eunuch found what he had been sweating for all this time. He popped the stone into his mouth, ignoring its disgusting taste, and immediately raised his hands when he heard screams behind him. Eunuch was asked to state his name and rank, and he turned around confusedly and introduced himself. Since he could no longer walk, he was given a stretcher, just like his comrade Jun Mog. Seo Yunhee surveyed the battlefield and was amazed that 3 soldiers managed to defeat so many opponents, including the boss. But then she realized that all the monsters had the same wounds on their bodies, as if they had been killed by one person. Adamantium would soon be absorbed, the system informed him, and Eunuch chuckled. The metal was enchanted and could develop magical abilities. Seo Yun took out her sword, hearing the remaining goblins nearby, and headed off to finish the cleanup. With his new ability, Eunuch could sense the response of any metal around him, as if he had gained a new kind of vision. One could say that it was on this day that the Emperor truly returned. Several days had passed since the Goblin incident, and the 3rd Brigade base was filled with rumors about the 6th rank soldier. While the others huddled against the wall at their posts, Corporal Eunuch appeared with a large sword and cut down all the goblins. So now all his colleagues were talking about him, which greatly angered the corporal's longtime offenders. The 2nd platoon commander, Sergeant Sanguk, spat with anger and refused to believe these rumors. But the private next to him insisted that these words were the pure truth. Here, another tall soldier interrupted his report, pressing his frail comrade with one arm so that he began to apologize. Private Paka Neal was a short bow user with a fire specialization, and he was the one firing from Post 6. The sergeant was still in a bad mood, so even the usual mockery of the soldiers in the squad did not please him. Lee Wonsok was a barbarian class, and a rank 4 warrior who was capable of tearing 3 goblins apart in close combat with his bare hands. So he was among those who doubted Eunuch's abilities. No one saw the corporal take down the boss, so they thought someone just helped him. However, if a 6th rank soldier took all the credit for the work, it could undermine military discipline, Sanguk said. Wonsok smirked. This couldn't be allowed, he replied. There is no tomorrow, read the motto on the porch of the headquarters. And Eunuch, like no one else, understood the meaning of these words. In the morning, he looked into the battalion commander's office, having arrived there on orders. Since the goblin invasion had ended without losses, the corporal hoped that his unauthorized actions would be overlooked. But today, besides the commander, So Yunha, a 2nd rank player with the Black Paladin class, was present in the office, and Lieutenant Lee Minhee, a 3rd-tier space distortion mage. The battalion commander, Kim Kang-seok, was a true rock, his stern face traversed by 3 jagged lines, scars earned in battle. He was a 2nd rank player with the Druid class. He summoned the corporal to clarify his actions during the invasion. Judging by his tone, he wasn't joking. One wrong word, and Eunuch could be sent to a military court, so he decided to immediately pull himself together and make amends for his misbehavior on duty. Therefore, the corporal did not deny his guilt, but began by admitting that he acted according to regulations, discovered the enemy, and immediately reported it. The commander interrupted the soldier, He was reading the report, but still could not understand the fighter's motivation. An ordinary low-ranking player would simply be torn to pieces there. Hyunik realized that they wouldn't leave him alone so easily. If he retreated now, his army life would end. So, instead of making excuses, the corporal began to press the issue himself and stated that he felt deceived and insulted. The lieutenant immediately tried to calm the impudent soldier before he angered the battalion commander even more. But Kansok stopped him, wanting to listen to the corporal. He wanted to know his reasons. Hyunik reminded the battalion commander of their joint training, during which they were given instructions. No matter what their opponent, if they study the manual, they will be able to withstand even trolls of only the 4th and 5th rank. Of course, a troll is too serious an opponent for a 6th ranker, but the soldier shouldn't have any problems with a goblin, Hyunik said. So the corporal admitted that he had disobeyed the order, but only in order to save everyone at the 6th post. Without it, they would have died. This argument was sure to work, so the corporal was jubilant, but did not show any emotion. After all, the battalion commander himself said more than once that for a real soldier there is no concept of rank, so they must always be ready and fight as if it were their last time. This is precisely what the commander, whom the corporal respected completely, always emphasized. Hyunik learned all the tactics through arduous training and tried to implement them at the risk of his own life. The only reason the corporal endured the hard life in the army was because of the way he thought, which was instilled in him by his commander. So hearing such questions about himself made the boy feel betrayed. In the past, when Kansok was just appointed lieutenant, he almost died in a battle with the orcs. But without any doubt he continued to serve in the army, despite his wounds. A true soldier to the core, and Hyunik knew this very well. After such words, Kim Kang-suk could not send him to a military court. Then the commander squeezed the corporal's shoulders so hard that his bones cracked. Hyunik stared in amazement, still waiting for a reaction. "You will be a junior sergeant," he heard the battalion commander's thunderous voice, and was even more surprised. At that very moment, the system reported the assimilation of the metal. Now he had mastered the ability of the steel body. Amidst this celebratory fanfare, the commander still held him tightly in his arms. There was an awkward silence, and then tears appeared on the battalion commander's face. Even Hyunik started sweating from these changes. This must be some kind of joke, the newly appointed sergeant thought. Later, to clear his head, he went down to the 3rd Battalion's training hall. Despite all his efforts, his body was still weak, and the weight on the bar was insignificant. Hyunik was also angry with himself. He just wanted to avoid a tribunal and punishment. But now he attracted even more attention to himself. Word of his promotion spread quickly, and there were always plenty of ill-wishers nearby. Then, in the battalion commander's office, Lieutenant Lee Min-hee was the first to protest. Never before had a 6th-rank soldier become a junior sergeant. Thanks to this, Hyunik was able to buy himself some time by saying that he needed to think before agreeing to the promotion, although he himself would have preferred to leave things as is. Then one big guy came up to him and asked if he needed another bench. It could have been a normal conversation in the gym. But from the bully's vile grin, Hyunik immediately suspected something was wrong. That's why I asked him what he wanted, and then he frowned. The big guy grinned and lifted the barbell with one hand, playfully. It was a shame to bench so little after becoming famous, he told Hyunik. It was said loudly so that others could hear, so it looked more like a provocation. Hyunik turned around and saw the sergeant in the crowd of other close associates. Sang-guk was always a jerk and always bullied him before. If you don't respond to this humiliation now, the sergeant will not calm down and will start to openly mock you. Hyunik took a deep breath, even though he had just decided not to attract attention. He was glad that the scoundrels were nearby when he was in a bad mood. So I immediately challenged the big guy to a fight, and his face said that this was no joke. Lee Won-seok couldn't believe his luck and stared at the 6th-rank corporal in amazement. Half the base came running to watch this fight when they heard about the sparring between a famous weakling and a future ace. Won-seok grinned contentedly and licked his lips like a hungry cat at the sight of prey. At the sound of the gong, he was the first to attack the enemy, not fearing him at all. That same evening, another commander arrived at the unit. He wanted to look at Choi Yun-jun, but he had gone on leave. The talent of the holy swordsman was a great success, and the commander wanted to see it in person. But there was another promising recruit at the base, with a barbarian class. Warrant Officer Choi Myung-ho was a combat instructor for the Black Tiger Squad, the elite and special forces of the brigade, and all information about him was classified. The soldier persuaded him to go to the site and look at the promising fighter so as not to return to the location empty-handed. Meanwhile, Hyunik barely dodged the barbarian's heavy and sharp blows. He went into deep defense, because every blow could be his last in this fight. But gradually he got used to Wonsok's speed and read all of his attacks. However, even a light touch from the big man sent the corporal flying towards the net. Wonsok's punch whistled past Hunuk's ear like a cannon shot, but Hunuk dodged it with a deft somersault and left the net. When he found himself behind his opponent, he even beckoned to him teasingly. Behind all the spectators stood the newly arrived warrant officer Choi Myung-ho. He watched the fight closely and overheard the soldier praising Wonsok. From the outside, he really did look quite impressive, and easily pushed back his skinny opponent. But the ensign was an experienced fighter. He immediately understood that there was no point in force if you couldn't hit the target. The soldier justified this by saying that Wonsok simply lacked experience, but even one blow could ensure his victory. Sanguk couldn't stand it any longer and shouted at his accomplice to stop messing around, because others might think that Hunuk was really strong. His angry cry was echoed by other soldiers, many of whom had already placed their bets and were eager for the duel to end as quickly as possible. But Wonsok didn't play with his opponent. His whole body felt like it was filled with lead. It was very difficult for him. Like a bull, he charged again, swinging his right hand wide. There was very little metal in his soldier's boots, but enough to affect him. Every time the big guy took a step, Hunuk's skill pinned his legs to the floor, and soon Wonsok felt like he was being pulled into a deep quagmire. Because of this, the difference in arm length ceased to play any significance. The barbarian simply could not reach the nimble opponent. The more he hit, the deeper he sank, and the more he became confused about what to do next. Hunuk chuckled at the worry on his opponent's face. It was exactly what he was hoping for. Wonsok asked for a break. There was something wrong with his legs and he couldn't figure out what it was. But the corporal didn't even listen, because in war you can't ask the enemy for mercy. Then the barbarian cursed foully, befitting his combat class, and instantly lost his temper, after which he threw Hunuk away with just a blast of power. It was his body enhancement skill. Going into berserk mode, Wonsok was blown up like a frog from a compressor. The battle entered its second phase, but the corporal did not flinch. He was prepared for this to happen and concentrated. Superhuman duels were never a simple competition, and now the fight had gone beyond the bounds of a friendly match. But the ensign was pleased with Hunuk's preparedness. From the outside, their fight resembled a duel between two wild animals fighting for their lives. A mighty buffalo and a fast leopard gathered to find out who will rule the savannah. The further, the more interesting, thought Choi Myung-ho, and chuckled contentedly. Wonsok was becoming more and more like a tank in size, and was now ready to destroy his opponent. In addition, he began to move much faster, so that his blow fired exactly like a cannon. Hunuk raced across the arena and landed right into the net he had just stepped away from. Sanguk immediately encouraged his accomplice. It gave him joy to see the self-confident corporal being beaten. But the feeling in Wonsok's glove was as if he had hit the steel door of a bunker, and not living flesh. Hunuk put up a block with his forearms together and withstood the first shot. This ability was called Steel Body, and for 5 mana points it allowed one to temporarily strengthen a part of the body. The corporal grinned again and began to tease his opponent to move. Wonsok didn't keep him waiting long, as if he had gone wild and started waving his arms furiously, but Hunuk easily dodged his body to the side. The man posed no threat to the corporal, but he still had to demonstrate his abilities. Having applied the reinforcement to the leg, the corporal immediately struck the barbarian on the exposed thigh. A blow to the head of the femur is extremely painful and can immobilize for several seconds. Just what the scoundrels need, who think they are, God knows what, just because they have power. Hunuk didn't give his opponent a chance, and it was as if he hit him in the face with a steel bat, after which he carried out the finishing blow on the spot, not allowing him to rise to his feet. It was far more humiliating than just defeat, so seeing such anger made Sangoku feel sick. But Warrant Officer Choi was extremely pleased with the outcome of the battle. The leopard showed its fangs and sank its teeth into the buffalo's throat. A real beast never lets go of its grip and will strangle its prey. True, at that very moment the barbarian decided to show his strength, and in one fell swoop he rose to his feet, overcoming the pain. He lifted Hunuk above the arena with one hand like a toy. Wonsok never figured out what kind of tricks his opponent was using, but he decided to overcome them with brute force, and so he simply swung his hand towards the floor to smear the skinny corporal. The earth was rapidly approaching him, faster than he would have liked. To avoid meeting the platform with his face, Hunuk quickly grabbed the barbarian's arm and hung on it like a dead weight. This way he was able to stay one step away from a knockout. From the side, this move resembled a flying elbow lever, a painful move that straightens the elbow joint to the limit. In this position, Wonsok would have broken his arm if he hadn't stopped the blow in time. After all, his fighting instincts had worked well, Ensign Choi noted mentally. However, an ordinary player would never defeat a barbarian with body enhancement. The fighters in the arena clashed. No one wanted to let go and surrender. Wonsock tried to hit his opponent with his free hand, but at that very moment the corporal released his grip. Instead, he quickly rolled behind his opponent, and he performed a chokehold on the neck, another very dangerous wrestling technique that is best not to try at home. The barbarian's body enhancement only worked on the muscles, but it was still possible to compress the carotid artery. Wonsock was going to simply throw his opponent off, but suddenly it turned out that he couldn't break the steel grip in the literal sense of the word, even with all his strength. However, in order to maintain the grip, Hyunik also had to push beyond his limits. He held the steel covering much wider than he could handle, and pain shot through his body. Then there were shouts demanding that the sergeant stop the fight, because Wonsock was not one to give up so easily. But the sergeant could not take his eyes off the corporal's furious gaze, which was directed personally at him. It was as if he was sending his opponent a warning that would be more than enough. The world before Wonsock's eyes darkened, and he fell into despair at the thought of losing to some weakling. The future ace could not afford such shame, so he momentarily lost his mind. His form exploded as he released all his power and swelled so much that his hands almost brought down the ceiling. But Hyunik never let go of his grip, even though it felt like he was trying to strangle the elephant. It's amazing that Wonsock was able to use his body enhancement twice, but if he doesn't break free from the hold, it will all be in vain. No one gave up. The fighters gave it their all, but then the giant's eyes rolled back. Having lost consciousness, he collapsed onto the arena, almost causing everything around him to collapse. And then everyone saw how triumphantly Hyunik stood on his back. After the fight, everyone rushed to provide first aid to Wonsock. Fortunately, the fighter was breathing, and Private Junmo began to congratulate his corporal, all this time praying for his victory. Hyunik decided to do without the calf-like tenderness and pushed the guy away from himself. He looked intently at Sanguk, who had so openly mocked the corporal before, but was now fearfully hiding his eyes. Then Warrant Officer Choi approached the corporal and demanded that he introduce himself. Hyunik recognized the man and saluted him, stating his name and rank. The ensign admitted that he watched the battle and was impressed, and so he immediately gave me his business card and offered me a place in a special raid operation. Rumors immediately spread through the hall, since everyone knew which unit the ensign belonged to. It was unthinkable that such a high-ranking official would call a corporal to personally participate in a mission. Then Hyunik admitted that he was only rank 6. But Ensign Choi didn't care about ranks. They were needed to separate ordinary people. They needed real fighters. Now everyone had their eyes on him, and Hyunik cursed his recklessness. But the guy was in no hurry to take the ensign's business card. After all, the army was an extremely closed place. One day, his abilities would become known to everyone if he continued to encounter various villains, Hyunik thought. It was better to keep his distance, he decided, and promised Ensign Choi to think about his proposal. All this time, Sanguk was angrily glaring at the corporal, as if he wanted to make a hole in him. Late in the evening after this duel, Ensign Choi went to visit the commander of the 3rd Battalion. Kansok asked his old friend how things were going, and he complained that the Black Tigers were always short of people. There was nothing surprising about this. Free guilds recruited even those with the 3rd rank. The army trained fighters, but ultimately all the strong players left the army after serving. But Kansuk immediately understood why his friend had come. They were both experiencing similar difficulties. Choi had come here because of Sergeant Yunjong. The talented swordsman was on everyone's lips and attracted everyone's attention. Choi chuckled. He already knew that this sergeant was on leave, but thanks to this, he was able to notice another interesting soldier, who made no less a terrifying impression in battle, despite his low rank. The old comrades exchanged sharp glances, both understanding each other without words. Meanwhile, Hyunik continued his training in his free time and went jogging before going to bed. He didn't even know that the battalion commander had asked to find out all the ins and outs of his past life. At the same time, Junmo did not leave the corporal's side, dreaming of becoming stronger and asking him for the secret of strength, although the corporal was simply running with all his might, trying to strengthen his body. All this time, Battalion Commander Wonsock watched him closely from the window, while Hyunik suffered from dehydration and exhaustion. Kansok grinned and asked the soldier not to blame them for the greed he had awakened in everyone. Night enveloped the bright and lively streets of the city, where many people strolled carefree. While one woman was picking up her groceries, her little son noticed something interesting nearby. "Monkey!" the boy shouted and rushed after her into the alley between the houses. But the creature he saw there bore little resemblance to an ordinary monkey, and the boy, frightened, quickly realized that in front of him was something different, and something evil. Bright yellow eyes sparkled with malice, and the mouth was full of sharp teeth. The light from the portal illuminated the entire gateway, and the boy was horrified by this sight, as hundreds of strange, evil creatures were swarming in the darkness. Meanwhile, Hunuk stared in front of him with his mouth open in amazement. He stood in the middle of a small room, arranged as an armory for magical weapons. The battalion's arsenal was located there, and the battalion commander recognized his achievements, gave Hunuk a day off, and allowed him to choose his own weapon, Yuna reported. Although the battalion commander approved of Hunuk's actions, his platoon commander was against everything, just like in his previous life. All this is in the past, the corporal decided, and threw off the cover from the artifacts. Yuna looked closely at the soldier, who was causing her complete suspicion. After all, judging by the goblins he destroyed last time, the corporal stopped them single-handedly. But that was simply impossible for a simple soldier. Meanwhile, Hunuk took out one sword and said that he would take it. After making a few swings, the soldier was convinced that this was the sword he needed. Yunha was surprised and suggested that he not take the first thing that came his way, just because she had cornered him with questions. But this was exactly what Hunuk was looking for. A cloud blade that could absorb water and create fog. At first he may seem useless, but in the future, thanks to him, Sergeant Choi Yun-jun will become known as the Holy Swordsman. The real name of the item is the Dark Hand of the Master of the Clouds. In the myths of the eras of Tangun and Hwanung, the followers of the three weather gods descended to Earth. They were the Master of the Wind, the Master of the Rain, and the Master of the Clouds. The hands of the latter were called the Hands of Darkness. This could also be interpreted as the hands of the God of Thunder. With this sword, one could use lightning strong enough to clear a medium-sized dungeon single-handedly. The combination of steel and lightning was unbeatable, so Hunuk was delighted with the find. Yunha was surprised by this choice. The sword looked small, the corporal could have taken something more impressive. "There is no time to choose another," Hunuk answered her. And at that very moment the alarm sounded. The base was immediately alarmed. The Itaewon district was attacked. The gates of monsters opened there, the loudspeaker reported. Once again, Yuna noted the corporal's strangely calm reaction, as if he had been expecting an attack from the very beginning. The area was quickly cordoned off, and free guilds also joined in to overcome the threat. Their fighters were all equipped with strong armor and looked exactly like knights from the Middle Ages. The Blue Flower Guild was sent as reinforcements to the gates where the soldiers of the 3rd Battalion were already located. The armor and weapons were custom-made, so much so that the soldiers simply drooled with envy. This armor cost no less than an entire building in the center of Seoul, so the privates dreamed of joining such a guild after their service and living life to the fullest. Meanwhile, Corporal Hunuk lined up his squad and ordered them to take roll call. 6 soldiers were in line. This time, the gates with the kobolds opened. These monsters are not large in size, but they use poisoned needles and toxic gas. In battles with them, there are more losses than in a battle with orcs, Hunuk warned his fighters. He ordered everyone to adjust the sleeves of their uniforms so that no one had any exposed skin. Junmo asked what the fuss was about if they were standing in the barrier anyway and were unlikely to fight today. But the corporal abruptly cut off these relaxed speeches. They weren't for training. If the kobolds were distracted, they would scratch their eyes out. The private immediately lowered his eyes in embarrassment, and Hunuk ordered everyone to check their gas masks. Here the soldiers from another unit began to mock this modest meeting. The guys who couldn't level up their skills were assigned to the support squad and usually guarded the rear. Hunuk wasn't offended by these comments. He knew that quite a lot of enemies were escaping from the red zone, so he suggested that the bullies check their gas masks, because in war, any mistake is fatal. But no one listened to him. Only because the rank of their abilities was higher, these fighters behaved extremely self-confidently. They didn't want to listen to advice from low-ranking scum, and walked away with loud shouts. Seeing how his soldiers had become depressed, Hunuk raised his voice and told them to come to their senses. It wasn't the first time they had heard something like that about themselves. They were now on a battlefield where they could lose their lives, so this was no time to lose their fighting spirit, he growled. The soldiers answered in unison. Yes, exactly. And the corporal ordered them to place motion sensors in narrow places. The kobolds were small and could sneak up unnoticed, so such a precaution was not unnecessary. He gave the soldiers 20 minutes, and they dispersed to their points. As they scattered, the corporal called Junmo over to him. It was no secret that Hunuk was very excited today. Junmo asked what was the matter, and laughed awkwardly under the corporal's gaze. The poisoned dart that pierced Hunuk's neck prevented him from answering. The poison quickly paralyzed his body, and he collapsed onto the asphalt. At the same time, thick, acrid green smoke began to pour out of the drains, as if a smoke bomb had been ignited there. The stream tore through several more drainage manholes and spilled out across the entire block. All the soldiers were immediately incapacitated by suffocation. Poisoned, they were unable to move. At that very moment, the kobolds pounced on them, tearing off the gas masks of those who had managed to put them on at the signal, and attacking with short knives. That day, the corporal could only watch helplessly as his comrades died. And then the leader of the kobolds leaned over him, with a terrible necklace around his neck. He had a curved ritual knife in his hand, and he really wanted to use it to add to his collection. But then Junmo saved him. He pushed the enemy away, although his blade still left a deep wound on the corporal's face. The kobold quickly regained his balance, his mane ablaze. Hyunuk ordered Junmo to run, but he didn't even think about retreating without a commander and handed him a gas mask. For this, the friend and comrade paid with his life, and his astonished face was forever imprinted in Hyunuk's memory. He screamed in horror, but it was too late to change anything. But so many years have passed, and the stupid but loyal private is looking at him again. In his past life, Junmo died here, saving him, but in this life, that won't happen. Knowing about the kobold attack, Hyunuk ordered motion sensors to be installed around their control zone. The main battle would take place here today, and the corporal was preparing for it. Before everything started, he ordered Junmo to gather everyone on signal and leave the operation area. This meant desertion and could lead to trial, so it is not surprising that the soldier was concerned about such an order. But Hyunuk objected, "This is not running away, this is tactics." At the same moment, the headlights illuminated his face. Meanwhile, the main cleanup team closed the ring around the kobold nest, which took refuge in some old industrial building. After checking everything thoroughly with the help of the camera, they burst inside like special forces soldiers. The soldiers covered themselves with shields and gathered in a tight circle, bristling with magic circles in all directions. And for good reason, because inside there were plenty of kobolds, clinging to the walls like a pack of monkeys. As soon as the soldiers stood in formation, the monsters rushed at them in a crowd. The trained warriors waited until the very last moment before firing a fiery volley. Jets of flame, like napalm, burned out many monsters that had managed to run close to the squad. At the same time, Hyunuk equipped his position, preparing to meet the enemy. They installed sensors near the drains where a small kobold skillfully moved. Hyunuk himself was making cross-shaped marks on the asphalt with tape when Lieutenant Lee Min-hee approached him. Hearing his question, the corporal saluted and quickly reported that he was undertaking standard security actions, and the places where the sensors are installed are marked with aluminum tape. The lieutenant cursed his overly active subordinate. They were supported by the Blue Flower Guild. There was no point in twitching. The assault team was scheduled to begin the cleanup any minute, and Lee Min-hee ordered the antidote to be prepared. However, instead, Hyunuk reminded him of his orders from the vice commander, that they were to guard this area in case the monsters broke through, and deliberately said it so that others could hear. But the lieutenant didn't like this answer, and he reminded him that the corporal's recent promotion was just a favor to Commander Wonseok. Min-hee poked him with his finger, reminding him that he was the only newbie here, and the fact that the corporal fought in one real battle means nothing. Hyunuk did not argue with his senior in rank, and agreed with everything. The lieutenant angrily ordered him to smooth out his face and not teach others how to fight. But then the commander of the second platoon, Sergeant Sana, approached them and asked what was going on. She was a healer. The lieutenant immediately became embarrassed. He couldn't allow himself to look bad in front of her. This is the reason why Hyunuk provoked the lieutenant to come here. This girl is Min-hee's weak spot. The lieutenant immediately pretended that he and the corporal were good friends, and that he had simply come to help here, since this was their first real fight. His cheeks instantly flushed, and he asked the vice commander why she had come. Then the girl herself remembered why she came. It turned out that the battalion commander had summoned Hyunuk to his office. The corporal was very surprised, not understanding what Wonseok could need at such a moment. The soldiers positioned themselves in the center of the block, blocking the street with trucks and setting up firing positions in the center. A special forces detachment led by Lieutenant Yonka watched from the roof behind them. But her gaze was entirely directed towards one soldier who had been haunting her lately. Suna gave Hyunwook a warning not to let anyone bully him and let him go. She winked sweetly at him, promising to finish installing the sensors so the corporal could go. And what did the battalion commander suddenly need? Hyunwook was tormented by the question. Yoonhee's squad should have been under the direct command of the battalion commander, but instead they stood there while the lieutenant herself conducted her own personal surveillance. But it turned out that this was a direct order from Wonseok, which is why they occupied this height. Soldiers should simply follow orders without asking themselves why, Yoonha believed. The temporary headquarters itself was located inside a camouflage truck. Inside sat the battalion commander himself and his old friend, Warrant Officer Choi. Hyunuk was surprised to see them together and waited patiently for the elders to speak. Won-suk wanted to test the corporal so that Hyunuk would take over as the first squad leader during the second attack on the gate. In his past life, no one paid attention to him. But now the corporal was immediately horrified by such honor. He hesitated to answer because, most of all, he wanted to return to his squad. That's why he immediately objected that he had been in charge of the support squad from the very first day. And besides, they weren't training, so there was no need to risk the soldiers of the first platoon. But Won-suk sharply replied that it was an order, as if he had been expecting such objections. Then reports started pouring into headquarters. The kobold boss had left the nest, and everyone needed to remain vigilant. Hyunuk knew that this would happen. Soon the kobolds would attack the immediate rear, and the support squad would be under attack. If he didn't get there in time, everyone would die. Hyunuk had to get there as quickly as possible because he began to speak decisively. Won-suk decided to listen to him. This was also part of the test. The corporal left the headquarters under the same watchful gaze of Yoon-hee. She followed the order relentlessly, also for personal reasons, and never took her eyes off him. And the corporal himself ran as fast as he could to his own people and loudly called them. The sensors went off and the entire block was filled with green smoke. The caustic gas did not scatter around but stood as a dense, heavy curtain. This time, everything happened faster than Hyunuk expected, and he was already cursing his indecision. Then, at headquarters, he reminded Won-suk that, according to rumors, he lost his squad on the first mission. And therefore, he did not understand how it was possible to risk people, since he had only recently been promoted to junior sergeant of the support squad. Should he then interpret the words of the respected commander as meaning that he considers soldiers expendable? Won-suk replied that the offensive squad was under his direct control. Hyunuk didn't let him finish and declared that he was ready to give his life without hesitation if ordered. It was very difficult to get out of this situation without telling him that he knew the future. That's why Hyunuk made up reasons on the fly, saying that he couldn't command a unit without experience and that there was a high risk of losses. Although he was grateful for the trust shown, if the lives of others were at stake, he had to refuse. Ensign Choi immediately reminded that disobedience to an order would result in a court-martial in the army. Of course, Hyunuk knew about this because he had already served in the army. But if he agreed to carry out this order, his comrades would die. Won-suk, however, did not insist and allowed him to remain in the rear with a support detachment. The junior sergeant was even amazed at such compliance. But the battalion commander simply decided to postpone the investigation for later, and warned that as a soldier he would be held accountable later for such disobedience. And so Hyunuk was almost late, nothing could be seen in the fog, and he quickly put on his gas mask. He mentally cursed himself for being so slow. The sergeant reached his hand towards the inventory bag where the cloud blade lay. This item had the ability to absorb water and create mist, just like a portable humidifier. Because of the smoke, Hyunuk couldn't see anything around him. It was quiet, and he could only hope that everything was okay. At least he managed to give the order to Junmo to gather everyone and leave the position. Amidst the acrid smoke, the kobolds began their bloody harvest like a swarm of giant rats. One of the soldiers was wounded by a pickaxe, fortunately not deeply. But he urgently needed help, and the fighter began to call for Junmo. He stood nearby, taking up a shooting position, but in such smoke he could hardly aim. He saw chaos all around and was guided by his comrades' shouts. Junmo took aim and fired at the damn rat. But the entire line passed by as the kobolds managed to escape. After this, the soldier who was left in charge ordered the support detachment to take the wounded man and take cover behind the barricades. They crawled to the wounded man and were able to pull him out. The rest fired randomly just to scare the monsters. At this time, the only healer of the support squad, Lieutenant Yunha, cowered in horror and could not move. Junmo shouted at her to come to her senses, but the girl seemed lost and did not hear anything. He casually recalled that she was only 20 years old. This was her first combat mission after her appointment. Private Junmo's hands were shaking with terror. Fear gripped his throat, and he felt helpless because he could do nothing to help the support team. They took cover behind boxes that had been enchanted with protective spells and tried to push back the monsters with gunfire, but due to the indiscriminate fire, their supplies quickly ran out. The situation was grave. If this continued, everyone would die, the soldier realized. Then he asked himself what Lee Hyun-wook would do to take his revenge. The wounded man was quickly losing strength, and soon his situation could become critical. They called for the vice commander, but the lieutenant did not respond. The supplies quickly ran out after a couple of bursts. After all, they weren't an assault group. Then, Dujin Mo took out from his bag the little that he owned, a small hatchet. He knew that the kobolds were obsessed with shiny things, so he decided to distract them to give the squad time to regroup. Junmo raised the hatchet above himself, which was giving off sparks, attracting attention. The kobolds immediately turned in his direction. Even in the thick fog, they were able to orient themselves well. The meager electrical power Junmo possessed wasn't enough to kill even one enemy, but he wanted to at least try. With a loud cry, the soldier left his shelter and ran towards the enemy. The shiny objects had an extraordinary power over the monsters. They could not look away. The trick worked, and the monsters stopped storming the fortifications. They all ran after Junmo. Convinced that he was being pursued, he shouted to his squad to run towards the Blue Flower Guild. If Hunuk were here, he would have found a use for his pitiful powers, the private thought. And he would definitely use him as bait, the private decided, trying not to slow down. Another moment, and he would have been grabbed by sharp claws, but then a flying dagger wounded several monsters at once. Everything happened so quickly that the fugitive didn't even understand what killed the monsters. Suddenly he came across an obstacle, stumbled and fell, and then he saw his salvation. Sergeant Hunuk raising the sword of clouds to the sky, emitting a pure mist that neutralized the poison around him. Junmo almost burst into tears. He couldn't believe his eyes. The private became embarrassed under the sergeant's gaze and said that he was simply following his example, trying to save the others. But Hunuk didn't scold him, but on the contrary, thanked him for the fact that the private survived. Thanks to his comrade's bravery, he could now enjoy a whole feast, the sergeant said, and grinned. Bon appetit, said the hero, who saw only experience points in front of him. Obeying his will, the hovering blades mercilessly killed the monsters one after another. The sword in his hand repelled the poison, and with the bayonet knife he cut everyone around him, so that the weak kobolds could not approach him. Each one dropped a mana stone, the necessary raw material for growth. This was the main dish for Hunuk. The only thing is that since Junmo was nearby, he couldn't eat these stones. His abilities had to be kept secret. Having examined the pile of kobolds that had spread out like a carpet here, Hunuk did not find their leader here. Suddenly, a red seal appeared on everyone's head. Obeying the silent call, all the kobolds turned around. There were so many of them that there was no room to swing a cat, a whole crowd. But they all suddenly ran away. Hunuk already realized that their distraction maneuver was no longer working, which meant their squad was in danger, and he immediately hurried there. Meanwhile, the cover squad waited on the roof. Due to the thick fog, they could not see anything that was happening below. Lieutenant Yunha ordered to hold the position and shoot those enemies leaving the red zone, along with the Blue Flower Guild, and she herself put on a gas mask. Her subordinate was surprised that the commander was going somewhere, but the lieutenant just wanted to confirm her suspicions. Every time Hunuk acted as if he knew what would happen. So she stepped off the roof and fell like a stone to the ground. Meanwhile, Songa still hadn't come to her senses and was simply begging for someone to save her. Private Mint, who had been wounded earlier, lost consciousness and could soon simply die from blood loss. But the healer did not react to this in any way. Their shelter was not designed for long-term defense and was already bursting at the seams. The boss monster was besieging their barricade with heavy magic, and the soldiers were forced to lean their weight on it. Meanwhile, the kobold calmly struck blows, and no one interfered with him. He grinned angrily, and his fluffy mane was burning like fire. As soon as the barrier collapsed, the enemies immediately rushed again at the barricades where defenseless soldiers were sitting. They had nowhere to run and nothing to defend themselves with, so the soldiers realized that they would die. But then they saw two people running through the poisonous fog, right behind the kobolds and shouting at them. Hunuk arrived just in time to help his people, and cursed loudly so that the enemies wouldn't dare ignore him. The bayonet knife flew straight into the head of the kobold leader. But at the last moment, the kobold, nimble as a rat, dodged. It's true that the blade could change its trajectory mid-flight, and the leader had to continue running. The knife grazed the pot on the leader's back without hitting him. At that very moment, the monster stopped. The artifact he carried on his back was creating a poisonous fog, from which, for some reason, the goblins themselves did not suffer. It turned out that Hunuk had been aiming at that particular pot from the very beginning, because his knife had left a deep cut on it. The kobold did not like this at all, and he immediately sent his subordinates into battle. But instead of attacking the enemy directly, the kobolds dispersed. They quickly surrounded the two soldiers, keeping their distance, after which they took out tubes with poisonous arrows from their pockets. Everyone exhaled sharply, and dozens of darts flew towards Hunuk. It would have been easier if he were alone, but he urgently had to cover Junmo. But the enemies were shooting from all sides, and it was impossible to dodge all the shots. Then the sergeant ordered him to lie down on the ground and to stop all the needles. He had to go far beyond his abilities. Hyunik not only stopped him, but also directed him towards the enemy. However, because of this, he lost control of the bayonet knife. The sergeant realized that the goblin leader was not just controlling his minions, but was also controlling their minds. So he had to be eliminated. Hyunik fired a burst, and the leader ran away again, hiding behind his puppets. Simply scaring him off wouldn't buy him time, the sergeant realized, and it was dangerous to fight in the open with Junmo nearby. So he ordered him to return to the fortification, and Junmo replied that he was ready on command. "But there will be no command, just run!" Hyunik shouted to him, and together they rushed forward. Another dozen poisoned darts immediately flew at their backs. But Hyunik stopped them mid-flight. This was enough for them to take cover behind the barricade. The last one bounced off the box charged with magic, and did no harm. For a few moments, the battlefield fell silent again, both opponents studying each other, thinking about what to do. Hyunik chuckled. Even though they were late, he was satisfied with the result. But when he looked inside, the picture didn't look so rosy. The soldiers were exhausted, morally crushed. One was even at death's door. Everything was on the brink of disaster. There should have been a senior officer with them, Hyunik asked in amazement. She sat on the ground with her head between her knees and whined quietly. What is she doing? The sergeant was indignant when the soldier was dying. He realized that Song-Hu was in the grip of a panic attack, something that often happens to newcomers to combat. But Choi Seong-ha was the only doctor in the squad, and without her they would simply be destroyed, so the sergeant slapped her. The girl returned to reality and looked in amazement at the one who hit her. Everyone will die if she doesn't come to her senses, Hyunik told her calmly. If she doesn't do this, she will regret it for the rest of her life. Then the fortification was illuminated by a bright flash, inspiring hope. Sonia came to her senses and used her healing magic. The soldier lost a lot of blood, but he will live, the lieutenant said. She felt guilty for what happened, but she promised not to give up anymore and to fight for everyone. Hyunik thanked her for her help and borrowed a bayonet and knives from his guys. Junmo already knew what would happen next and became worried. But the sergeant was already used to risking himself, and he really wanted to take revenge on the monsters. At this time, a car was racing along the empty highways of the night city, in which an important lady was sitting with a spider on her shoulder. She was heading to Itaewon, having learned about what happened there, and was smiling maliciously. Hyunik walked through the green smoke surrounded by floating daggers. He moved until he saw an aluminum strip under his feet, the same mark he had made earlier. The sergeant looked at the cross under his feet. He could not see the enemies, but he heard them nearby. Now all the victims were gathered in one ideal hunting spot. The hunter thought and grinned. At this intersection, the sergeant set up barricades and sensors in precisely calculated places. The only error was in Zone A, where Lieutenant Sonia was located. The game will end when he eliminates the leader who is hiding behind the scenes. The sergeant understood and concentrated. And then he used his metal detection skill, which allowed him to see everything even with his eyes closed. The kobolds also carried steel with them, their curved mining picks easily distinguishable from other items. Now, even in the thick fog and darkness of the night, he could see his targets and direct his hovering blades there. No matter where the enemies were hiding, every bayonet knife found its target, so the combo of abilities dramatically changed the entire game. They died like rats, helpless against the silent and swift attacks of the bayonet knives that seemed to come out of nowhere. The kobold leader didn't like this, so he prepared to use his magic. Thanks to her, he managed to deflect the attack of the flying knife. But now Hyunik was able to spot him among the other kobolds and immediately threw several knives there. Then the leader went berserk and his red magic stopped all the knives, surprising even Hyunik. As soon as the leader took all the blades on himself, he ordered his henchmen to fire their tubes. Dozens of poisoned darts flew towards him. Even one was enough to kill him. Hyunik covered his face with his hands and felt needles pierce his army shields. The kobolds waited for the poison to take effect, hoping that at least one needle would find its target. The bayonet knives, having lost contact with their owner, fell to the ground next to the leader. The sergeant pulled them towards himself to bring them back to himself. But the force that held them was beyond his control, so he simply abandoned them. The self-confident kobolds rushed en masse towards their goal. Despite the poisoned needles, the sergeant was still conscious and cursed everything in the world. Another moment and he really decided that everything was over, just like in his past life. But fortunately, his reinforced steel body saved him from the poisoned needles. At the same moment when the leader forgot about the blades, Hyunik quickly returned his bayonet knives to himself. He gave them a spin to give them more quality and began to wait for the horde of rats coming towards him. Hyunik swung his arms and raised a veritable storm of blades. Everyone who came too close to him was hit. Water vapor dispersed the toxic smoke, and a whole tornado grew in the center of the intersection. When the storm died down, only the kobold leader remained, his eyes gleaming angrily. "It's time to settle the score," said the sergeant, gritting his teeth. In response to this, the leader released another portion of green poison from his shoulder jug. The wave of poison almost swept away the sergeant, but he stood firm. Fighting was pointless. He shouted to his enemy. It wasn't for nothing that he spent so much effort to ensure that he was left alone. With his X-ray vision, he clearly saw a single kobold, which was now easy to distinguish. Unlike last time, Eunuch was in no hurry to thoughtlessly throw his blades, otherwise the kobold mage would catch them. But the enemy did not move, as if he was waiting for something, and this was strange. Suddenly, red threads began to stretch towards the sergeant along the ground. He didn't have time to dodge, and magic grabbed him by the leg and dragged him towards itself. In an instant, the sergeant found himself above the roofs of nearby buildings. Then he tried desperately to remember when he learned to fly. But the miracle did not happen, and the kobold brought him down to earth. The blow was heavy, so the monster clearly rejoiced. Eunuch's feet sank deep into the asphalt, but he himself survived. The overgrown rat only made him even more angry. It's good that he managed to turn his legs into steel, otherwise he would have broken them. This enemy was definitely not simple. Every time they fought, Eunuch would remember his past hard life, and it would irritate him even more. The kobold suddenly ran away and began to run in zigzags to hide. The next moment, he tried to attack the sergeant from behind, but what else could you expect from a big rat? Eunuch dodged deftly because he could feel the movement of the steel. The vile blow further stirred up traumatic memories. The sergeant hated being hit in the back, so he suddenly grabbed the kobold by the arm, and he hit him on the head with all his might to vent all his anger on him, after which he charged with a steel foot straight into the jaw of the vile rat. The kobold's blow sent him flying back after all. His build was barely larger than that of a child. It's impossible to count how many times since his return Eunuch had imagined this day and thought about how he would get revenge. In his long list of grievances, kobold was first, so the sergeant was honoring him. Once the leader's mask cracked, he could no longer use his annoying magic. "It was time to close the gestalt," Eunuch said, and chuckled. The rat screamed something in its squeaky language, but the blades were already rushing towards him. Each one hit the target where even one would have been enough. But the sergeant enjoyed this feeling of complete superiority. The monster lay on the ground on its last legs, all its artifacts broken. Because of him, the sergeant lost an eye in the past and was crippled for many years. He remembered the dead soldiers he couldn't save last time, which was worth torturing the monster for, but Eunuch decided to just pierce it with his sword. Flashbacks of Jun Mo, the desperate comrade who turned out to be a reliable friend, flashed through his head. In the past, he died. Although the sergeant returned in time, these memories were still fresh in his mind. Such was his revenge for Park Jun Mo that he died trying to save him, albeit belatedly. With these words, the sergeant plunged the cloud blade into him. This sword was able to absorb the blood of elite monsters. Killing a kobold filled the required volume by only 1%. "There's one more gestalt left," the sergeant said, picking up the goblin's wavy dagger from the floor. He wanted revenge for the scar that monster left on his face. That's how it all ended. And he managed to change the first event in his life that caused him so much pain. Suddenly, a strange thing that looked like a medallion fell out of the kobold's body. The devil's medallion, Inferno, Eunuch read in the system. The thing contained hellfire and was the highest rank among such things. Previously, this thing belonged to a completely different player, the one who controlled a countless army of monsters, to the one whose army instilled terror and fear in anyone who encountered it. The worst enemy of humanity, the war with which has brought everyone to the brink of survival, the necromancer. There is practically no information about him. The only thing they have in common is the ability to develop their skill, which is why Eunuch hides his ability to increase his rank. In his past life, he barely managed to finish the fight in his blue lava golem workshop, and only received a pathetic copy of the Inferno. And then he received a real medallion, which means there is something he didn't know. Without thinking twice, the sergeant decided to eat this thing when Yuna called out to him. She pointed her sword at him and asked who he was. The sergeant turned around and feigned innocence. He was confused, not knowing how much the lieutenant had managed to see. Moreover, she was not the only potential witness. Another woman in civilian clothes approached them, which seemed completely out of place. The unknown woman introduced herself as the head of the Blue Flower Guild's strike force. He handed over a business card, and the woman said she was glad to meet him. She watched the battle from afar, wearing a gas mask, and was impressed. She also recognized Lieutenant Yunha as the third daughter of the Paladin commander, the woman said, taking off her gas mask. Yunha immediately reminded Catherine that she was currently conducting an operation and that she was in a combat zone where there was no place for civilians. But the Brazen Guild representative ignored this barb and headed straight to Hunuk, the second daughter of the leader of Blue Flower, the strongest guild in the country and also a first-rank player. The sergeant hesitated and didn't take the business card, and Catherine thought that he simply didn't know who she was. But it was just the opposite. Of all the people, he could hardly forget her. Few had done more to bring about the downfall of humanity. During their final battle, Yuna watched Hunuk's back as he reeled from the treachery. She was his shield, sacrificing herself so that the Emperor could escape and continue their war. This girl didn't think for a second before giving her life. She was gone that bloody night, and those memories echoed painfully in his heart. Catherine chuckled, the soldier in front of her not realizing the opportunities that had opened up to him. Yunha repeated her demand to leave the war zone. Catherine sighed heavily and indignantly reminded him that soldiers on duty were obliged to address others by their rank, since at the moment, it was she who was leading the guild's strike force. A tense silence fell between the girls, and Hunuk nervously glanced from one to the other. But then, Battalion Commander Wansok arrived at the meeting place in his personal vehicle, and they saluted. He quickly surveyed the battlefield, or rather the carnage that Hunuk, the person in charge of this area, had caused here. The sergeant immediately panicked because, like last time, he couldn't write it all off as an accident. He just wanted to run away, but by an effort of will, he stayed where he was. Wansok recognized Catherine and they exchanged pleasantries, albeit rather coolly. The battalion commander expressed gratitude for Blue Flower's assistance, but took the side of his subordinate and demanded that Catherine leave the dangerous operational zone. But she only sighed indignantly at having to deal with a stubborn soldier. Catherine touched her lips to the card, leaving a lipstick mark on it, and tucked it into the slot in Hunuk's armor, after which she playfully asked the sergeant to call her later. But Hunuk didn't answer and stood at attention in front of the battalion commander. Konsok ordered him to lead the cleanup of the remaining kobolds and gave him the authority to distribute all the squad members. Rescuing civilians was the priority. And what was the battalion commander thinking about? The sergeant frowned and didn't know what to answer. But Wansok spoke in such a way that no objections were expected. After the operation, he ordered the sergeant to come and report in person. Hunuk answered so precisely and was awarded a heavy look from Yunhee. This sent shivers down his spine. He was even more afraid of her than the battalion commander. At least he managed to resolve the dangerous situation, and so a week passed, during which Hunuk mastered the Inferno Devil Medallion, which added another half a kilogram of metal he could control. While his stomach was creating space for the fiery breath, the sergeant experienced hellish pain. He had been through this before, but his body was still too weak. Junmo heard groans coming from the cabin and decided that the sergeant was killing time until his discharge. But everything was not at all as he thought. Hunuk answered him with another groan. Junmo asked to show him something hot, and the sergeant winced in pain again. A flash lit up the toilet, causing the private to become frightened. The gates with the kobolds, which everyone underestimated, caused a large number of incidents. Fortunately, there were no serious consequences in Hunuk's department, and Sangha coped with the treatment. After this incident, the sergeant abandoned the idea of solving all the world's problems alone and began training his subordinates so that they could at least stand up for themselves. This led to two problems. Lieutenant Sangha walked by and smiled welcomingly. And then again, wherever they met, she smiled sweetly at him. From that incident, she began to bother him often. Hunuk no longer knew where to hide from her, but what was worst of all, he felt a murderous gaze on him. In the army, there are always too many variables for everything to go according to plan, so Lieutenant Minhee now followed him everywhere and gnashed his teeth in anger. The second problem was the battalion commander Kansuk, who really wanted to promote the sergeant to officer. So much had happened that Hunuk had stopped even being surprised by what was happening. After the operation in Itaewon, the battalion commander cast aside all doubts about the sergeant. And now, his dream of creating an ideal military culture that does not look at rank has come closer. But Kanseok believed that the sergeant simply had to help him, which of course did not suit the latter. And Hunuk said that he would think about it during his vacation. 3 weeks later, the long-awaited day arrived when he was given leave, just as he had fully mastered Inferno. This artifact accelerated the absorption of metal, but this had to be paid for with pain, and added the ability to breathe fire. Plus, all this could be improved by fulfilling hidden conditions, another ability to add to his collection, but it came at great cost to his reputation. And finally, the sergeant could stop hiding in the toilet, which had already become a reason for sidelong glances. In his current situation, there was a possibility that he would not be able to handle the gate that would appear soon. Then it turned into a real nightmare for both the townspeople and the 3rd Brigade as a whole. Public criticism fell squarely on Battalion Commander Kansok, and he was made the scapegoat, all because many civilians were trapped in the gate. This time, Hyunuk himself was preparing to go there and could really die. So he planned to use his short vacation to become stronger and truly influence the future. As soon as Hyunuk left the unit, he noticed Lieutenant Songha, who was on civilian leave and engaged in bad habits. Her image was sharply different from the one she showed in the unit. Their eyes met, and they looked at each other in surprise for a few moments. And then the girl asked for fire. Without realizing it, she showed him her true face. Afterwards, they sat together in the same train carriage, and there was an awkward silence between them. Sonia decided to start the conversation first, since he was silent, and asked if he was happy about his first vacation in a long time, and if his parents were probably waiting for him. But the sergeant indifferently replied that no one was waiting for him at home. His parents died when he was little. The girl realized that the question was not the most tactful and became embarrassed. Hyunuk quickly smoothed things over and immediately said that he had already gotten over all of this. Even though his childhood was difficult, everything was fine now. Moreover, he found people who became like family to him. Memories of his former comrades in arms immediately appeared in his head. Friends, comrades, brothers in arms became like family to him, so the sergeant remembered them with a smile on his face. And so he arrived in the Yeongdongpo area. Songha went about her business and left the sergeant alone. 4 days and 3 nights of free time, a period during which he had to prepare, and first of all, he had to get money. At the entrance to the station, he came across a huge poster advertising the Blue Flower Guild. The owner of this guild is a multimillionaire, so it won't be easy to compete with him. Gordon Percy, the traitor to humanity, the one who killed Hyunuk in his past life. With his capital, he bribed high-ranking players, acquired influence, and artifacts. And gradually, he infiltrates the management of everything and everywhere. They lost to this villain for many reasons, but the main one was money. Even if he couldn't earn more, he should at least get enough so that Percy couldn't drag him into his dirty game. Hyunuk knew the key events of the future, where and when money would accumulate. Simply put, even if you invest pennies in something that now seems like a big risk, they accumulate like a snowball. And if you go back to 2008, start mining Bitcoin. Maybe that's why it took off. For the sergeant's plan to succeed, he needed a person he could trust, who would not betray him even if the agreement was verbal. As he was going upstairs to one office, the sergeant heard shouting and swearing. A certain rude guy, Wanchul, demanded money from another guy who tried in vain to justify himself by saying that business was going badly and there were no clients. Zadira also demanded that they find him a normal job, but he didn't want to work as a bodyguard. In other words, he was simply looking for easy solutions in life and constantly yelling. But then, Wanchul finally noticed who had arrived and immediately recognized Hyunwook, spreading his arms in greeting. They met back in school when Hyunuk awakened as a player just like Wanchul. This could be the beginning of a strong friendship. At least, that's what Hyunuk thought at first. Only now he only rudely responded to the greeting, saying that they were not old friends to be happy to meet. Ignoring Wanchul, Hyunuk immediately approached the second acquaintance. He asked the sergeant in surprise why he had come. Wanchul also frowned and turned around abruptly. He wasn't going to let his old acquaintance go so easily. He started to tease the sergeant and reminded him of what happened at school. And at the same time, he offered to refresh his memory, and his face twisted with anger. At school, Hyunuk was happy with his abilities and constantly showed them to others. But few were impressed by his control of a couple of grams of metal, which was already difficult to obtain. One Chul called him a loser. Perhaps he was just jealous of the attention the other was receiving. That's why he was the first to beat Hyunuk, who was not at all used to such treatment. An awakened one can't have such a pathetic power, the bully said, and warned that he would do it again if he saw Hyunuk use his powers. And now he showed his fist, clearly demonstrating his intentions. Wanchul was a third-rank fighter, one of the best players in the Hope Guild. Another guy tried to stop Wanchul to avoid the worst, but Wanchul just waved him off and told him to go away. Otherwise, the same fate awaited him. But Hyunuk didn't go anywhere. But on the contrary, he harshly suggested that Wanchul test himself, and the sergeant's gaze became murderous. Then the bully instantly exploded into a stream of dirty curses. He immediately rushed towards the sergeant to punch him in the jaw. But at the last second he froze, because some sharp object was looking at every critical point of him. Everything happened so quickly that Wanchul did not understand anything. Even though Hunuk wasn't sure he could handle the bully, he could guarantee one thing for sure. Wonchul wouldn't escape this battle unscathed. In other words, this will be the end of his life as a player, the sergeant threatened. Then someone called out to Wonchul. They were late for the event, and Hunuk immediately lowered his swords. He didn't want to fight in front of witnesses. The man stared in surprise at the pile of fallen iron and could not understand what was happening. Hunuk immediately feigned innocence and began to cartoonishly apologize for his mistake. He even hugged the bully like an old good friend and pressed himself against him. And he quietly whispered in her ear that he heard how Wonchul was expelled from the White Tiger Guild because he shit his pants during the first raid. Seeing the Minotaur, the hooligan actually ran away as fast as he could, disobeying the order. Since it was true, Wonchul became quiet and asked how he knew about it. The sergeant threatened to spread rumors of this disgrace, and even more so, fighting with a low-ranking player in front of everyone could completely ruin his reputation. At this point, Hyunwook asked him not to approach him for the next 4 days. After the bully left, they got down to business, and the sergeant explained his crazy investment strategy. Although, of course, he himself knew perfectly well that all shares would rise in price. The dizzying prospects took his comrade's breath away. Later, Wonchul took his place with the rest of the guards and guarded the entrance to the large building. As he was grinding his teeth like a ghost, his friend asked what was the matter. Then the elder heard this noise and ordered the servants to behave quietly. He walked up to the fair-haired Wonchul and asked him if he was the boss here in a cheeky tone. And he began to find fault with little things at work, even brazenly patting Wonchul on the shoulder. The hooligan reached his boiling point in an instant and punched the man right in the face, after which he began to beat the unfortunate man on the ground. People around were horrified by this sight, and Wonchul demanded that they find the scoundrel Hyunwook for him. Park Cheol-soo was the leader of the Hope Guild. His class was Analyst, the player who saved Hyunwook in the past when he discovered a way to go beyond the lower rank. One could say that in this way the sergeant was repaying this guy. Of course, few people could trust themselves to risk their money, especially if someone appeared out of nowhere and claimed that they could change their life. That's why Hyunwook asked me to take his word for it, simply based on their shared past. That's why the sergeant told the whole truth except that he took information from a past life. To prove his point, Hyunwook even showed his messages where he was offered a promotion. An ordinary person would definitely not have received such offers. Moreover, the sergeant himself was ready to make the first payment and offered his small savings. 20 million, the little that was left to him from his parents. In the past, it was Pak who supported him in difficult moments, convincing him that everyone has their own talent. Pak said not to blame themselves too much and just move on with their lives until their talents blossom. Investments are a way to repay Paku for the warmth he carried throughout his life. In the future, humanity will encounter extraterrestrial beings who are able to communicate. Acquiring technology through interaction with them will be a turning point in the Gate War. Their abilities will be vital in stopping gates and waves of monsters. And in order to communicate with these foreigners, Hyunwook needed a specialist. Later, he went to the blacksmith's alley, where he looked for mana stones. This was the second point in his plan to prepare for the future. Together with the 7 dwarven artisans, he would be able to create his first master-level item, and for this he needed to recruit blacksmiths. Hyunwook didn't know that someone had been watching him closely all this time. In the forge, an old man was diligently working with a hammer and sharpening a monstrously sized sword. The old man indifferently told the visitor that he only sold what was already on the shelves and would do nothing else. This artisan's name was Chandu, and he had been expelled from the Blacksmiths Guild for excessive eccentricity. Unsurprisingly, Chandu was distinguished by his businesslike and unfriendly disposition. The weapon he made, although it looked unsightly, was still capable of piercing even the heart of a dragon in the future, and thus an epic-level item was forged in a nondescript workshop. Then, a lively schoolgirl entered the workshop and began to grumble that another scoundrel had dropped in, for which she immediately received a reprimand from the master. The girl was indignant that the old man called everyone that in his mind, but forbade her to do so. "Long time no see," thought the sergeant and smiled. They were once comrades in arms. Blacksmith Kangbake Soul. 4 years after the death of the old master, this girl will inherit his abilities and become a master blacksmith, surpassing her mentor. Saul looked closely at the visitor and immediately assessed his wardrobe. After this, she immediately changed her anger to mercy, and her eyes sparkled with hospitality at the sight of her dear client. A blind obsession with money, like that of the dwarves, was Saul's main trait. After Hyunwook voiced his list of demands, he was presented with a bill for 18 million. Now he was not just a client, but a boss, the satisfied girl declared. Old man Chandu frowned. The guy was definitely not a magician, but for some reason he had bought poisonous metals and beads made of mithril tungsten alloy that he couldn't even process, and asked to check if the money was counterfeit. Sol immediately shouted at her father that it was not nice to treat dear customers like that. The guy probably knew where he would use his purchases. The sergeant promised to visit them again, and Sul cordially saw him off. Unlike his other former comrades in arms, Hunuk was about to challenge her to a fight again, and he silently apologized. But this time he promised to protect her at any cost. That evening, the sergeant locked himself in a small hotel room to digest the metal he had acquired. During his vacation, he wanted to significantly increase his resistance to poisons and the weight of the metal he could control. So he began to absorb piece after piece, each one requiring some time before being digested, and normally it would have taken forever to finish with such a volume. But now, the sergeant had a place for fire breathing. In other words, his stomach turned into a melting furnace, where, under enormous pressure and the heat of hellish fire, poisonous steel was transported. Thanks to this, it was possible to speed up absorption by 2.5 times, but the price was hellish pain. The system strongly warned against suicidal tendencies, but the sergeant merely brushed off its senseless spam. There was very little time left before the gates opened at the Seoul station, and Hunuk had to stick his head into the thick of it, so he endured this terrible piercing pain with his teeth clenched. 2 days later, Wan Chol's accomplice brought him to the hotel where Hyun Wook had been sitting all this time. In just a couple of days, the sergeant had raised his poison resistance to level 2, and even improved his metal detection ability. The training had definitely done him good, and the sergeant felt that he had become stronger. Of course, he expected more from the poison resistance, but the weight that could be controlled was more pleasing. It was now enough to control 60 blades. That's how he completed his first hidden breakthrough and gained another ability, Metal Strike, a rank 4 skill that could shatter a certain amount of metal for mana. It was a powerful skill that could destroy an opponent's armor in one fell swoop, so the sergeant was pleased. His sixth sense stirred and Hunuk scanned his surroundings, and it was no coincidence that at that very moment, uninvited guests lightly knocked on the door. Wanchol was indignant. He expected his victim to be horrified by such an appearance, but the sergeant did not look frightened at all. Hunuk immediately asked Wanchol to leave. After all, he was on duty, and as a soldier had many restrictions. But if the bully could just leave, he wouldn't have come at all, so he immediately rushed to Hunuk. This couldn't be called a normal showdown, since Wanchul was using brass knuckles. Apparently, subconsciously, he was still afraid of the enemy's unknown strength. And not in vain, because the sergeant stopped his blow with one hand, simply covering it with steel, after which he suggested continuing their conversation outside, since otherwise civilians in the building could be harmed. Other guests had already come out of their rooms in response to the noise. A pathetic piece of tin, Wanchul repaid, and swung again to strike. He thought Hunuk was just bluffing and acting tough, but the sergeant managed to deftly dodge the kick to the head, his close combat skills still fresh. 2 days ago, his confident demeanor had indeed been a bluff, but not now. With these words, the sergeant delivered a powerful uppercut to the bully's stomach, causing him to immediately remember his breakfast. "Why go so far?" the sergeant asked him, when all he had done was a piece of cake compared to the humiliation he had gone through at Wanchol's hands at school. But words could hardly bring the scoundrel back to his senses. He only grinned. So what if it was just one lucky blow? Legs glowed with red runes. The more they spoke, the more it hurt the villain's pride. The artifacts on his legs radiated unprecedented power, as they were designed to destroy monsters. The sergeant tried to reason with the madman again, realizing that people could actually get hurt now. But Wan Chul continued to charge his attack. Since he only needed Hyunwook himself, the sergeant decided to minimize the damage. "That's why I rushed to the window at that very moment." But the bully didn't let him escape so easily and kicked him with all his might, with the force of a cannon shot. The blow was deafening and simply threw Hunuk out, simultaneously destroying the wall. After that, Wan Chul jumped after him. He wanted to simply destroy his opponent at any cost. The scoundrel tried to finish Hunuk off in midair, but Hunuk transformed his legs into steel and then used his metal control on them. The chain of abilities worked, and the sergeant once again experienced the amazing sensation of flight. He changed his trajectory in midair and ended up behind Wanchul, after which he landed softly in the parking lot. After all, the flight took away some of his mana reserves. While Hunuk couldn't fly as freely as he had in his previous life, his control over metal and body changes in the bundle allowed him to at least somehow control his body. Wanchul didn't lag behind. "So what if he learned a couple of cheap tricks in the army?" he said. charging a powerful chopping blow from above. If Hyunuk hadn't slid gently to the side, his head would have turned into a pancake. The roar of their battle should have already woken up the entire block, if not more, as astonished people leaned out of their windows to see what the noise was. Wonchul asked the sergeant contemptuously how much longer they would play tag, after which he again rushed into close combat, since he had no ranged attacks. Hyunuk didn't close the distance this time, but instead let his opponent get closer while continuing to dodge his attacks. Since he was on duty and there were already a lot of people watching them, the sergeant couldn't respond fully. If something happened, it could ruin his plan to be at the station in Seoul. Wonchul also seemed to understand why his opponent was holding back. It was the spectators, he said, and he decided to get rid of them. The sergeant felt the bastard loading a cannon shot and realized that he simply wanted to destroy the building, so he stood in his way with his arms outstretched. These people had nothing in common with him, the sergeant shouted. But Wonchul didn't care who he took his anger out on. Both the sergeant and the other worthless people irritated him with their very appearance. Then Hyunuk himself experienced a fit of righteous anger. It was time to put an end to his life as a player, he told Wonchul. With an effort of will, he directed the mana and then broke the circle of its flow. There was a crunching sound, and Wonchul's beautiful greaves shattered like a crystal vase. He was unable to complete his attack, and his armor shattered into hundreds of pieces. Blood and wounds spurted out, and the hooligan fell to the ground, whining pitifully and clutching his leg. Cursing the sergeant, he began to crawl away from him in horror. His mood changed dramatically. "Why did he have to go so far?" Hyunuk asked him. "What's the big deal?" the scoundrel replied. "If a fly irritates you, you have to swat it." The sergeant accepted this answer. There must be a reason why the nasty one, kicked out of the wolf pack, was squealing. Scoundrels like him, with their delusions of grandeur, don't deserve to be players because they always end up villains. But Wonchul definitely didn't get enough because he started bad-mouthing Hyunwook again. Then the sergeant put a sharp piece of armor to the back of his head so that no one could see. It was a warning to never show my face again or to pay with 1 foot. For the first time, Wonchul felt genuine horror and realized that the sergeant was not joking. If it weren't for the need for his next mission, Hyunwook would have simply eliminated the bastard, but he had people he had to protect. Later, he waited for the police to arrive. A special commission was in charge of the affairs of the awakened. Hyunuk's testimony coincided with the testimony of other witnesses, so there were no special questions for him. The investigator was surprised because for the first time in his service, a low-ranking player had left a fight against a strong fighter and was unharmed. And Hyunuk, with an innocent smile, stated that he was just lucky that Wonchul's armor suddenly exploded. Fortunately, he was released that same night, so he didn't lose much time. All his life, Hyunuk considered his lowest rank, 6th, a shameful stigma. But this time, it helped him avoid unnecessary suspicion. Then, an assistant approached the investigator and showed him Wonchul's file, which stated that he had no problems with protracted battles and mana. But if that was true, it meant that the 6th rank had penetrated the 3rd rank's armor without a scratch. That sounded like complete nonsense, the investigator thought. Before any more questions could be asked of him, Hyunuk took off from the area at full speed. In a past life, about 1,000 people died at Seoul Station, and with the exception of 3 waves that destroyed entire cities, this disaster was unlike anything people had experienced before. The disaster has drawn criticism from expert players and guilds, and raised many questions about the gate response system. Unlike the previous 2 gates, Hyunuk had not encountered these gates personally, so he had minimal information and did not know what to expect from them. He arrived at the station just in time. While everything looked as usual, people went about their business, unaware of what awaited them. Of all the disasters, this was the worst, and the sergeant didn't know if he could cope at all. Part of him wanted to create chaos so everyone would evacuate, but that card could only be played once, and then he'd simply be labeled a criminal. He couldn't afford to slow himself down like that. The sergeant was walking around the station, looking out for something. Somewhere here, in this crowd, hides a villain, a player who went against humanity. If he made a fuss, the bastard would simply give up on his plans and go into hiding. But there were only 2 minutes left, so it was unlikely that Hyunuk would have time to change the future and find the culprit. Then someone suddenly called his name, and the sergeant turned around. Sonia, breathing heavily, said that she had been looking for him for a very long time. It turned out the entire squad was already in an uproar after learning that the sergeant had ended up in the police station last night. The vice commander had come because he'd mentioned his business. She'd also chided him for being unable to contact him. In Sonia's past life, she wasn't here. The future had already changed. The the sergeant thought, and said that his phone was broken. Looking at his watch, he noted that there was only a minute left before the gates opened. The girl demanded an explanation of what he was doing at the police station and wanted to know everything. But there was no time for that. He had to stick to the plan, thought the sergeant, and taking the heavy bag off his shoulder, he threw it on the floor, from which hundreds of small balls, like ball bearings, spilled out. They immediately rolled across the entire station area, surprising everyone in Sangha as well. She became even more worried because Hyunuk wasn't answering her questions and was acting like a crazy person. The sergeant briefly ordered her to run to where the gas masks were kept on the signal. At that very moment, the hall was filled with a strange purple fog, and the roof of the station cracked as if a black hole had appeared there. But then the rift widened and the mouth of a terrible monster appeared from there. "It's time to run," Sergeant Sani shouted. 2 minutes earlier, a woman said goodbye to her daughter right at the station. The girl wanted to take her straight to the train, but her mother refused, not wanting to disturb her. "I just didn't want to tire her out," she said, smiling warmly. They didn't know when they would see each other again, and the daughter was sad about this. But her mother calmed her down. Suddenly, a black, impenetrable wall separated them, as if someone had covered the station with a dome. In an instant, the entire station disappeared, and in its place an ominous black ball was visible. All players received a message about the start of a new event and its rules. They could enter but not exit. Their level had to be no higher than 15, and they could only exit after 6 hours or by defeating the boss monster. That's why Hyunuk ordered Sunhee to run to where the gas masks were kept. A large spider crawled out of the huge hole, causing the floor to collapse under its weight. The monster roared terribly, almost deafening the already terrified civilians who were rushing around in panic before it. The sergeant asked Sona to take shelter in a safe place and get gas masks from the passenger medical station. But then she suddenly refused. As a soldier, the girl wanted to fight, but to escape by running away. Even though she was not part of the combat team, she could treat the wounded and help people find shelter. Although she didn't understand what Hyunuk was planning, she instinctively believed him, so she ordered him to survive at any cost. The sergeant didn't even think of laughing at these words, and on the contrary, he answered with complete seriousness, "That's right." Some time ago, before the event began, the commander of the 3rd Battalion came to the brigadier's office, where they discussed promoting Hyunuk to officer, although his combat rank was still low. But Kan Seok stood his ground. Promotions weren't supposed to depend on the ranking system. Ranks weren't tied to a fighter's level. They were merely a baseline, established in the player training center to determine their suitability for combat. When the time came, ranks were raised as their levels increased, but this led to many undervalued players dying early. The foreman frowned at his subordinates' insistence on reminding him of simple truths. General Jun Chul was a top-tier player, ranked in the top 100. Using just one spell, he was comparable to a tactical weapon. All veterans of the armed forces were members of private guilds. If a 6th ranker were promoted, who would turn to their unit next? The general asked. He took Kansok's request as a desire to revise the entire army system and abolish it. But then he slowed down a bit. Even though the lieutenant colonel saw something in the boy, "A bug is still a bug," he said. Their conversation was interrupted by a ringing tone, and when the general picked up, he was informed of the opening of the gates at Seoul Station, an unfortunate event. This was the name given to a calamity phenomenon that appeared in special areas and had harsh conditions that were not favorable to the players. Meanwhile, a battle had already begun inside the gates. Credit should be given to the station guards inside, who responded to the threat in a coordinated manner and doused the monster with fire. But the thick armor held up well to the heat of their spells. Or perhaps they were too weak. None of the guards had ever encountered such a monster. There was no mention of them in the manual, so they knew nothing about their enemy. The monster growled furiously and went on the attack. One of the magicians froze in amazement as he watched a razor-sharp paw rush towards him. Only at the last moment did the commander cover him, throwing him aside. Jungman Hu, a rank 3 veteran player with the gladiator specialization, was the commander of the 2nd Guard Squad at the station. He immediately realized that fire attacks weren't effective against the monster, meaning he needed to use cold attacks and shackle its paws. The guards did so, and their magic circles changed color. They were all former soldiers, so they acted in a coordinated manner. The commander himself took in his hands a short buckler shield and a sword in pair. The players had the advantage in numbers, so they could attack from all sides, and streams of ice quickly grabbed the spider's legs. But even so, given its size, the ice would not hold the monster for long, Captain Zhang understood. He ordered the frost rune to be held, and he himself decided to attack the spider and jumped on it. While the ice covered the thick, short armor, the captain could try to strike at the open back. But 8 yellow eyes watched him closely, and as the captain approached, the spider raised its front legs, breaking the ice. The captain was flying straight into the monster's mouth, and all he could do was shield himself with his small shield, a tribute to his desperate courage. At that very moment, a cluster of balls flew past. This distracted the spider, and it turned toward the new threat. Hyunuk knew this monster, whose strong armor protected it well from conventional attacks. What he didn't know was whether he could stand up to such a monster now, but at the same time the sergeant cast aside all doubts. Now was not the time for them. The spider's steel armor was crossed by 2 rings of mana, and the monster's thick chest cracked. The armor was quickly destroyed, but each break required a large amount of mana. In the end, having used up a quarter of the supply, the sergeant managed to break it, after which he sent a swarm of tungsten balls into it. The monster was as if it had been torn apart by grape shot. With this force, he could count on closing the gate, the sergeant thought. He hoped not only to defeat the monster, but also to clear the gates and earn himself a reward. Meanwhile, the spider refused to die so easily and stood before the sergeant. But no matter how much the monster screamed, Hyunuk was not afraid of it at all, and raised his buckshot in front of him. Unlike regular shot, this one could be reused. Each ball was very durable and they could be returned by metal control. Moreover, the balls changed their flight trajectory and hit the spider in the open back. They went deep into the flesh, after which the sergeant gave them a spin. His ability to control was amazing, because each object had to be held with the help of thought. Things were going well, and the sergeant turned on his mixer at full power. The monster howled in pain and collapsed to the ground under its own weight. Captain Jong was amazed at what he saw. The entire station garrison that was in formation couldn't cope with one monster, and here only one player dealt with it. The veteran had encountered various first-rank players in many battles, but this was the first time he had seen someone who acted so casually. Somewhere in the shadows, a scarred face twisted in anger as his evil plans went down the drain. Captain Jong introduced himself to the unknown player and decided that they were very lucky to have someone of a higher rank fighting them. But the sergeant briefly replied that the battle was not over yet, and it was too early to relax. At the same moment, 2 steel spiders jumped out of the portal on the roof. But now the sergeant had no more doubts and he grinned. This fight made everything clear. He would close the gates at Seoul Station alone. Soon the entire regiment arrived at the gates, and all 3 battalions lined up on the square in front of the station. Their task was to establish a red zone around the gates. There were also players from the Blue Flower Guild nearby, many of whom had served in the army. One of the free mages suggested getting together and simply hitting the protective dome at the station. But the veteran replied that nothing would work, because this dome was created by the system itself, and until the conditions were met, it would not disappear. All that was left was to wait. Soon, high-ranking officials arrived at the scene in helicopters. Kansok walked next to Catherine and asked how many players they had who were below level 15. But were there such weaklings in the best guild? She answered indignantly, and was surprised that he was going to send rescuers there, because it was tantamount to sending people to their deaths. Kansok considered it his duty. Many civilians were trapped inside, and their lives could not be considered less valuable than his own. Otherwise, why did the army even exist? He also knew that their trump card was inside, and he was counting on it. Sergeant Hyunuk followed the same pattern as before, first destroying the spider's armor on their backs. True, this time there were 2 of them, and the second one was really bothering him with its paws. By transforming his body into steel, the sergeant gained increased mobility and deftly dodged fast attacks. He asked to freeze one monster so that it would not interfere for now, and the guards immediately worked with a frost rune. The ice covered the entire spider with a sharp edge, firmly freezing it for several seconds. But at the same time, the second monster rushed at the defenseless magicians. Hyunuk immediately picked up his shrapnel to take care of him. The steel swarm bit into the open side of the spider and threw it back, thus saving the guard magician. The subsequent rotation of the metal turned the monster's insides into mincemeat, and it collapsed limply. But there was no time to rest. The second spider had already recovered from the freeze. He broke free and turned his attention to Hyunuk, considering him the main threat. "It's time to send him to his friends," the sergeant said, concentrating on the mana circles again. This time, his target was the armor covering the monster's head. His mana was quickly depleted, but the result was worth it. The monster's skull shattered into pieces. Meanwhile, the attacker watched the battle from the sidelines, disguised as a security guard. He was completely confused as to how a player of such skill had gotten onto the station, as they usually use personal transport. Now his entire plan was ruined on his very first mission. He had to wait until the spider weaved a nest at the entrance to the station. And what's worse, if he failed this mission, he would have to pay with his life. So the villain had something to think about. As soon as the first wave ended, Hyunuk gathered all the guards together. They were grateful to him, because without his help they would not have coped. And they wanted to know the name of their savior. But the guy didn't answer and looked closely at all the guards. He was absolutely sure that the villain who started it all must be among them. Then, the beautiful Songha ran onto the stage, swaying her beauty. The sergeant had completely forgotten she was there. Luckily, she led everyone to shelter and no one was hurt. Captain Jong was surprised when he heard their conversation, because high-ranking players were exempt from service, and the country simply wouldn't have the strength to control him. The spiders were huge, so Sona led everyone to a place with small rooms, accessed by only one passage. Then she began asking him how he stopped the first wave. On the other hand, Captain Jong wanted to know his actual rank to dispel his doubts. But all their questions were out of place, the sergeant realized. After all, he was sure that there was a second gate, he stated, causing Sona to open her eyes in amazement. If they started checking every suspicious person now, the attacker would probably escape. And when the second wave started, he could attack from an ambush, so the sergeant wanted to get ahead of him. Meanwhile, outside, Battalion Commander Kan Seok appointed Lieutenant Min-hee as commander of the operation to liberate the station. The soldier answered shortly and precisely, but his face was pale. He knew what this order meant. The second platoon commander had the third rank, but had not yet reached level 15. So many doubted him. But Kan Seok quickly brought everyone to their senses with his powerful voice. The lives of civilians depended on their actions, and they were obliged to protect them. He also said this personally to Min-hee, so that when he got inside and met Sergeant Hyunuk, he would accept his help. The villain meanwhile descended into the second gate and cursed foully. The spiders died, although they should have done all the work for him. Now all he could do was hope to complete other missions, and then he'd be accepted into the villain team. He had to kill at least 500 civilians and deliver an item obtained from an elite monster of the second gate to the villain alliance. But then a glint behind him tore him away from his deep reflections on his status. Steel shrapnel hit right where the villain stood, but he managed to hide behind tree vines. The villain tried to pretend to be an ordinary security guard and asked Hyunuk what he was doing there. But the sergeant already knew about all the plans of the scoundrel and traitor to humanity. To hide among the guards in case there were many players at the station, and to wait until the spiders did their job. It doesn't take much brainpower to come up with something like that. Just an endless supply of cynicism. "Long time no see, Yang Jun-seop," the sergeant greeted him. The villain hiding in the thick vines was surprised that he was known. He was a second-rank player with the ability of the cannibal tree. In the future, he will reach the first rank and become a famous villain. Of course, the sergeant knew him very well and grinned promisingly. They didn't even know each other, so Jun-sub asked them not to call him a villain so loudly. Having already witnessed Hyunuk's abilities, the scoundrel acted confidently, even though he admitted his opponent was at least a first ranker. With a wave of his hand, he launched sharp vines toward his opponent. But no matter how high the rank, it was worth remembering about compatibility, said Jun-sub. He was confident that behind the wooden armor, the steel shrapnel would do nothing to him. Of course, the sergeant knew about this too. When he opened his mouth, the flames of his melting furnace in his stomach burst out. The terrifying images of the past still stood before my eyes, when the tree vines of this villain were much more powerful. He absorbed the people he managed to catch in his clutches. This scoundrel was so confident in himself that he wasn't even afraid of the Metal Emperor. He deliberately tortured the hostages to provoke Hyunuk. He was hiding nearby and was seriously wounded, but he clearly heard the taunts of the traitor to the people. Everything is almost the same as now, only the balance of forces is different. Both of them are still at the very beginning of their journey. Without any unnecessary movements, the sergeant moved himself to the side and dodged the tree's tentacles, so he didn't need to use his muscles to move. These movements looked strange because they were created by abilities, but it was so difficult for the enemy to calculate them. Jun-seop thought his opponent was also a long-range player, but he fought well up close, constantly raining down blows of steel shrapnel. Then the sergeant began to approach the target, dodging sharp spikes along the way with sharp somersaults. The ball attacks were ineffective, but the sergeant continued throwing them and getting closer, which confused the villain. And all this time he was playing a real mind game. A few shrapnel hits from the front, then a sharp change of direction, and now the balls are attacking from the side, feeling for gaps in the defense. Then Jun-sub went into deep defense and simply closed himself in an invulnerable cocoon, confident that no blow would work on him, but every action had its price. But this was just what the sergeant needed. Exactly the amount of wood needed to kindle the fire of the Inquisition. Junsong had not yet realized that he had trapped himself and was sure that nothing would happen to him nearby. His power is a cannibal tree that can absorb flesh. Sharp thorns on all sides entangled the sergeant's hand, but the tree could not pierce the steel armor beneath his clothes. Here, the villain sensed something was wrong. The tree could not absorb what it caught. This was the first time this had happened to him. And then he saw the glimmer of hellfire emanating from his opponent's mouth, and disturbing thoughts began to stir in his head. Where did the enemy get this ability to control metal and fire? Then Jun-sub desperately resorted to bribery and asked to spare him, promising all the rewards for the mission afterwards. He even managed to praise himself for his intelligence, thinking that no one would refuse such an offer. But Hyunuk didn't listen, but only leaned over the narrow gap among the vines from where the scoundrel's voice was coming. The scoundrel had used the same trick in his past life, the sergeant told him. And then the villain's face stretched out in amazement. He didn't understand anything. But for him, it was already too late anyway. The sergeant wished him a good journey to hell and blazed into the prepared woodpile. On the other side of the gate, Lieutenant Minhee was preparing his platoon to enter the gate. They didn't know what was inside, so they had to move in a coordinated manner. Taking a deep breath, they ran into the area and immediately found themselves inside, as if there was no barrier, after which they took up a position to shoot and provide cover. Junmo almost screamed when he saw a huge spider right at the entrance, and the lieutenant hissed at him, ordering him to remain silent, as this could give away the squad's camouflage. But they were noticed and asked who they were. Since they were Minha's people, he replied that they were a rescue team. Captain Jun quickly brought Minhee up to speed. There had been no civilian casualties because other team members had assisted the guards, and they had managed to get the men to safety. Even now, the guard said, they were following their orders. Minhee thought they were talking about Songa, and immediately asked where she was and if she was injured. The captain calmly replied that the girl was a medic upstairs, providing assistance, and that he himself was talking about Hyunwook. Minhee's expression changed upon hearing that name. A crew cut and a sinister grin described Sergeant Junmo's appearance, and the guard confirmed that it was him, so they realized they were talking about the same person. But Minhee only barked back at Junmo to mind his own business. The lieutenant almost called Hyunuk a nobody, but quickly corrected himself and simply demanded to know where he was, and also stated that from now on he would command the entire operation as the senior in rank with the third rank. But Captain Jun wasn't impressed by this. He knew perfectly well that only those below level 15 could enter, as stated in the rules of the event. He stated that he was following Hyunuk's orders because he considered him worthy and saw his abilities in action. Moreover, the captain himself was of the third rank and did not understand why he should obey the orders of a beardless boy. They may have called themselves a rescue squad, but half of the event had already passed. And how were they planning to save them? What was the plan? The veteran security guard bombarded him with questions. Minhee answered hesitantly that he planned to build barricades in narrow places and hold the defense. His fussy explanations were interrupted by Sona, who ran to the captain and said that they had problems. Minhee, seeing the girl, immediately grabbed her and asked if she was hurt, but she was only surprised that he came here. Sonia stepped back and explained that the civilians already knew about the second gate, which was much more important now. People came out of their hiding places and started calling for the leader. They were unhappy and loudly complaining because they had not been warned about the danger of the second gate. Although the guards simply did not want to cause a panic. Some guard told them that they were just being used as human shields to buy time. A girl from the station's squad was surprised and asked who could have said such nonsense. She was told it was someone with a scarred face. They didn't yet know that this someone, having lost half of his face, was moaning pitifully in pain. Everything was going well, but he miscalculated. But where? Thought Jun-sub. The sergeant hit him with shrapnel again. He still had so much to do, and the enemy still refused to die. All villains are equally annoying, said the sergeant. He was already so tired of them. Suddenly, a bright flash illuminated the cave and the second gate began to open. The sergeant saw a clear sky and two pairs of wide wings flying towards him. The girls looked like angels and were a joy to behold in the midst of this nightmarish battlefield. In their presence, the sergeant's mana quickly recovered as the angels circled around him with carefree smiles. And then Hyunuk received a hidden mission. For exposing a traitor to humanity, he could now become Earth's protector. By completing the mission, the system informed him, he would become the dawn of this world. Of course, Hyunuk said, and gave the system a decisive no. The system asked again if he was sure he was ready to abandon the mission, as there would be no second chance. Defending humanity is generally a great reason for the mission, but ultimately, it's issued by a regular faction. Because of guaranteed rewards, the system will restrict his actions. For example, he can't absorb certain items. Moreover, people aren't that simple. If you perform a task incorrectly, you can suddenly become a villain. The same thing happened to humanity's worst traitor, Gordon Pressey, who was originally a guardian. So the sergeant impatiently repeated his refusal again. The angels gave him a displeased look and quickly retreated to their heavens. They couldn't even be touched anyway. A complete scam for a real hero. Hyunuk quickly found the metal key and pulled it towards him. It was his reward for closing the second gate. It opened access to Akashi's arsenal. It was this very item that the scoundrel Jun Sub wanted to obtain at the cost of hundreds of murders of innocent people. And there is no doubt that this thing served the purposes of the traitors. Of course, the sergeant kept this thing with him and hid it in his pocket, after which he returned to the station, imagining how else he could mock all the traitors in this life. Meanwhile, the captain of the guards tried to reason with the people at the station, and said that he was the only one in their squad who had a scar on his face. The squabble died down a bit, but people were still outraged by what had happened. What difference did it make how they found out about the second gate if this information was hidden from them, and some still thought that they could be used as a human shield? Even after his death, the villain continued to cause trouble for the sergeant. It was simply amazing how he managed to turn people against the guards, for a completely far-fetched reason. Then, Minhee tried to take control of the situation and said that he could be trusted because he was the commander of the rescue team. Seeing him, Hyun-wook smiled. Just like in his past life, Lieutenant Colonel Kang Seok didn't let things slide and let Lieutenant Minhee in just in time. Incidentally, there's a plot hole here. If Minhee fell here in her past life, then he died. But we know he fought alongside Hyun-wook. The lieutenant's attempt failed, and the people began to shout at him even louder. He had only just arrived, and with a detachment of 6 people, they shouted to him that he could have saved himself. Then Hyunuk stepped forward and loudly asked them what kind of mess they had made. If a second wave starts, everyone could die here, he reminded. But the same questions arose for him. The most vigorous civilians asserted their rights and shouted that they would not trust him. Then the sergeant asked sternly if they had any choice at all, who else they could trust. Isn't it enough that the guards fought to protect them, risking their own lives? The sergeant also suggested that the others do the same and risk themselves for the sake of others, causing the citizens to glance nervously at each other. And rightly so, after all. One thing is to pose as an expert and a big shot, another to take responsibility. But Lieutenant Minhee harbored such deep-seated dislike for his sergeant that instead of supporting him, he began to dispute his words, declaring that he had no right to speak to civilians like that, especially since he wasn't even there. But Hyunuk replied harshly that he had just closed the second gate. Minhee didn't believe it. How could Hyunwook have done it alone? However, the sergeant didn't argue and reminded him that the second wave would soon be coming. He called them to follow him and ordered the civilians to hide. Captain Jun immediately accepted the command, but Minhee was puzzled for a long time why everyone was obeying the sergeant. Meanwhile, Junmo betrayed the Cloudblade that remained in the unit, and Songhee handed over her spell books. Thanks to this, the sergeant was ready for the next battle and called everyone to condemn the plan. The spiders they destroyed weren't mentioned in the guide before, so expect other surprises in this event. Captain Jun agreed. Even though they had dealt with 3 spiders with some difficulty, it was not enough for that event. During a special event, poison-using monsters could appear in the second wave. Minhee listened to this discussion along with everyone else, but he was still sulking, because even Suno was listening attentively to this loser. Considering they might encounter poison, the sergeant suggested donning gas masks in advance. Moreover, no matter how large the station, civilians could be in danger, meaning the monsters needed to be lured away from the platform. In fact, the sergeant had worked out an entire operation in his head while he was figuring out the second gate, and now he laid out all the details for them. Soon the spiders appeared again, this time 3 at once. Each one was emitting toxic smoke around themselves, and it was decided to immediately attract the monsters and take them away from the station. Hyunuk took on the role of bait, as he had the greatest mobility and was confident in himself, and his past experience as a veteran also played a role. Next, he will lead them into an ambush, where guards and soldiers from the 3rd Brigade will be waiting. They will fire harassingly at them from well-covered positions. The tracks are located in a low area, so the toxic smoke will accumulate there and will not affect the civilians in the building. As during the first wave, people only need to tie the monster's paws and buy some time for the decisive blow. Using the station's columns as cover and distracting the spiders with gunfire and freezing, the players completed this part. No matter what happens, they simply have to keep their distance from the monsters. Then the sergeant makes his move, jumping on the spider from above and immediately breaking its armor. It was lucky that the spider's armor was made of steel and not chitin, otherwise we would have had to get to their insides in a different way. When the spider lost its armor, its body became open to bullets and fire. So the sergeant didn't have to waste his energy on finishing off the man. He could leave that to others. And to provide cover and observation during this operation, Lieutenant Minhee and Sona took up positions on high ground to avoid accidental casualties. Minhee himself was surprised that he was given control over all the actions, although he had not developed the plan. But the thing was, by receiving mana from Sunhee, he could quickly move Eunuch, and thus he could focus all his strength and mana on destroying the monster's armor, without which they were vulnerable. And since Songha will be replenishing the spent mana until the end of the operation, they will use his teleportation. Eunuch outlined the details. Moreover, he assured everyone that Lieutenant Minhee was the only one capable of recognizing and handling a risky situation, as he was well versed in raid tactics. Since Minhee was so flattered by the good treatment he received, he agreed to this operation, especially since it did not involve anyone's death. At this point, the sergeant wished everyone good luck and to return alive. He was confident that thanks to Minhee's abilities, who had not yet reached level 15, they would easily complete this quest. The portal shook again, and the sergeant realized that the second wave was about to begin. The system once again reminded them of its cruel rules, and then the monsters didn't keep us waiting long. The sergeant grinned ominously. He had been waiting for his experience points for a long time, but this time everything immediately went wrong. Kill the boss monster, or survive for 6 hours, the system said. A terrifying spider, a strange chimera, rose to its full height and nearly blew the roof off itself. She was larger than the previous spiders. The future had just changed dramatically. Instead of a second wave for their souls, a boss monster appeared, and the sergeant, in horror, screamed for everyone to retreat. Lieutenant Minhee also realized that what was happening was not at all what they expected, but the first thing he decided to do was calm down and take control of the situation. He ordered everyone to remain in place and not to show their faces, as before it was necessary to draw the enemy away from the civilians. The spider looked at her fallen minions. She looked terrifying and very dangerous, combining strong armor and long, sharp legs. The monster growled furiously when he saw the one responsible for the death of his relatives. This creature was supposed to emerge after the third wave, and the sergeant realized that perhaps the future had changed because of him. The spider struck with the scythe that was sticking out from behind her back, and only at the last second did Eunuch manage to dodge. This monster was much more dangerous than the previous ones, so he focused on her armor. 2 mana rings crossed on the skull of a huge spider, but the blow didn't work, and the ability simply dissipated after spending mana, because the durability of her armor was beyond his strength. The sergeant himself now found himself in a vulnerable position, and the creature immediately targeted him. To avoid this attack, he turned his legs into steel and moved them in the air. With one swing, the spider broke the steel support of the station roof, which meant that Eunuch's steel physique would not withstand such a blow. Looking at the clean cut of the column, an idea came to his mind about how it could be used. Meanwhile, the monster did not allow the sergeant to rest and attacked again. Like a superhero, the sergeant deftly dodged and slid along the paw. Even though the probability of hitting was not high, it was his only chance. But the creature kept up with the small and nimble target. Minhee shouted to the sergeant to quickly bring the monster out as they had agreed. He did not yet understand that the plan had changed. But despite this, Eunuch believed that his tactical officer would be able to handle this task, just like in the past. Previously, he had always survived thanks to Minhee's teleportation skills, all because the lieutenant had gained considerable experience in the military. He had memorized the entire tactical manual, and this was not bragging. But books alone were not enough to become stronger. Minhee analyzed his opponent's actions a lot and constantly developed his mind, which had no limits, unlike his abilities. Teleportation consumed a lot of energy, so Minhee had to stay in the rear and carefully choose the moment to use her skills. Every tactical decision is the result of his struggle for survival. And now, the sergeant was counting on this ability of Minhee, even though he had returned to the past. The lieutenant and Sonyi ran to the station and saw how the monster was destroying the supports one by one. Eunuch dodged the monster's direct attacks, but his movements didn't look chaotic or fussy. Unfortunately, his mana ran out too quickly. He only hoped that Minhee would understand him without words, simply by analyzing the player's actions. And the lieutenant realized, after a couple of moves, it became clear that the sergeant was not mindlessly dodging, but was following a clear plan and making sure the monster destroyed the supports. "What a madman!" Minhee exclaimed, having already calculated what would happen next. He immediately demanded that Songhu give him as much mana as possible because he needed to create the largest teleport gate. The sergeant had meanwhile reached the last support. All he could do was pray that the building wouldn't collapse on his head first. But then the spider, apparently tired of running after him, changed tactics, and with a powerful blow of her paws simply shook the ground. The sergeant lost his balance and flew straight towards the last support. He covered himself in steel, expecting a direct hit from the monster, which required squeezing out every last bit of mana, which meant the sergeant would no longer be able to move quickly. A cannon shot destroyed his cover and threw the sergeant against the opposite wall. But now, all the supports that supported the rigidity of the heavy roof have broken, and it has begun to break under its own weight. The spider's blow sent Eunuch deep into the wall. He knew he didn't have much time left to avoid being crushed under the rubble, but he didn't have the strength to move. Until the very end, he played the role of bait, keeping the boss monster in the building, and then Lieutenant Minhee opened the gate, ordering them to get out of there. At first, the gate was completely invisible. The spider froze for a moment in front of her prey pressed against the wall. The thing is that one of her paws got caught in the portal and got stuck there. But Minhee couldn't hold the monster in place for long either. Then Eunuch shouted at the lieutenant to act, otherwise everyone here would die. Minhee cursed and, putting all his remaining mana into the spell, completed it. A hole formed under the monster, leading towards the railroad tracks. The spider couldn't hold on and fell inside, with pieces of the roof falling on her from above, after which the portal closed, cutting her off from the prey she had been chasing for so long. The sergeant grinned maliciously. He knew that everything would work out. The station building collapsed, trapping the spider in a stone sack, and Lieutenant Minhee cursed his sergeant once again, but this time there was a hint of respect in his voice. More than anyone else, Songho was worried about him, hoping that Eunuch was not hurt. Here the sergeant was again overcome with flashbacks of the previous war. He and Yunha were standing on a huge carcass, which he stabbed with swords until death. Even though they had won, they had lost too many comrades, so the situation was disappointing, and Eunuch doubted whether he was even worthy of commanding people. Yunha hit him on the shoulder and demanded that he stop whining. "No one can give a person competence if he does not believe in himself," she said. Then he agreed with these words. "Competence is what you get when you take responsibility." When he ran out of strength, the sergeant came unstuck from the wall and simply fell down like a stone. In the past, Yuna had told him more than once not to try to handle everything alone. If you feel anxious, just look into the eyes of those who follow you. Opening his eyes, the sergeant saw a portal window below him and Lieutenant Minhee with Sanhee. Before he was buried under the rubble, they pulled him out, one might say, from the other world. After which the portal was quickly closed so that they themselves would not be crushed by stones. Meanwhile, outside, a commotion erupted when the system's rules changed, revealing a monster boss within. People demanded statements from the authorities and the army and wanted to know what measures were being taken to address the problems. The wave of criticism could have reached the free guilds, which also needed to justify their high status. Catherine was appointed responsible for everything that happened during the operation. She was outraged that everyone she considered friends was now attacking her like a pack of hungry cats. And she decided to create chaos, since that's what they wanted. Kansuk looked at Catherine silently, and she understood everything without words, sighed heavily, and agreed to call someone. Even though Catherine had the highest position in the guild, she still found it difficult to initiate this call. No wonder the contact was signed, Mad Dog. Inside, Songho was hastily patching up the holes in the sergeant's body. This time he really did almost die, and the girl scolded him for such recklessness. In fact, he survived only because they came to his aid in time. The sergeant himself was plunged into deep thought. The future had changed, and now he did not know what information he could trust and what he could not. But then Lieutenant Minhee tore him away from his thoughts, grabbed him by the collar and demanded an explanation for such unauthorized behavior. If it weren't for him, they would all have been destroyed, the lieutenant shouted. The basis of tactics is trust. You need to trust your comrades and act according to the agreed plan. That's their strategy. And self-will is not the best solution. Did he even trust his comrades? Minhee asked him. Eunuch immediately remembered Yunhee's face. She had told him the same thing back then. The sergeant smiled as if he hadn't been scolded just now, and thanked the lieutenant for everything. Now he knew what to do next. The boss will appear soon, but the sergeant has already put together a plan in his head on how to defeat him. Minhee decided that he would simply go it alone again and hoped for a steely physique. But the sergeant objected they could use lightning, And for his plan, everyone had to work together. The key to victory is Private Park Jun-mo, the sergeant declared loudly. At the same time, a press conference was held outside due to the disaster. Kan-seok, as the operation commander, stepped forward to make a statement, just like last time. To complete the event, a second rescue team was sent. He was immediately bombarded with questions about whether low-level fighters could handle the boss monster, and whether this meant they wanted to overwhelm the enemy with numbers. The spider broke free from the stone captivity in which she had been imprisoned, her strong armor crumbling under the blows. The monster moved quickly because rocks kept falling from above. She was furious, and in an instant destroyed all the debris that threatened her, got out to freedom. But there a huge water ball was already waiting for her. As soon as the monster emerged, the magicians unleashed streams of water on the spider. Next, they created a circle that enhanced magic, and Private Jun-mo approached it. Hyunuk gave the command and a shockwave struck the monster's body, the water being an excellent conductor of electricity so they didn't have to get too close to the target. The sergeant asked him to hold out until they formed a large ice circle, but then someone's loud roar knocked everyone down and pressed them to the ground, disrupting the soldiers' order. At the most inopportune moment, their fragile structure was destroyed, and the situation became extremely dangerous. Kan-seok responded to the journalist's criticism. The second rescue squad included a top-ranked player with no level restrictions, the King of Strength, Han Tai-san. This player was called the King of Power for a reason. He was ranked second in the country and ninth in the world, and his very appearance inspired fear. Taeson thanked the soldiers for their help and said that they could sleep. He would take on this monster. His appearance was no surprise to Hyunuk, who immediately sensed the power of a top-tier player. The lazy tiger never suffered from false modesty. In other words, his victory was guaranteed as soon as he entered the fight. Since the future had changed and Hyunuk couldn't trust what he knew, his plan was to make the best of the situation, forgo the reward, and simply hold out for 5 hours until the timer ran out. But Tae-san showed up just in time, and the sergeant was glad about it. In a past life, it was this player who completed the entire event's task. Tae-san arrived at the last minute, and the reward for completing the event gave him the glory of an invincible fighter. All because he received a secret item, Mac Lear's armor. But this time everything will be different, the sergeant decided. Thanks to the lazy tiger, he can accept the reward and take Tae-san's favorite item for himself. The monster saw a new target in front of it and immediately attacked, but the fighter did not move. He put his hand forward and stopped the blow of a sharp and heavy paw. This was only the first test of strength. Tae-san instantly released his power and sent the boss monster flying back as if he had fired a cannon at it. The spider rolled head over heels along the railroad tracks with a terrible roar. But when she got up, it turned out that there wasn't a scratch on her. After all, the monster was stronger than it seemed at first glance. Taeson sped up sharply, not wanting to give the spider a rest. He moved so quickly that she simply did not have time to react to his movements. And then she received another cannon blow right to the head. The battle quickly turned into annihilation. The shockwaves even reached the soldiers' positions and raised clouds of dust. Sonya added as much mana to the sergeant as she could, even though he asked for it. It was more important to treat him. Then the sergeant smiled reassuringly and said that he was not going to put himself at risk. Taking the cloud blade, he jumped down to where Taesong was fighting the boss. Although it was essentially just a one-sided beating, the player dealt dozens of blows without receiving a single one in return. Gradually, the armor's durability level was decreasing, and this was the right moment to use the sergeant's ability on it again. This time, the spider's steel body exploded as expected, exposing a large area of her body. Hyunuk and Taesong stood nearby and watched the monster writhe. The fighter looked menacingly at the weakling next to him who was tired of living, although he had warned everyone to stay away. But Hyunuk said that this was an unfair deal, even for a top-ranked player. Taeson wasn't very smart, so he didn't immediately understand what they were talking about, and only became more angry. Then the sergeant reminded him that it was the fighter who had interfered in their battle. Could they have managed without him? Taeson asked contemptuously, but the sergeant was already attacking the vulnerable monster. Taeson noticed this and, cursing, rushed forward so as not to miss his reward. Their squad held out until the moment when the mortal threat had passed. And right at the end, Taeson showed up posing as a hero, so the sergeant couldn't let him take the main reward. And so they competed in speed, the Cloud Blade controlled by the sergeant and the highest-ranking fighter. Both reached their target almost simultaneously, which greatly stunned the monster. But the blade was half a second faster and was the first to penetrate the hole in the armor. Lightning bolts struck the spider's body, and Taeson's blow landed on its jaw. There was a terrifying explosion, as if someone had dropped a bomb on the long-suffering station. And at that very moment, the barrier collapsed, bursting like a soap bubble, because the boss monster was killed. At first, everyone saw the horrific destruction of the station, but then all the civilians who were there came out of hiding. People ran to meet their families and friends, ignoring any warnings. Fortunately for everyone, the worst possible tragedy was avoided, and no one was killed. People hugged their relatives and said comforting words to each other. For several hours, everyone was terrified from the experiences. But now everything was fine. A photo of mother and daughter hugging after the event went viral online. It could only be called a miracle that no one died during the destruction of the station. All event participants received a notification from the system. It was time to receive the awards, but Taishan looked extremely unhappy because he only received second place in the ranking. The cloud blade slowly absorbed the blood of the spider monster and was already a quarter filled with unknown energy. Hunuk took first place in the rankings of the participants and took home the main prize. The necklace, which for some reason was called armor. The main thing was that it had a heroic level, created magical armor, and also allowed the use of subspace inventory. That's how the sergeant protected Seoul Station, prevented mass executions, and got his desired item, 2 birds with 1 stone. Taeson angrily demanded an explanation from him and cursed foully. The soldier demanded his reward, and the sergeant, without thinking twice, swallowed it, just in case, just to make sure it wouldn't be taken away. He told the fighter that it was their squad that stopped the first and second waves of monsters, and he should be grateful for second place, since he only fought for a minute. Taeson was angry. He knew how the system calculated points and was sure that his contribution was much higher. He was in his 6th month of seclusion training when he had to run to help, and to compensate for the time lost, he needed a heroic-level item. The fighter's murderous gaze demanded an explanation as to who would compensate him for the damage. But the sergeant only chuckled at these statements. Arguing with him about compensation was useless, since he had to serve in the army again after returning to the past. Waves of power emanated from Taesong, and he was truly ready to tear the impudent boy apart on the spot. But the sergeant merely barked back that if he had to ask for compensation for all the time he had spent in battle, no amount of money would have been enough. Taeson couldn't stand it and rushed at him with his fists, which promised serious consequences. But the sergeant didn't budge. It was as if he knew that Catherine and Lieutenant Colonel Kansok would intervene right now. The fact that they were here meant that the gates had closed, and the battalion commander immediately brought the unbridled fighter to his senses. Hunuk immediately took advantage of this and, feigning innocence, thanked Taesung for his help. The soldier thought that this guy was just crazy and couldn't find anything to answer him, and the sergeant just left. The battalion commander asked how he was doing, and putting his hand to his head, the sergeant replied that everything was fine. Taeson wanted to continue their conversation, but then Catherine demanded that he calm down. She is the only one in the guild besides her father who could calm this fighter down. Even though she didn't know what had happened, it was clear that the whole country was watching them now, and she didn't want to give them another reason for bad PR. If a fighter causes a commotion, even the Blue Flower Guild won't be able to hush it up. So all that was left for Taesung to do was gnash his teeth in anger. A moment later, a portal opened and the Brigadier General himself appeared on the battlefield. He was surprised to find the King of Strength here, who usually could not be kept on the battlefield for long. Seeing Catherine nearby, he asked them what the problem was, and she only emphasized that the gates were closed, which meant there was nothing more to worry about. General June winked at her. Since their guild was in business, then everything should be as it should be, he said. And Catherine was simply amazed by his cunning habits. This soldier was not so simple. Afterwards, the general went to Battalion Commander Kanseok, and he and Hunuk saluted their senior in rank. Catherine asked her soldier why the station was in such a state, since his task was to complete the mission and reduce the damage caused by the second wave. Taeson had enough strength for this, but the fighter grimaced as if he had been touched to the quick. Scratching his head, he admitted that he did not receive first place, and it was not he who destroyed the station. Catherine stared at him in amazement, as if the fighter had said something nonsensical. But Taeson reminded her that he had fulfilled all the conditions. So she would have to keep her promise. He was still waiting for his rewards, and tenderly from whom. At that very moment, the fighter simply disappeared, breaking the sound barrier, or perhaps his lower back was badly burned. This news greatly surprised Catherine, that the great Taesong only took second place in a pathetic event with a level 15 limit. But who took first place then, she thought, and glanced towards Hunuk, whom she had crossed paths with for the second time. Military records stated that Hunuk could control 300 grams of metal, but what happened here told the general that this data was outdated. According to the records, he should be at least 6th rank, General June said. He offered the sergeant to take a walk and talk since this guy interested him. Catherine's head was pounding with the accumulated questions, but she couldn't do anything about it. The sergeant immediately decided not to let his guard down. The brigadier general was not a man to be trifled with. His abilities earned him the title of Human Tactical Nuclear Weapons, and he was also incredibly intelligent. It was not for nothing that the necromancer feared him more than anyone else and tried to eliminate him more than once. When they were left alone, the general demanded a report on what had happened. As the sergeant had guessed, he was already under suspicion due to recent actions that ran counter to his ability records. Eunuch then told the general that when he caught the second elite monster, his abilities improved dramatically, and he received an achievement called the Rebellion of the Ignorant. Instead of the 300 grams mentioned in the records, he could now control 17 kilograms of metal and also received several abilities. The general thought, reports of achievements were not as common as tasks. The sergeant made up this story to hide the fact that a lower-ranking soldier could become stronger, but the general, on the contrary, said that the achievement was a good opportunity and grinned, which made the sergeant experience a familiar anxious feeling. He was no longer considered a 6th-ranker. His fighting ability was at least 3rd rank, the general assumed. And then the sergeant realized that they wanted to study him like a guinea pig. The general praised him for his good work and offered him a reward, a special item of his choice. Eunuch realized that it wasn't about studying him, and sighed with relief. But since his superiors were the ones offering it, he had exactly the item he wanted. But the sergeant wasn't sure that even the general would be able to get it. Choi Jun immediately became interested and demanded to know the name of this thing. It was a heroic-grade item from the army treasury. Hearing this, the general laughed so hard he even grabbed his stomach. He liked the guy's steely composure, and he said that they would talk about it when the guy gets a medal on his chest. It was a special offer for him, and Eunuch thanked him for it. At this point, their private conversation came to an end, and the general flew on, practicing this skill to compensate for the difference in height. The old chameleon changes the subject in an instant, thought the sergeant, looking at the general's back. But it's still good that they ended on an optimistic note. He doesn't have much time left to hide in the shadows. A few days later, the secret armor was absorbed, but it still needed time to be assimilated. Still, heroic-level items are hard to digest, the sergeant thought as he relaxed on his bunk. Then Private Junmo hovered over him and asked when he was going to training. The boys asked to arrange something for them besides physical exercise. But Eunuch showed them the bandages on his stomach. He was still recovering from the last fight. However, despite this, everyone was full of zeal to continue training under his leadership. They were worthy of their sergeant. After all his recent battles, Eunuch seemed to have found faith in his comrades in arms. Another private entered their barracks and introduced himself loudly. Private Anmin, the one who was wounded in the battle with the kobolds, recovered and returned to the location. Suddenly, the sergeant stood up and hugged his private tightly. Future awards were important, but he had more significant things around him. The sergeant smiled. He was grateful to the soldier for returning and now being ready for hellish training. Next to these guys, Eunuch felt confident. He had someone to trust with his rear. In the future, they will experience such terrifying phenomena as a wave when many gates open in one place. And soon one of these will roll across Seoul, taking many lives. And the only one who knew about this was Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook. Doubts constantly assailed him as to whether he could cope with this event alone. He was also worried whether his squad would be able to survive these events, but now he knew for sure that it would not. This is what he was thinking when Private Amin returned to the location. Those on his side must become stronger because he needed their help, and only in this way could they be saved. He led them to the training center, and Junmo was surprised because those below the 3rd rank were forbidden to go there. But they themselves asked to give them a real training session, the merciless sergeant reminded. They survived an unfortunate event, they saw monsters much more terrible, and now they are trembling with fear. The sergeant was surprised. Moreover, everyone leveled up. Junmo, however, was not so confident about himself, since they were simply sitting in the rear and should have been able to handle things themselves. Then Eunuch promised that this time he would be their support. Junmo was overjoyed, but all his joy evaporated as soon as the gates of the training center opened. The support squad was still afraid to take a step there. Their knees were even shaking. The caring sergeant helped them inside, after which he closed the gate behind the boys. They knocked on the gate, begging him not to abandon them. But Eunuch did not answer. A familiar, sinister grin appeared on his face, and the training of characteristics began. Word of the sergeant's success spread throughout the brigade, and he was now recognized at formations and in the mess hall. The girls expected to see someone huge and strong, but Eunuch looked ordinary. He went into the cafeteria to cheer the boys up later. The constant discussions behind the sergeant's back made his ears itch. By a strange coincidence, Lieutenant Yuna found herself in the dining room. Turning around, she saw him and was surprised that he was there, even though it was time for solitary training. The sergeant reported that he had come to get reinforcements for his guys, and he earned Sanguk's disdainful look, but he simply ignored it. Another girl who had been talking to Yuna before also looked at him intently. Yuna had already heard that the sergeant had received the achievement, the rebellion of the ignoramus, and Hunuk confirmed everything. She even read the report of his extraordinary success, the lieutenant said, but her suspicions about him did not go away. She still thought that he was hiding something. The sergeant chuckled. Now he didn't care about her suspicions. In dangerous situations, Hunuk always acted as if he knew what would happen, as if he had information they didn't have, or some kind of goal, the lieutenant said. Hunuk pretended not to understand what she was getting at and acted like he was all smiles. Then they heard the squabble between Sanguk and Sergeant Seihi. She scolded him for something and threateningly gathered the ability in her hand. Then they announced over the loudspeaker that Hunuk needed to report immediately to the battalion commander's office. Once again, he was saved from being grilled, and Yunha sighed in disappointment. She promised to keep a close eye on him, although she didn't know what he was planning. After leaving the dining room, the sergeant decided to avoid the picky girl for a while. He didn't know why he had been called, and there were still a few days left before the promotion ceremony. He paused for a moment before entering, as they were arguing about something. Hunuk walked inside and saluted, but immediately fell silent, surprised by what he saw. In the office, there was not only a lieutenant colonel but also a brigadier general. Kansak wanted to explain everything, but the general stopped him, deciding to bring the soldier up to speed personally. A couple of days ago, a red gate opened in Shinran's territory, and the Blue Flower Guild was already heading towards it. But inside, something didn't go according to plan. Bad luck didn't come. Experienced and well-trained fighters of the guild began to fight each other for some inexplicable reason. One guy in a funny outfit ran around and tried to persuade everyone not to fight, but in the end, he simply ran away, realizing that he was powerless to do anything. Everyone just went crazy because he was very scared. People tore each other apart before his eyes. That day, confirmation came that the Blue Flower Guild's third raid squad had been completely destroyed. The gate's threat level had risen, and the guild requested support from other organizations. Gradually, Hunuk began to understand what the general was getting at. The superiors looked at him intently. Nothing like this had happened in his past life. The entry requirement is no higher than level 18 and no more than 30 players. According to the report, there is a zombie dungeon inside, and it is impossible to leave until the raid is completed. When Hunuk thought about zombies, he immediately thought of the necromancer. Perhaps the commander of the Army of the Dead was involved in this matter. The arrogant guild lost many of its talented newcomers. Clearing dungeons is the business of the guilds, and the army has no need to interfere in this, the general said. But at the same time, he thought that the guy would be perfect for this task, and he grinned slyly. Now they both asked him if he could handle such a task, which he had not had in his past life. If there were zombies there, this matter could be connected with a necromancer. So the sergeant immediately decided that he had to go on a raid. Therefore, to the general's great joy, he accepted this assignment. But first, he needed to get something. He couldn't defeat the Red Gate with the weapon he had, so the boy reminded the general of their previous conversation. If they gave him the fail note, he could handle this task. It was an arrow that could be shot once and was impossible to miss, and was used by Tristan, a character from the legend of King Arthur. Despite its incredible precision and magic dispelling effect, it was usually a one-time use, as it was difficult to retrieve the artifact in battle. Even in the hands of a general, such a treasure was a last resort. But everything changed when the artifact fell into the hands of someone skilled in metalworking. The general chuckled again and declared that it would be a deal, not a favor in that case, and the sergeant would be held accountable for failure. High risk, high reward, the sergeant replied, that same sinister grin appearing on his face. Sending his best men on a raid is a common practice. But the general sent a common soldier this time, perhaps because he had a long-standing feud with the head of the Blue Flower, Jae Hyuk. If they win, it will mean that a simple soldier in the army will be superior to the talented newcomers in the Blue Flower Guild, which was considered the best. Failure will not lead to serious consequences, since the guild is responsible for everything, and the soldiers act as support. The success of this operation will put an end to the countless accusations that the army is useless, and the sergeant will also win the war of nerves against the Blue Flower Guild. For the brigadier general, any outcome of the operation would be a win, and he said that they would postpone his promotion to senior sergeant. The old chameleon was always working ahead, but Hunuk couldn't afford to just cash in on himself. He reminded him that fail note was the reward promised last time, and if he succeeded in the raid, he wanted another one. Then the general grinned again like a seasoned realtor, surprised at the guy's self-control. "Success first," he said. "There's no point in trying to save the day before it's killed." Then the sergeant loudly thanked him for his support and promised to succeed. Then he remembered his guys, whom he left at the training center. They told him that he was a little late to join the training. Even Junmo said that third-tier monsters seemed like a trifle to him, and was confident that they could deal with any threat. "How fortunate that the test came along just then," said the sergeant, and ordered the support squad to get ready. After all, they are going on their first independent mission. This news immediately made everyone press their ears and their confidence diminished. 2 days later, the detachment left the base in a truck. Since they were going to fight zombies, they were given bullets infused with holy power. The recoil from these bullets was stronger, so the sergeant warned the squad to use them carefully. That was sorted out, and the guys were interested in where the fail note was, which he was supposed to take with him. Then Hunuk told them not to worry about it. The arrow was with him. Its tip was sticking out. Upon arrival at the gates, the detachment quickly unloaded. It was still night outside. Before entering the gate, the sergeant was called to a meeting, and he left Junmo in charge. Along with the others, they had to unpack their equipment and take their belongings into bags. The soldiers carried quite a lot of useful material with them. It was immediately obvious that they weren't particularly welcome here. The guild members looked at them askance. The free fighters immediately realized that the army had sent ordinary low-ranking privates, which meant they would have to fight with this burden on their shoulders. To make matters worse, the soldiers might find out about the search operation, the fighter worried. But the commander immediately shut him up and ordered him to watch his words, and the soldier immediately stopped short. These words finally reached the ears of the insightful sergeant, and he began to wonder what kind of search operation was taking place. The commander of the Blue Flower Squad ordered his men to abandon the soldiers as soon as they entered inside. This meant certain death, but during raids, risk is a common occurrence, the commander said. Let them defend themselves, there will be no other choice anyway. When Hunuk entered the office, he found only Catherine there. This was already their third meeting in this life. She wasn't surprised at all to see him. Last time Hunuk hid his low rank from Catherine and took possession of her business card, the girl said, even though she had given it to her. The sergeant realized that this still weighed heavily on her, since she had not yet forgotten about it. But he put aside his past affairs. Catherine reminded him that on this mission, he would only be helping. Because once they enter the gate, they should not do anything that could interfere with their guild and simply stay away. Now the sergeant understood why the Blue Flower Guild agreed to help the privates. They expected the common soldiers to listen to what they were told. Hunuk then reminded Catherine that they had exactly the same rights to participate in the raid as other guilds. But Catherine chuckled at this. How could they possibly go alone against a low-ranking dungeon boss? Then the sergeant answered her with a challenge, saying that they could handle it. But this only caused more laughter. Catherine simply did not take him seriously. The head of the guild thought that the guy was simply hoping for his luck, like last time at the station. But Hunuk stated that it wasn't a matter of luck at all and took a step towards her. In retaliation, Catherine wanted to suggest that the sergeant go through the gate first, but she immediately stopped herself and said that they couldn't. In any case, 3 of the country's 100 most promising fighters will participate in the battle, and the task of the privates is to stay out of the way. Hunuk was surprised that the great Catherine did not respond to his cunning provocation. But before that, he had heard about some kind of search operation, which meant that there was a component to this raid that was hidden from him. Hunuk asked her a question and Catherine turned around. He offered to make a bet that their squad would complete the quest before the Blue Flower Guild, and in that case she will have to give him what he asks for. Catherine agreed. But the stake on his part was his life, the guild leader said. This was the bet made, albeit only in words. The sergeant did not know what she was hiding in the gate, but he promised himself to definitely take possession of it. Soon the time came for the operation to begin, and both squads lined up in front of the gate in order of their arrival. Raising their shields, the Blue Flower Guild marched in formation towards the gate. Their commander warned them that they must leave the landing zone before support soldiers arrived. They disappeared into the gate in a tight group. Hunuk's squad could only enter after 3 minutes. The sergeant checked the condition of his soldiers and calmed Amin. Everyone was worried, but he told them to save their breath and act as they did in the exercises. In the same way, raising their shields, the soldiers went into the unknown. And as soon as they entered inside, they were faced with a real nightmare in reality. Everyone who entered there earlier turned into zombies and tore each other to pieces. Even the seasoned veterans of the Blue Flower were trembling with terror and were completely defeated. Hyunuk, in complete silence, led his group away from the landing zone, which had become the scene of a horrific massacre. The whole dungeon looked nightmarish. Red sky, semi-darkness, zombies. And there was also a huge boss monster that stood right at the exit, a giant dead man with empty eyes. He saw the soldiers and reached out to them with a huge clawed hand. Hyunuk was the first to take aim and open fire with his rifle, ordering everyone to do the same. The dry crackle of machine guns was heard, similar to the chirping of grasshoppers in summer. Long bursts temporarily delayed the dead man and prevented the soldiers from grabbing him. But it turned out that the boss himself is surrounded by a protective barrier, so it's not so easy to break through him. They all immediately remembered what the sergeant had taught them during training. Back then, the soldiers didn't understand why they needed to learn to fight with a rifle if most monsters couldn't be shot. And the sergeant agreed. It would be impossible to inflict critical damage with such a weak weapon. Even bullets imbued with holy power are, at best, like rubber balls to the monsters. But they still use rifles because they make a lot of noise, the sergeant said pointedly. The zombies can hardly see anything and navigate by hearing, the sergeant said. Although they can't be killed with weapons, they can be stunned. None of them had thought about it that way, so the boys were surprised by their commander's experience. Since the monsters won't be able to figure out where they are, the soldiers will have a chance. However, there could still be other monsters in the dungeon whose sensitivity is fine. In this case, the chances of their survival were slim, the sergeant agreed. Most of them will turn into zombies, and when they start killing each other, hell will break loose. Choi Tae-yun from the support squad had a sniper specialization and took aim at the boss monster. At the signal, the sergeant began firing near the giant's ears. They still didn't break through his barrier, but they did make it very difficult for the dead man to determine his location. The squad then threw grenades straight ahead. These toys were also filled with holy power. There was an explosion right under the monster's feet, and everything was covered in fire and smoke. But Private Amin, with his tank specialization, protected everyone behind a shield. After that, they saw that the dead giant had melted into the air like fog. His aunt gathered herself again, and the bloodthirsty zombies, who were still doing their terrible work at the entrance to the dungeon, looked at the still living soldiers. At that very moment, the whole crowd rushed to pursue them, and the situation became very tense. But they didn't lose their fighting spirit. Hyunuk ordered the three to reload their magazines. After that, he took their rifles and turned into a flying combat turret. As soon as the zombies got too close, they were met with a barrage of fire. Gradually, the sergeant drew them away by shooting, simply by moving the rifles. The zombies were indeed guided by loud sounds, so they fell for this bait. Here Kim Myung-jin, who specializes in thief, saw that one of the zombies had a very valuable item on him. Another explosion thundered in the air, and the dead giant turned in that direction. Controlled by the sergeant's power, the holy grenade led the crowd of zombies further and further from their position. Then, the undead king roared furiously, gaping his empty eye sockets, and disappeared. The boys immediately fell to the ground, although it all took no more than a few minutes. They were wet with sweat and felt tired. At least they managed to survive this crisis, they thought. But the sergeant thought that even though they managed to get out unharmed, he still expected more zombies. Moreover, the name of the monster boss was distorted in the status. The sergeant did not let them relax for long. The task was not yet completed, and the squad rose to its feet again. They had no idea that someone's ominous shadow was watching them from afar. Someone in a suit and with a snake around his neck became interested in the people who descended into this branch of hell. After exploring the dungeon, Hyunuk discovered that there was nothing inside. No buildings, no monsters, no hordes of zombies around. He had walked through many dungeons in the past, but this was the first time he had seen something so strange. Here, their inner instinct detected an unfamiliar metal moving somewhere behind them. Without further ado, Hyunuk attacked the spot with his bayonet knife, and a plaintive cry immediately came from there. A man in a funny cassock raised his hands up and begged for mercy. All this time, he hid invisibly and followed the squad because he was afraid of zombies. He then removed his disguise, and they saw a severely emaciated man from the Blue Flower Guild. Having survived in this place alone, Hyunuk was surprised by such luck and was suspicious. But Taesop didn't have the strength to even stand, and the first thing he asked them for was food. Outside the gate, the secretary reported to Catherine that the Gugwon organization had just sent a secret letter of cooperation to all organizations and major guilds. Apparently because ordinary soldiers were sent on the raid, he said, and Catherine began to bite her nails from excitement. The letter stated that the player who found his grandson's body and the hero-grade Achilles spear would receive 80 million as a reward, and his guild would receive a large sponsorship from Blue Flower. He told the same thing to the group of Hunuk and Taesop while chewing the soldiers' dry rations. Their task was to return that very spear of Achilles. Now Hunuk understood why Catherine was so cautious. The famous artifact was located here. The second grandson of the Blue Flower chairman failed the first raid and did not return the spear that was the symbol of the organization. That's why the guild warriors were so hostile when the soldiers joined the raid. Here Min-tae grabbed his helmet, but said that everything was fine with him, and everyone forgot about this oddity. The man in the suit and with a snake around his neck appeared on the hill again and stared intently at the group of soldiers. He looked disappointed, thinking that he would have fun with the newcomers, but they just walked around and chatted. Then the villain decided to call on an army to amuse the people, and dozens of monsters appeared behind him. Hunuk's instincts didn't fail him again. He felt the appearance of many metal objects around him. In an instant, he counted more than 100, and very close, they were advanced undead in heavy armor. What was even more frightening was that their numbers continued to grow, meaning that hordes of enemies were approaching. "Get ready for the third plan," the sergeant commanded, and everyone turned around. They had practiced this plan during training, so no one was confused, and the squad immediately took out the equipment they were carrying with them. Mithril balls, the size of a bearing, several bags were filled to the brim with them. Everyone drank mana and health potions to instantly recover. Thanks to them, health and mana points increased for 5 minutes, and Hunuk immediately felt a surge of strength. The sergeant walked up to Junmo and quietly gave him an order so that the survivor would not hear him. He looked at the rescued man and nodded, indicating that he had understood the task. The survivor started screaming that he needed to know what was going on, and Junmo told him to run with them if he didn't want to turn into a zombie. The shadows of the first enemies were already appearing on the horizon, behind Taesop. Hunuk raised hundreds of steel mithril balls into the sky, each with a spell cast on them. After this, he ordered everyone to quickly leave this position, and he himself remained. The villain on the hill watching them chuckled, deciding that the people had sacrificed one for salvation. "But the victim will be of no use if she dies in a second," he said, and laughed again under the drawn-out howl of the zombie. Meanwhile, the sergeant calmly awaited contact with the enemy, completely confident in himself. Taesop asked the soldiers as they ran if they were being too reckless in simply abandoning their comrade. But Junmo replied that the sergeant himself had personally developed this tactic, and he is definitely not a careless person who would let himself be killed just like that. Surrounding himself with mithril shrapnel, Hunuk ran straight into the thick of the enemies, not fearing them at all. The zombies sensed that their prey had slipped right under their noses and turned around. But at that very moment, the sergeant's mithril balls began to hit them. This time, his opponents did not have full body armor, so he applied steel blast to his balls. Magic transformed the seemingly ordinary bearings into a controlled munition with the power of a grenade. Every time the ball hit a zombie, it exploded and destroyed everyone nearby with fragments. Hunuk walked through their line and quickly mowed them all down, like a walking grenade launcher. The iron beads possessed divine power. Now the villain understood why one soldier remained, but these things created too much noise. The echo of the explosions swept through the dungeon and reached the ears of the zombie king. Here, thanks to his senses, Hunuk sensed a different metal among the zombie gnolls. There was a strange man standing nearby, who was not touched by the monsters, and in appearance he looked more like a villain. Red Eyes looked at him predatorily, and the sergeant thought that this was an old acquaintance of his. Then 2 gnolls attacked him from different sides and raised a pile of debris. After all, these monsters were quite strong. The sergeant had to run to avoid the coordinated counterattack, but with his steel transformation and control, he was able to give himself a boost. The combo of abilities saved him, but he still received a minor head wound. The enemies were countless, and they lined up in front of him like a dense wall. The villain chuckled, thinking that the guy had already played all his trump cards. His beads with divine power and mana were already exhausted. But then he saw something flash in the air. Thousands of fragments of shrapnel that remained after the explosion rose into the air. The villain did not expect such a move and was very surprised. The sergeant waved his hand and brought down a real rain of steel on the monsters. It's like covering infantry without cover with artillery fire. In the blink of an eye, all the monsters were destroyed because they had no defense against this attack. However, in the meantime, the King of the Dead was approaching the place of the noisy skirmish with his minions. He howled and screamed terribly, emitting black smoke from his empty mouth. And then another series of explosions thundered, somewhere in the forest. Then the holy grenade exploded again, and the undead king was thrown into confusion. The support squad blew them up behind them and continued to flee, greatly frightening Taesop, who thought they should leave quietly after abandoning their commander. The soldiers only snorted contemptuously in response to such a proposal. In war, only discipline and trust save lives. Their task was to lead the zombies away from the sergeant while he dealt with the unknown enemy. That was their plan all along. Divide and conquer. The villain realized that he was not dealing with a bunch of incompetent warriors, but a group of well-trained fighters. He didn't expect this, but at the same time he felt so confident that he only became more cheerful. Here Hunuk looked at his opponent again, standing in the middle of a carpet of enemy bodies. The villain was laughing, and it was completely unclear what he was doing there. For what purpose did he enter the gate and also act in concert with other zombies? But the sergeant had no time for long reflections. The effects of his potions were quickly wearing off, and he still didn't know whether this was the man in front of him or not. The villain extended his hand, and some kind of weapon began to crawl out of the snake's mouth. He licked his long vampire fangs and grinned bloodthirstily. A long spear appeared in his hands, and the villain looked very strange in his costume. Then Hunuk asked if the man in front of him was a necromancer or not, but the villain didn't answer. But from his reaction, the sergeant realized that this man was not a necromancer. However, this question greatly angered the vampire, and he demanded to immediately tell him where he learned about the necromancer. Considering his reaction and the fact that fallen zombies do not revive, the sergeant realized that this was definitely not a necromancer. But at the same time, this villain is somehow connected with his main and most dangerous enemy. Not receiving an answer, the vampire cursed foully. He was very worried that someone unknown knew more than he should. The villain was the first to rush towards Hunuk, surrounded by a snake and with a spear at the ready. The blow was so fast that the sergeant did not have time to dodge and had to block the spear with his hands. The weapons clanged and Hunuk fell to his knees. The stranger possessed amazing power. But the sergeant also became stronger after all the battles, and the rank of his abilities increased. Now the fusion of Maclear's armor and his steel frame worked together, giving him greater protection. Otherwise, his arm would have simply been cut off. Realizing that the enemy was too strong in close combat, the sergeant immediately broke distance with him. At the same time, he attacked the enemy in the back with a hovering blade. But the vampire fought him off without even turning around, which meant he had excellent instincts. "Pathetic tricks won't help," said the villain, and immediately felt threatened. The sergeant waved his arms, and a hail of razor-sharp fragments flew from all sides at the villain. At the last moment, the snake covered the vampire's body, tightly wrapping it in its coils. Most of the fragments struck the snake, although some hit the villain's hand. But this time, the vampire thought about it. Usually, at level 18, players aren't that experienced. Hunuk assessed his enemy in the same way, who had easily repelled a complex attack, meaning he had long since crossed the boundaries of the Red Gate. Both asked themselves the same question. How did they manage to get into the gate with such force? The sergeant looked at the fragments of beads with divine power that were sticking out of the villain's hand. They burned with a weak fire. He had already seen players who were damaged by divine power. The vampires, a group of players who devoured other players, the sergeant recalled, were the ones who had wiped out the entire brigade in the past when the gate wave was approaching Seoul. Meanwhile, the villain gritted his teeth. The unknown soldier was extremely irritating to him. With a wave of his spear, the vampire got rid of the annoying fragments in his body. His wounds immediately healed, and he began to gather his strength. Since the soldier himself refused to answer his questions, the villain decided to loosen his tongue in another way. Feeling the heroic level power emanating from the weapon, Hunuk realized that this was the very spear of Achilles, and if its true power was revealed, then even the fusion of armor would not help to withstand such a blow. The potion's effect would last for another minute, during which time it was necessary to defeat a dangerous enemy whose attacks could not be avoided. The vampire promised to tear him to pieces and then interrogate him in exactly that order. The sergeant managed to dodge the first direct attack with a sharp backward movement. A wave of blood-black power passed over his head. This one blow could have been the last, but even in this situation, Hunuk managed to counterattack and launched a cloud blade at the villain. But he was saved again by the snake. The vampire only laughed harder. "Pathetic tricks won't work," he declared confidently. Swinging, he again released a black stream from the spear, which greatly increased the attack radius. The wave cut off Hunuk's shoulder pad. The situation was difficult. The enemy was reaching with long-range attacks, while at the same time remaining invulnerable to counterattacks. Streams of darkness allowed the vampire to control the battlefield. The sergeant had nothing that could counter Achilles' spear in close combat. The blows became more frequent. It was clear that the enemy was just beginning to get heated up. The villain did not hide that he knew about the necromancer, and that he was very concerned about what the soldier knew. Therefore, He continued to press with furious attacks and wanted to take the soldier alive or dead, completely ignoring one dangerous object. Then the sergeant realized that he would have to play the secret card he had been saving for other enemies. "He's an ordinary soldier," the sergeant said defiantly to his opponent, and suddenly stopped. But the vampire didn't like this answer. He thought he was simply being led by the nose. And only then did I notice a strange curved object, somewhat reminiscent of a modem or a lunchbox. If the vampire had served in the army, he would have immediately understood what this object was and its purpose. The sergeant chuckled. Meanwhile, his squad was still being pursued by the crowd of zombies they had taken with them. But fortunately, the soldiers managed to throw them off the trail. They were about to continue playing tag, but then Tessop grabbed the hand holding the grenade and told them to stop. Even a trained squad couldn't cope with the zombies, and their sergeant was probably already dead. Therefore, they must immediately hide and wait for reinforcements. But Junmo was confident that the sergeant would not be so easy to defeat. Tessop became hysterical and stated that they could not be sure of this. But the soldier knew what he was talking about. They had not yet received the necessary signal. Then Hunuk called Junmo over to him and quietly whispered something to him. He asked to have a claymore attached to his back before they left the area. Its explosion will serve as a signal that he has used up all his capabilities. When this happens, they will have to take cover immediately. The claymore, an anti-personnel mine, has a simple design. A steel plate on one side onto which explosives are placed, and 700 steel balls, a very practical thing since the Vietnam War. The sergeant closed the detonator, and hundreds of balls thrown by the explosion flew at the enemy. The snake and the vampire drowned in a cloud of fire. Explosives are no joke. But what's surprising is that the villain was still standing on his feet even after such a blow. However, his snake became ill and fell limply to the ground. The villain mumbled something about being the chosen one and that no bomb would kill him. But then they were illuminated by a bright flash that came from the sergeant's hand. The filing out pierced the vampire's heart faster than he could scream. And the great snake was no longer there to protect him. The arrow pinned the villain to the tree, and he was completely stunned that he didn't even have time to react. The arrow tracks and attacks the target with a 100% hit rate and also removes all magic resistance. From the very beginning, the Claymore's target was the snake, but the arrow was intended for the villain. The vampire immediately wanted to get rid of the pain in his chest, but the sergeant had channeled his power into the arrow, so it was not so easy to throw it away. Hunuk chuckled and promised not to kill right away, because now it was his turn to ask questions. The echo of the explosion spread throughout the dungeon and reached the soldiers' position. Without a doubt, they recognized the sound of the claymore that was detonated during training exercises. Tessop immediately clapped his hands in satisfaction and asked if this was the signal they'd been waiting for. "Anyone left alone in this area could die," the survivor declared. "Since they have radios, they can hide and wait for the rear detachment, and that way they will survive." Junmo immediately cut off his malicious grins. One of their comrades could have died, and that was no reason to smile at that moment. But then something strange began to happen around them. The surrounding terrain quickly changed. In an instant, the ruins in which the soldiers had taken refuge began to turn into a building. What was previously a wasteland has been transformed into a huge cathedral. A zombie castle had appeared. The undead king would kill anyone who entered its territory, the system reported. At first, the squad was confused. They hadn't rehearsed a contingency plan for such an event. Now they had to find their way around the place, and they immediately noticed the enemies approaching. Horrible-looking zombies appeared out of thin air, looking as if their skin had been peeled off. Junmo raised his hand and ordered everyone to remain silent. For a while, they just stared at the crowd of monsters right in front of them. However, Tessop did not have any endurance or discipline, and disobeying the order, he began to run away, not caring at all about the noise he created, which provoked the zombies. Meanwhile, Hunuk was interrogating him with a vengeance, twisting the arrow in different directions, pressing on the vampire's pain points. He had a lot of questions, so the sergeant was in no hurry, but the vampire was certain that one arrow wouldn't do anything to him. And the sergeant agreed that while it was true that a vampire couldn't be killed without divine power, he would still be sensitive to blood loss. Because of this, the villain will feel pain that is worse than death. The villain, having heard this, was stunned even more by the fact that a person knows such subtleties. But the piercing pain quickly silenced him. Then, Hunuk asked the vampire how he was connected to the chairman's second grandson. Maybe he was his financial sponsor. The proud, arrogant vampire was outraged by the very formulation of the question and declared that the guy was just a pathetic parasite. From his reaction, the sergeant realized that the villain at least wasn't lying. Then Hunuk came to the most important question: how they were connected to the necromancer. Then the villain realized that the guy knew nothing. The necromancer could be anyone, his comrade in arms, a family member. With these words, the sergeant pressed the blade to the villain's neck, making it clear that he should not cross the line. The villain before him was clearly one of those who lived for the recognition of others. But he was still silent, which meant he had never seen the necromancer in person, the sergeant realized. And this in turn meant that he had only caught an errand boy, whom the necromancer did not even deign to glance at, and did not let in on his plans. It turned out that in front of him was only a fanatical follower. These words angered the vampire, and at that very moment the snake, which he had thought defeated, jumped on the sergeant. But Hunuk quickly pinned her with Achilles' spear and thanked the vampire for the valuable item. If the necromancer had awakened and begun to act, the vampire would have known about it, the sergeant realized. Then Hunuk wanted to know how the villain got through the gate, since the Blue Flower Guild was guarding it from the outside. But the villain answered the question with a question. He himself wanted to know how the sergeant got into the gate that he opened, with a limitation of the 18th level. This information surprised the sergeant. He did not know that a person was able to control the opening of the gate. Then the villain realized that the soldier knew nothing about this and grinned. The second phase will begin soon, he said, as a wall appeared between them. The landscape was changing rapidly, and Hunuk realized that he was about to lose not only the captive but also the failout. That's why he had to pull the arrow out of his body and return it to himself before the new textures were completely loaded. Luckily, he managed to do this, and then the wall completely separated them. Because of the second phase, people of level 30 could enter here, which meant increased difficulty. The Zombie King's castle was the second phase, the sergeant realized, the event taking him by surprise. After this, the dungeon will be completed, said the vampire and grinned maliciously. The black smoke of the undead king began to gather in front of the castle. At this time, the soldiers inside the castle held their breath and looked for a way out. They hid in cracks and crevices in the walls, crawling like mice. And the Zombie King approached some closed urn that appeared in the throne room. The urn disappeared and 2 eyeballs appeared in its place. At that very moment, the zombies' empty eyes ceased to be empty. The zombies let out a terrible howl and began to look around with glowing eyes. Together with the king, they raised their hands to the sky in a cry of prayer. And then the soldiers realized that the zombies were now looking straight at them, which meant they were seen. The descent of the Zombie King, Baron Saturday, has begun, the system reported, and he has revealed his true face. His comrades will become bait and will be offered as an offering, and the zombies will pass through the gate and get out into the outside world, the vampire shouted through the wall, and he mockingly suggested trying to stop this descent of the Zombie King. Unfortunately for the squad, they found themselves in the very center of the palace, next to the burial urns that contained parts of the king's body. They saw the king come for the contents of these items, and how the king got his eyes back, after which his enemies began to see them. I had to forget about camouflage and start shooting back with holy bullets. The entire ritual hall was filled with monsters, so the guy's situation became desperate. The king pointed his finger at the shooter, and all his servants rushed towards him. The chains on his hands suddenly came to life like snakes, and in one fell swoop demolished several walls behind which the soldiers were hiding. One was almost caught by the chains, but the explosion of the holy grenade threw them off and saved him. Despite the sudden attack, they quickly regrouped and got their bearings. Junmo thought that everyone had already left, but Minta returned for him and covered his comrade. Anyway, Junmo alone wouldn't have lasted long, so he wouldn't have gained them much time. They continued to snipe and distract the zombies to allow Junmo to escape. In such a crowd, there was no need to aim. Bullets flew like a hail across the entire hall. But at some point, the group noticed that the Zombie King was covering up the urns that he had not yet used. They then threw a couple more sacred grenades and took cover behind Minta's shield. By doing this, they gave Junmo time to leave because if he turned into a zombie, it would be the end for them all too. The boy was touched by their dedication, and for the first time he understood what true soldierly brotherhood was. Gathering his courage, Junmo shouted for everyone to retreat as the zombies were about to catch up with him. They threw out all their remaining grenades to delay the enemy, and a series of explosions rolled through the castle. Meanwhile, Hunuk hurried his subordinates, armed with the spear of Achilles, and hoped that they would hold out until then. When he saw the castle, he heard the sound of grenades exploding, so he realized that his guys were still resisting. Before they split up, they agreed that the explosion of the claymore would be a signal to find a safe place and hide there. And if he dies, then Junmo will be the senior, the sergeant told them. But the private did not let him finish and said that they would wait for his return. Everyone will be waiting for him, so he must return safely, Junmo said and smiled. Hunuk chuckled, liking the mood, and left with a light feeling. The entrance to the castle was guarded by a whole crowd of skinless dead people, and they turned to look at him when they noticed him. Unfortunately, the sergeant couldn't make proper use of his new weapon, as Achilles' spear consumed too much mana. Despite this, he still decided to fill it with power. The monsters were very close and were ready to meet the uninvited guest. The system kept beeping at him about mana consumption being too high, and the sergeant told it to shut up, all because he promised his guys that he would return no matter what. One single swing raised a whole cloud of dust, and a tremor from it went through the ground. The Zombie King also heard the explosion and stopped in place. The descent was interrupted, the system informed him, and the dead man frowned with displeasure. And when I turned around, I saw that one of the burial urns for the ritual was missing. A private with thief skills stole this thing without knowing why. He just thought that she was very important to the Zombie King. They were almost caught again by the dead as they retreated, but a burst of machine gun fire stopped the monsters in time. So the group gathered in a narrow corridor, which in theory could be easily defended. The soldiers planted explosives by attaching explosive packages to the wall. Mint blocked the narrow passage with his body, and now they were ready to meet any monster here. The zombies immediately crowded together. The line was like at McDonald's. But by pressing the detonator, Junmo quickly cleared the corridor of those who wanted to get their burger from living people. The shield directed all the energy of the explosion outward, and the walls of the castle shook again from the explosion. Many dead people were torn to pieces and buried under the rubble of the walls. The guys were also covered in debris, and they began to climb out from under the rubble. After a quick roll call, they found that everyone had survived. There were no killed or wounded, and the zombies' path to them was blocked for a while. But on the other hand, they themselves found themselves trapped. There simply might not be enough air for everyone in this room. Suddenly, the wall nearby became covered in a web of cracks, and the squad froze in anticipation. Unfortunately, they didn't have long to rest. The king's steel chains broke through the wall and almost caught them. They immediately scattered in all directions, fleeing in all directions. No one expected that they would be found so quickly. The walls collapsed, and everyone saw the king of the undead standing before them in full height. He glared angrily and came to take what was due to him. The urn immediately began to ripple with poorly rendered textures, and a satisfied grin appeared on the Zombie King's ugly face. Just the sight of her sent a shudder through everyone in the squad. They realized that they could die now, but then someone's voice told them to freeze in place, and the king turned around. Junmo smiled and indignantly told the sergeant that he was a little late. The sergeant was terribly angry and shouted to ask who dared to touch his squad. Although he had made a spectacular appearance, his mana reserves were very low, and the sergeant had no idea how to defeat the enemy. The undead king raised his hand, and the sergeant immediately realized that the enemy could attack from a distance. Hunnic also noticed an urn that was standing on the altar and not bothering anyone. The Zombie King hesitated and for some reason did not attack. The sergeant also waited, trying to understand what his enemy had in mind. Meanwhile, the guys again took out their bags of things in which there was still some stuff left. Despite all the problems, they did not abandon the tungsten balls that Hunnic used and the valuable potions. Having examined the urns, the sergeant realized that they were the whole point. The Zombie King took a step, and a huge foot loomed over the sergeant. He almost crushed him into a pancake, but Hunnic managed to jump back. Then the king attacked him with long chains from a distance. The boys threw all their goods, balls, and potions to the sergeant. The Zombie King sensed a strange movement from that room and turned to face them. He raised his hand again to attack the weakest first. Then the sergeant rushed after him to prevent this and cover his own. He had to use Achilles' terribly gluttonous spear again. A jet of black ink hit the ceiling as the sergeant swung. He ordered Minta to cover everyone with a shield, and he himself struck with all his might. The steel chains bit into the shield and almost destroyed it. But Minta stood firm. Dozens of balloons and jars of potions rose into the air. The sergeant immediately grabbed one of them. The squad managed to withstand a direct attack from the Zombie King, but their tank's shield was severely damaged. Hunnic quickly raised his mana level while he had the chance. Now he could properly stretch the huge dead man with glowing eyes. Dozens of balls hit the dead man, but encountered a strong barrier. Hunnic detonated them, and now the barrier had to hold back hundreds of fragments, which complemented the blow of the flying blade. But the dead man simply grabbed it with his hand, as if nothing had happened. Then the sergeant realized that if he continued to waste weapons thoughtlessly, he would end up with nothing. The problem was in protection. Of course, the boss monster didn't let him rest and threw his long, heavy chains again. What's worse, the sergeant couldn't just retreat and think about how to fight him, because he had a support squad behind him. They held their position firmly and defended the funeral urn stolen from the king. The boss's descent had not yet been completed, so it should have had some weak points. Then a thief from the squad thought to break the urn and discovered embalmed lungs inside. The thief took the sword he had also stolen earlier and swung it, despite Junmo's warnings, as the items in the dungeon could not be used because their reactions were unknown. But if nothing is done, the sergeant won't even be able to retreat because of them, the private answered him. The king sensed something was wrong and tried to stop the soldier. But before he could, the thief pierced his embalmed organ with a weapon with holy power. And it worked, because the king's attack was interrupted, and he himself recoiled to the side. For a moment, the sergeant lost sight of his men. He became worried and began shouting at them to respond. Luckily, no one was hurt after their prank, and Junmo shouted that they were okay. The sergeant looked at the zombie king again, trying to figure out what was going on. The dead man was clearly unwell after acupuncture. It was in vain that he turned to alternative medicine. The king looked at the other urn, and in its place appeared a heart. The sergeant noticed it too and looked again at the punctured lungs, adding 2 and 2 together in his mind. Meanwhile, the king of the undead regained his lost organ. He began to be filled with strength, and his eyes lit up like purple headlights. The Baron of Saturday's revival was 2/3 complete, the system reported, and the dead man himself let out a piercing scream that made everyone's ears pop. Now Hunuk realized the weakness of this boss and grinned ominously as the undead became stronger and the level limit in the dungeon increased again. This monster looks like a mummy, and burial urns serve the same purpose as canopic jars of the pharaohs. They store the organs of the deceased there, and since this is so, most likely the soul of the monster is in its heart, the sergeant decided. This is precisely his weakness, he realized, and looked at the dead man. Now Failnote had a target, and the sergeant aimed his hand while the enemy lowered his guard, relying on his barrier. The arrow hit the barrier, and the area around it turned red with tension. But then the Failnote effect took effect. It dispersed the magic, and the arrow, having overcome the barrier, hit the target right on. The dead man didn't like the second acupuncture session either, but he didn't refuse the treatment. However, thanks to his powers, the dead man's body quickly recovered, and then the sergeant threw the main tool of his acupuncture therapy at him. This is because Achilles' spear deprived the target of the ability to heal the wounds it inflicted. The spear pierced the broken barrier after the arrow and destroyed the king's heart beyond repair. The boss monster twitched again and screamed throughout the huge palace. Seeing a defenseless man, he immediately decided to deal with him. Hunuk wanted to dodge, but suddenly discovered that he had used up all his mana on the last 2 moves. He tried to dodge, and a dozen heavy chains hit the ground nearby. The sergeant had no strength left to quickly escape or defend himself, and he should have died, but Minta managed to cover him in time with the remains of his shield. The sergeant was amazed that his soldier had rushed into the very epicenter of the battle. But the private wasn't scared and used his shield skill just before the chain flew at them. Fortunately, the shield held up, and the chains creaked nearby with a terrible grinding sound. Mint turned around to make sure the sergeant was okay. He had never seen this ability in Minta before, so he was very surprised. Apparently, the last time they were defending themselves from the boss at the starting gate, something happened and the private got promoted. It turned out that from the very beginning, as they entered this dungeon, the private's level grew at a dizzying speed. By constantly blocking attacks, the boy reached level 20 and gained a new ability, a magical shield. As the sergeant had told them, the ability's rank can sometimes change. But the sergeant only cursed, because using the ability he had just received was the height of recklessness. Mint looked down in resentment. He just wanted to protect him, the private stated. Then, the sergeant tapped him on the helmet and replied that protection was his responsibility and he should not overdo it. In fact, he was grateful to him, but suggested that they save the pleasantries for later, because their enemy hadn't gone anywhere and had even come to his senses very quickly. Due to the damage received, the descent ritual was terminated, the system informed the dead man. The spirit of unfinished death has invaded the body of the dead man, which will be destroyed. Unable to stop his destruction, the zombie king continued to try to attack, but it was clear that this was his last effort. The sergeant then ordered Sniper Taiyun to blind the undead king so that he wouldn't take them with him to the next world. The private immediately began firing his rifle with precision. Fortunately, the target was large and difficult to miss. The monster squinted from the hail of bullets that hit the barrier. The entire squad opened fire on the zombie king. No one was saving their ammo anymore. They needed to distract the monster while the sergeant restored his mana reserves. Hunuk yelled at them not to take any risks in trying to stun the dead man. But Junmo fearlessly declared that they would buy the sergeant some time to deliver the finishing blow. Hunuk was touched by their participation. These young fighters had become experienced soldiers who could be relied upon in just a couple of battles. Slowly but surely, the sergeant's mana was replenished, and he eagerly waited for the required level for his abilities. But by this point, the soldiers had already run out of ammunition. Each of them had only 10 clips, 300 rounds, which run out very quickly. The boss knocked the rifle out of the hands of a private who could no longer shoot, and the situation became critical. And then the sergeant stepped forward again, attracting the dead man's attention and provoking him. Having restored his combo of abilities, he was able to slide along the steel chains towards the enemy. The control magic touched the phala nut protruding from the dead man's heart again, and the arrow trembled. To defeat the zombie king, he needed to destroy his organs, the sergeant realized. His heart and lungs had already been destroyed. Only his eyes remained. And then he aimed straight at them, fearlessly rushing straight at the enemy. The monster screamed hysterically as he watched the man flying towards him. Fail Note never misses and always finds a way to hit its target. The perfect weapon when combined with Hunuk's ability to bring it back. The arrow pierced the monster's eye, and he realized that he had made a mistake in making an appointment with an unlicensed ophthalmologist. The sergeant approached the second one personally and swung his cloud blade. He wished the boss a good trip to hell and struck, lucky that the king had no eyelids. The cloud blade immediately began to absorb the energy of the zombie king and was almost half full. The zombie king finally died completely and collapsed with all his weight onto the stone floor of the castle. All participants of the dungeon received a message that the zombie king was killed and could not believe their eyes. As a reward, the sergeant received the king's golden crown. This item quickly increases resistance to undead traits, but its special trait has been locked. Hunuk had never encountered this object in his past life and didn't know what to do with it. But then stones started falling on their heads and tore everyone away from their thoughts. The system belatedly announced that the castle without a king would be destroyed. The sergeant hissed irritably. But they hadn't yet had time to look at the glasses and objects here. The castle was collapsing, so he ordered its immediate abandonment. So, under a hail of debris, I had to run to the exit, praying that the building wouldn't fall first. The entire palace shook as if its walls had turned to sand. But fortunately, the detachment managed to leave the main gates of the castle. As soon as they got out, the system announced that after a successful raid, the portal would be closed. And again, the sergeant ordered them to run as if it were the last time in their lives. For once, those grueling training sessions he had conducted came in handy. Outside, the Blue Flower Guild had already assembled a new invasion force, but despite the level cap being raised to level 53, they still couldn't find a group. But Catherine insisted that they leave immediately, otherwise their guild could lose the chairman's funding. However, here they were astonished to discover that the gates were already closing. They began to glow brighter, and everyone thought that the advanced detachment had completed the task. And then Sergeant Lee Hunuk's squad appeared from the portal in full force. Finding themselves in their homeworld, the boys couldn't believe their luck and didn't hide their joy, as if they were returning from the other world. After this, the sergeant lined everyone up and officially declared that they had done a good job and that the clearing of the gate had been successful. And then they shouted 3 cheers to the whole world. Catherine bit her lip as if she had just been slapped. The third-rate scum of the army had returned alive, but their elite recruits had not. Once again, Lee Hyun-wook stood in her way, and Catherine wondered who he was. Then, the slippery scoundrel Tessop crawled out of hiding. He ran to the gate as soon as he heard the message about the completion of the raid. But now I couldn't see them anywhere, no matter how much I looked, which made me terribly nervous. There was a sound from behind, and Tessop flinched. He wanted to run away, but the vampire asked him to stop, and Tessop, hearing a human voice, did so. He thought that someone from the rescue squad was in front of him, because the exit was lost, and Tessop was afraid that he would be stuck here forever. But the vampire didn't let him finish, and immediately reached for his neck to restore the water salt balance. So the slippery scoundrel and opportunist paid for twice, abandoning his comrades and those who tried to save him. Thanks to his sacrifice, the vampire felt better, and his wounds finally healed. Now his blood was seething with hatred and a thirst for revenge against the man who dared to bring him to such a state. As soon as the soldiers had calmed down a little, the sergeant ordered them to line up, and he himself went down to Catherine. She brazenly demanded an explanation from him about what had happened to her team. And the sergeant was right when he said that by the time they entered the gate, it was already too late, which meant they had managed to defeat it on their own. And the sergeant nodded affirmatively. After all, it was the pure truth. Catherine still refused to believe it, and then the sergeant suggested that she wait for the gate analysis. Then she asked who he was and if he really had the 6th rank. Hunuk chuckled. Now she should have realized that in the previous gates, he wasn't just lucky. Here she asked if the sergeant had encountered a spear, perhaps a soldier who had become a zombie, or in the treasury. Hyunuk thought. The castle collapsed faster than they could find anything. To hide the spear and not give it to the blue flower, the sergeant used a new skill. Thanks to the development of a steel physique, he received a secret tattoo that allowed any object to be placed into subspace. Now the spear remained with him in the form of a tattoo along the entire length of his arm. Catherine again did not believe that there was no spear, and then the sergeant reminded her of the promise he had made. He also shamed her, in case the head of the Soul Blue Flower suddenly went back on his word. Although the sergeant had no evidence of the bet, and in theory, Catherine could simply forget about it. But she was truly worried, as if her word of honor carried weight for the mercenary. Seeing how angry she was, the sergeant suggested that they discuss their affairs later and turned to leave. But Catherine immediately grabbed his hand and again offered to join the guild, promising good treatment. The sergeant realized he was being recruited and quickly adjusted his torn sleeve so that Catherine would not see his tattoo. Fortunately, he was saved from further attacks by the arrival of the general, who used the teleport as usual. General Jun was in a good mood, apparently having already received a report on the successful completion of the mission. He didn't miss Catherine's advances towards the sergeant, and the mercenary immediately pulled away. The general immediately warned her not to even try to appropriate a soldier who had not completed his military service. Catherine raised her hands in a conciliatory manner and stated that nothing of the sort had happened. But the brigadier general immediately noticed that the Blue Flower Guild had gone against the rules and had prepared a separate raid. The general was not about to release this evidence. They had crossed the line of what was permissible too often on this raid. He promised to file an official complaint against them and at the same time send an official document about what happened to the other guilds. Catherine was humiliated and disgraced, but she was forced to endure everything. Out of anger, she clenched her fists so hard that she cut her palms. That same evening, General Jun praised his sergeant. He didn't expect him to handle the task perfectly, and that his contribution to the cleanup would be 100%. He was already anticipating the face he would meet on the head of the Blue Flower. The sergeant remained discreetly silent, allowing the general to enjoy his triumph. When he was given the floor, Hyunuk noted that he had not acted alone, and had succeeded only thanks to his squad, and immediately moved on to their promise. But the general seemed to ignore this, saying that he would raise the rank of all members of his department and allow his own to be reviewed. What a treacherous old man, thought Hyunuk. How many times had he tried to trick him? Then the sergeant loudly thanked the general for the promotion of the detachment members, as well as for the promised reward, and stated that he was touched by his generosity. Then the chief realized that he couldn't get rid of the tenacious sergeant so easily, and hoped that he wouldn't demand the divine phantasm. But Hyunuk just wanted his entire squad to be equipped with divine power equipment. The general was surprised by this choice because the zombie gate had just closed, and Hyunuk was asking for such a weapon. The next day, rumors of the support team's success in completing the 53rd level raid and Hyunuk's receipt of an offer from the Blue Flower Guild spread throughout the base. Now it became clear that Hyunuk was much stronger than Yunjong, who had previously been considered an ace, and many were waiting for their exhibition fight. Lieutenant Sanguk almost choked himself with envy at this news. Wherever the guys from the support squad went, they became the center of attraction for gossip. Previously, they were considered ordinary weaklings, a squad where everyone had a 6th rank. They still couldn't get used to being the center of attention, but Junmo, on the contrary, enjoyed the situation. He showed off in front of the girls and spoke colorfully about the exploits of Sergeant Hyunuk. The girls were amazed that the detachment, left without a sergeant, continued to act independently, and Junmo quietly whispered that it was all about Hyunuk's secret training. The sergeant himself decided that the best place for a crown with an unknown characteristic was his stomach. As soon as he opened his mouth, Wonsok, the one with the barbarian class, entered the room. He immediately started with a respectful attitude and asked for forgiveness for his past bad behavior. It was immediately obvious that the man had grown above himself. The sergeant still didn't understand why this bastard came to him right now to ask to join the support squad. But Wonsok didn't go anywhere and continued to bother the sergeant at inopportune moments. The soldier admitted his guilt and sincerely wanted to learn from the sergeant, forgetting about his pride. Apparently, this guy was more straightforward than he seemed. The system reported that the crown of light and darkness was in the process of being assimilated, and that there was approximately a day left until that happened. He didn't like Lee Won-suk at all, but now was not the time to be picky, and the sergeant knew it. Soon most of the brigade's personnel would be killed or wounded in combat, and the sergeant felt that he would need all the help he could get to save his men. When Hyunuk agreed, Private Won-suk beamed with joy. But the sergeant immediately suggested that he prepare for death, cutting off all cordiality. And the big barbarian suddenly lost all his confidence. Without accepting any objections, the sergeant dragged him into intensive training. In the middle of the bloody ruins stood a vampire all alone. He was waiting for someone. And then the gates opened before him, and from them appeared a real giant who had to bend over to pass through the portal. The giant judge with fangs and red eyes was also a vampire, and he was terribly angry that his ally had lost so many valuable items. The loser looked down and said that he was sorry, but he couldn't even find any suitable excuses. A horned girl appeared behind the giant and told the loser villain that normally they would have just left him to die in this dungeon, but he was lucky that they were summoned. "Soon rivers of blood will flow throughout Seoul," she said with a carnivorous grin. Another character, still unknown to us, admired the lights of the night city from the panoramic windows of his office, perhaps thinking that this city needs a new hero. There was a sign on his desk, Guild Leader Ki Baek-jun. He was talking to someone on the phone and said that he would take action after the candidate's failure at Seoul Station. This man was the head of the Great Mountain Guild, and he was looking for the key that would become the foundation for the creation of their empire. Apparently, the interlocutor was indignant about the loss of a valuable item, and the leader Baek-jun promised to use all his people in the black market to find it. He promised to return this artifact at any cost and looked at his tablet. He had already received the investigation data and knew that the villain at the station was killed with fire, which meant that a person from the anti-monster brigade was involved in the case. A piercing, pain-filled scream emanated from the room beyond the door, but Baek-jun didn't even bat an eyelid. He was more concerned with the plan to open 4 gates simultaneously, which would divide the army's forces, after which his hounds would destroy the brigade's 1st battalion. Having finished the conversation, he promised the chairman that he need not worry about their country. Everything would be done in the best possible way. After this short conversation, Baek-jun destroyed his phone and opened the ominous door, behind which lay piles of bodies in a heap. Inside, the bloodsuckers had arranged a terrible feast for themselves and enjoyed the easy prey. Baek-jun announced to them that they had new prey, and the freak show turned towards him, tearing their filthy mouths away from their food. The blonde with horns was ready to carry out any order, and Baek-jun ordered the assassins to attack the 1st Battalion of Namsan at their base. When the first wave starts, their task is to kill everyone. The blonde asked him if any methods could be used, and the chief nodded. They must eliminate the armed forces and then wipe the capital off the face of the earth. Then the vampiress grinned devilishly, anticipating the carnage. The sky above the 1st Battalion's base was clear and cloudless, but Hunuk wasn't fooled by this purity. He knew darkness would soon come. All 6 privates in his squad received promotions to ability rank after re-evaluation. Combat Commander Kansok personally congratulated everyone and thanked them for their efforts. He said he always believed that the right culture could be created in the army if everyone followed the leadership and did their jobs properly. Again, this man was mired in long reasoning, thought the sergeant. The battalion commander was fired up. He was in a good mood and spoke with bright emotional coloring. But then his speech was interrupted by an urgent call, and he picked up the phone. As a result, the battalion commander had to leave urgently, and he left the award ceremony to the 2nd platoon commander. Lieutenant Minhee was surprised but could not object. The battalion commander's message mentioned Kaido, and Hunuk remembered hearing that name. This was the name of the holy swordsman assassin who eliminated another holy swordsman, Guk Seong-pyo. In his past life, he also entered the country illegally through the port in Busan. Then Commander Kim Kansuk went in pursuit of him. Unfortunately, at the same time, 2 vampires completely destroyed his 1st battalion. This time, the situation from the past began to unfold exactly as it should. Nothing had changed, the sergeant noted to himself. When the battalion commander left, Minhee quickly conducted a roll call, announced the assignment of ranks, and showed them their award weapons. The squad responded in unison. Yes, but the sergeant was more concerned about whether the future would be as stable and whether they could survive. The boys received the 4th rank instead of the 6th, so they were very happy. This alone promised them a good job after the army. Now it seemed to them that they could do even more. But then the boys saw that Corporal Junmo was upset about something. It turned out that he was unable to raise his rank, just like the others. But I received a higher-ranking weapon as a reward, so I wasn't left without anything. Hunuk opened his boxes. Inside were neat rows of ordinary stakes, and everyone looked in surprise at these primitive devices that could hardly be called weapons. The sergeant lifted them into the air. He had already completed all his preparations and decided that there was no point in worrying about the future anymore. Anyway, he had no other choice but to face the danger face to face. That night, He took up his duty and waited tirelessly for the attack to begin, so that he could be in the front ranks. But in the end, he exhausted himself with waiting. He peered so intently into the darkness that he didn't even answer questions. A private nearby was indignant that they were left on duty too often, as if they were simply being used. The sergeant stood at his post for several days, fearing that the attack would happen sooner. On the other hand, he was glad that the changes he had made were not enough to delay the attack. Here Eunuch felt something, and looked intently towards the private. Then he turned pale, thinking that the stern look was addressed to him, and immediately stopped complaining. The sergeant took a step toward him, and the soldier immediately began babbling that he didn't mind being used at all. He just loved the weekends and missed his family. Coming very close to Junmo, the sergeant asked him again about trust, and he turned pale, because usually after this question everything goes wrong and some kind of disaster occurs. Junmo had no choice but to give his consent, and the sergeant pulled the bolt of his rifle and said that they were leaving the post. At that moment, the corporal felt a surge of déjà vu and stared at the sergeant with his mouth open. The entire support squad was on duty at their post today, with Privates Minte and Sunmo on duty together at the gate when Lieutenant Songa dropped in to check on things. She also noticed that too often the guys were on night duty. The soldiers steadfastly refused to admit they were tired, but in fact, they had long since developed dark circles under their eyes. The sergeant told them that it was part of the training, so they had no choice but to follow his instructions. Songa encouraged Minte by saying that the whole problem was that the sergeant thought they were strong enough, so he was harassing them all the time. The beautiful girl's praise made Minte blush and immediately perk up, forgetting about his fatigue. She immediately switched to a stern tone and warned that she would finish them off if they fell asleep. Suddenly, the guards noticed someone approaching the gate. Mint immediately took aim at the stranger and ordered him to stop, but there was no answer. He repeated his order several more times with the same result. Then, two poisonous eyes flashed in the darkness, and a creepy zombie rushed towards the gate. A shot rang out. The private had no doubt and shot to kill, because he had already seen similar creatures on a previous mission. But what happened later left him confused. A whole horde of zombies, seemingly out of nowhere, jumped out of the darkness of the night into the light of the base's searchlights. Then the soldier gave the order to shoot to kill and opened fire himself. The entire route leading to the base was filled with zombies. They were moving like a river flood coming down from the mountains, in a single wave. While the others were shooting, Minta ran out with his shield and began to close the gate. Having pushed them back, he pressed his shield against the grate and activated his ability. A stream of dead people hit the gate and immediately bounced back, as if they had run into a rock. It seemed a miracle that the zombies didn't knock down the thin bars surrounding the base with their mass. There were so many of them. To the sound of gunfire, the sergeant and Junmo ran to another position. The damned soul wave had begun, and the guardhouse for leaving his post without permission was the last thing on Eunuch's mind right now. Lieutenant Yunhe worked late into the night in the official leadership hall. She painstakingly compiled a report, an overview of the trends of military personnel under control and special management. When an ominous premonition came over her, the lieutenant looked up from the document. It was dark in the corridor, and she lit her way with fire from her fingers. Suddenly, I looked into the room where her fighters were sleeping and discovered that they were attacked by huge snakes. All the military leadership was now sleeping in these rooms. Before the lieutenant had time to come to her senses, she herself was attacked by an unknown enemy. At the last moment, Yuna managed to flexibly dodge the long spikes. However, she immediately received a knee in the face and heard her name. While wielding long whips, she was attacked by the already known villainous vampire, who was looking for the third daughter of the commander of the Holy Knights. But Yunhe didn't remain in debt for long, and also kicked the attacker in the teeth with her boot. Given her level of strength, the impact was equivalent to being hit by a truck on the highway, and the villain's head was thrown back far. They both landed on their feet and froze, watching. Yunhe immediately realized that in front of her was not a monster, but a player. However, the place where she touched his leg with holy power was burned, but immediately restored. The vampire licked his long teeth and said that she didn't need to know who he was, because she would die here anyway, even if it was wasteful to get rid of such a beauty. While they were talking, a whole line of armed dead had already gathered inside the base. Yunhe saw the gate and the hundreds of enemies filling the parade ground, and realized that this was no ordinary invasion. The villain didn't give her time to think, and attacked with a long, flexible whip. Even though the lieutenant dodged, the whip wrapped around her neck and pulled her down. The villain began to mock her abilities and self-confidence, and pulled the whip towards himself, dragging the girl along the ground. Yunhe loosened her grip with her hand, putting her fingers into the loop. But the situation was still difficult, because she did not have a weapon on her. The vampire chuckled contentedly. He would have played with her some more, but time was running out. The world darkened before Yoonhee's eyes and she realized that she was about to simply pass out. Suddenly, the grip weakened. A well-aimed shot rang out and broke the thick whip. A burst of machine gun fire forced the vampire to quickly jump aside. He stared into the darkness with displeasure to see who dared to interfere with him. Sergeant Lee Hyun-wook arrived just in time, which greatly surprised Yoonhee, who certainly didn't expect to see him now. With an unperturbed expression, the sergeant declared that he had come to save her. And Yoonhee didn't know how to react to this, because there was a gap of 4 ranks between them. But the evil whip lover was upset that no one was paying attention to him, and began to shout and swear. Eunuch removed his helmet and smiled ominously at the vampire he had almost killed the last time they met. When the villain found out who was standing in front of him, he immediately lost his temper and started screaming. The zombies were still trying to break through the steel bars at the main gate. The guys at the post desperately held the defense, hoping that the rapid response team would arrive soon. They didn't yet know that the enemy had long been inside the base's perimeter. The gates were about to break down, but despite this, they courageously held their defense. Lieutenant Songa also helped from the rear, and unlike the previous battle, this time she acted decisively. But all their efforts were not enough to stop the onslaught of hundreds of monsters. Luckily, reinforcements arrived from the base. Several soldiers with shields were ready to support them. They lined up at a distance and prepared fire magic. The zombies stopped, realizing that they were within the blast radius. But then another villain appeared in the rear, whom no one noticed. She came to check why the zombies hadn't yet broken into the base and quickly eliminated the squad that had just arrived. After which, she jumped onto the roof of the checkpoint. The mere sight of this smug vampire made everyone shudder. She knew she was stronger than them and enjoyed their horror. The response team didn't even have time to scream, and the soldiers realized that they might not leave here alive. The assassin raised her curved blades and bared her long teeth. She was preparing to jump on them again and finish off the survivors. But then she heard a strange howl from the side. One soldier was returning to base after being AWOL, and with prohibited drinks in his hands. He looked like a real madman, because he confidently walked through the crowd of zombies as if nothing had happened. One of the dead men tried to grab the thief, but he jerked sharply to the side, and his bottle broke. And this caused a real hysteria in the soldier, who began to lament the loss of the precious but forbidden drink. Without thinking twice, with one broken bottleneck, he destroyed all those responsible for this terrible loss. As soon as the nearest zombies fell, the soldier pointed his weapon at the vampire, immediately realizing that she was the boss here, and offered to solve the problem with alcoholic drinks. But she just smiled, saying that she had met a busy man who, however, did not frighten her at all. She enjoyed fighting someone who had speed as their main ability for fun. Before she could finish speaking, the soldier appeared behind her and again repeated his demand to pay for the wasted drink. Here, the vampiress got scared and sharply slashed with her dagger. And then, to her surprise, she discovered that her hand had somehow gone numb and had stopped giving a feedback signal. It hurt, and she bent over, clutching the stump to her chest. The guys from the support squad recognized their comrade and were glad to see him. Sergeant Choi Yoon-jun was a very famous and eccentric person, although he was obsessed with harmful drinks. Hearing this name, the vampire was surprised because this man should not have been at the base that night. Yoon-jong claimed that he had simply completed the task earlier and returned, and continued to demand the drink back. But the villain didn't even think about compensating the honest man for the damage, and only cursed foully. She swung her dagger sharply, aiming at the broken neck, and deprived the soldier of his weapon. With the next blow, she wanted to kill him, and she practically felt how her knife hit the target. But it was only a residual image of Yoon-jong. He literally evaporated before her. Then to land next to Minta, moving like a ghost. All the fun went down the drain, the soldier complained, clutching his head. Without waiting for permission, he borrowed a bayonet knife from his comrade and skillfully estimated its balance in his hand. The guys warned him that it would be difficult to deal with this villain because she is a vampire. And Yoon-jong was surprised because he thought his opponent was a zombie, just like the rest of the dead. The vampire prepared to attack again. No trace of her former carefree attitude left. Now she understood why Yoon-jong was being called the next candidate for the role of the Holy Sword. And since this was the case, she also needed to fight at the limit of her speed. Sonya saw the vampire about to attack and was about to shout a warning. All further actions took place while the words were still escaping her lips. Inhale, and the villainess makes a sharp jump towards Yoon-jong. He exhales, and at the last second he manages to turn towards his attacker. Before the words could leave Song-hee's lips, Yoon-jong parried the villainess's attack with his bayonet knife. The parry was so powerful that the villainess flew into the nearest wall, and she crashed into her, punching a hole with her body. All the energy of her movement turned against her. Yunjong let out another frustrated sigh. To keep the alcohol from leaving his bloodstream too quickly, he constantly has to control his metabolism, because as soon as it speeds up, he instantly sobers up. Now all the pleasure had evaporated, and he angrily asked the villain who would pay for this. Then the vampiress realized that she could not defeat such a dangerous enemy alone, and she needed to meet with the others. So without thinking twice, she started running away at full speed. Along the way, I was thinking about how to deal with this enemy and get rid of him. But it was all in vain because he appeared right next to her to ask where she was going. To prevent the culprit of the ruined party from running away, Yunjong shortened the tendons in her legs, after which the vampiress rolled head over heels on the ground and hit a pole. She groaned in pain and covered him with a stream of curses, and Yunjong asked how she controlled the dead, even if they weren't zombies. But in response, I heard only an angry hiss, which was expected. Of course, she didn't answer him, and he mercilessly kicked the villain. First, it was necessary to sort out the rest of the problems, Yunjong decided, and put the lady to bed. He ordered the criminal to be tied up and then jumped on the gate, after which he told Sanhee that he would report his return after he cleared the area. The private offered Yunjong a weapon with holy power that he had recently received as a reward, with which it would be easier to kill zombies, but he refused. The soldier was surprised by this choice. The bayonet was too short and light to cause damage. The more difficult, the merrier, Yunjong answered him. If the enemies do not die immediately, they will experience more pain, he said, and grinned ominously, after which he jumped through the gate and swept like a real typhoon among the zombies gathered there. The boys were trembling from such a change in character. Yunjong was very reminiscent of Sergeant Hunuk. Every time they saw such a grin, they became scared. Meanwhile, the sergeant openly provoked his opponent and insulted him in every possible way. And it worked. Instead of sensibly assessing the threat, the vampire did not run away. He swung the whip and hit Hunuk. A dry click was heard, but his movement was interrupted by the sergeant's hovering blades. He pressed the whip in several bends and did not allow it to move freely. Afterwards, he asked Lieutenant Yunhee to protect the soldiers and the armory from the horde of skeletons marching toward the barracks. She was surprised that he wanted to fight a vampire without holy power, but the sergeant insisted that he was at a greater disadvantage if he fought and defended her. To confirm his words, he again covered her from a sharp blow with a whip. Yuna still couldn't believe that she was receiving help from a 6th-rank soldier, but she ordered him not to die, after which she began to run away, leaving Hunuk with the vampire. He did not calm down and continued to whip, and also advised the soldier to run away with Yunha. But Hunuk only replied that he was very glad to see the bastard alive and to meet him here. This made the vampire stop for a second in surprise. The fact that he was alive meant that his boss knew nothing about the sergeant. The vampire saved his life by writing off the failure as a mistake. This was true, because the villain clicked his teeth angrily. Hunuk noticed this reaction and realized that he was right. He was very worried about the fact that he let the vampire go in the zombie castle all this time. But then, the villain moved into the second phase. His costume changed as if he had merged with his whips. The vampire confidently declared that with this weapon he was completely different from what he was before. And now the pathetic balls with holy power would do nothing to him. The sergeant's eyes flashed, not from horror, but from greed. Every mana crystal protruding from the vampire's armor was worth billions. Today he won't lay a finger on him, the villain declared, and promised to tear the soldier to pieces instead of doing the job. By this time, the sergeant had already mastered the crown of the dead man. Its peculiarity was that it could give an object the power of holiness or darkness, but the powers could not be combined. Thus, all of Hunuk's weapons suddenly acquired holiness, which was a weakness for a vampire. Then the villain opened his mouth in amazement. He did not understand how a simple soldier could transform a primitive weapon into a holy one. No one promised him that the balls would be used again, the sergeant said, and grinned, pleased with the vampire's reaction. Then the villain snorted contemptuously and said that such an insignificant amount of divine power would not frighten him. However, the sergeant already realized from his talkativeness that, despite his bravado, the villain was scared. He screamed indignantly and swung his whips, losing control. The whips whistled shrilly through the air, having become much faster after the transformation. But the sergeant still managed to dodge, skillfully controlling his body. Now he had enough mana to rival the vampire. The whip was an excellent weapon, with great range and unpredictable movements. Each blow could be fatal. It was not without reason that the mad vampire was so confident in himself, thought the sergeant, desperately dodging. He had to perform crazy somersaults to dodge the sudden attacks. However, his movements were not chaotic. The sergeant understood that in close combat, all the advantages of the whips turned into disadvantages. Having approached the distance of a direct blow, the sergeant lunged with the cloud blade. But the vampire only grinned, and suddenly his black armor quickly became covered in sharp spikes. The spikes lengthened in all directions, so that they became both defense and attack at the same time. Because of them, the sergeant lost his cloud sword, and his bayonet knife also became blocked. Then he turned his body into steel and sped up to avoid being hit. But as soon as the sergeant was at a distance, he again entered the zone of the whips, and the vampire laughed contentedly, because after all the loud statements, his opponent simply ran away. Then, Hunuk realized that the armored tentacles that he had not taken into account were to blame. The enemy blocked his attack in close combat and deprived him of his weapon. But this also meant that the same fate could befall Phalanout, which Hunuk had hidden as a means of final attack, especially since the vampire knew about it. Realizing this, the sergeant decided to use Achilles' spear, even though it required a huge amount of mana. Seeing the familiar artifact, the villain was delighted. He liked how his enemy circled helplessly and could do nothing. But then Hunuk unlocked the spear's ability and swung it wide. With a sharp movement, the tip of the spear cut the thick whip at the bend. The projectile was extremely mana-hungry, but justified its use with the power it provided. However, the enemy also spent mana on defense, and his reserves were higher, which meant that in a long battle the sergeant would lose. It became clear that the vampire had carefully prepared and studied his weaknesses in order to arrange a rematch. But besides him, the base was threatened by other vampires and monsters. Hunuk could not waste his time here at all. Seeing how hard it was for him, the villain burst out laughing and asked the soldier to repeat the statements he made before the battle. His whips whipped around Hunuk again, whistling loudly as they approached him. Then the sergeant grabbed the radio and signaled Taeyong, who was hiding in ambush. The bullet whistled past, piercing the vampire's armor, and only then did the wind bring the echo of a dry rifle shot. Taeyong's sniper pair took up a comfortable shooting position on a hill with an excellent view of the base. As soon as the shot was fired, Gunner Mindy reported to the sergeant that they were changing position. The hole in his chest forced the vampire to his knees, the bullet fragment searing his insides with holy power. The villain unleashed his power to immediately attack the sergeant. But at that very moment, Phalanout pierced his heart because the vampire had let his guard down. As soon as he was paralyzed by pain, the sergeant approached the enemy with his spear at the ready. The combined, well-coordinated attack was a success, and the sergeant wished the enemy a good journey into oblivion. So the vampire experienced the full skill of a professional acupuncturist, although he said that the needles were a little too big. He was talking some nonsense about how the Chosen One can't lose just like that, which means his enemy is of the first rank or even the highest. The sergeant chuckled and tore the mana crystal from his armor, amused that the vampire, on the threshold of his miserable life, was interested in such a trifle as ranks. But he took pity on him and admitted that he had a low 6th rank, nothing more. Hearing this, the villain began to twitch like a madman and shout that this could not be true. The spear, coated with holy power, caused him hellish pain, and his entire body was covered in flames, while the sergeant indifferently replenished his mana reserves with the help of crystals. As soon as the vampire turned to dust, dozens of red rubies began to fall from him. Thanks to them, Hunuk increased his mana reservoir and decided to eat half now and the rest later, since it took time to absorb. Once that was done, he moved on, because he was informed on the radio about an army of skeletons moving towards the barracks. The sergeant, with his mouth full, demanded to be informed of the entire operational situation. From the hill where Taeyong had taken up position, he could clearly see that countless numbers of enemies were moving towards the barracks. In this scenario, it is doubtful that anyone will survive. The headlights picked out a skeleton from the darkness, its pale bones glinting and its eyes glowing red. The driver slammed on the brakes and knocked down a bunch of skeletons that were walking along the road. They were just low-level dead, but there were too many of them, and the soldier in the car died, pierced by swords. The entire base was in chaos. Everyone unlucky enough to be outside died. Monsters filled the parade ground and continued to arrive. Sergeant Sahi looked out the window. The platoon commander had just been caught right in front of her eyes. The girls barricaded themselves in the dorm and barely held back the onslaught of the skeletons. But even without weapons, they had a hard time against such an invasion. Without Noble Phantasm, they had no mana, and the monsters were about to break through. Then, Sahi took charge. She told them to get together and not shoot wherever their eyes looked, but to focus on one direction. Turning around, she asked what happened to the armor from the armory. But it turned out that it was locked with a key, according to peacetime laws, and the warehouse commander had the key. Sahi resolutely ordered the door to be destroyed, melted, or burned. It didn't matter. The main thing was to get the weapon. They still had a chance to survive. She inspired the girls. But the skeletons were already climbing the walls and would soon be climbing through the windows. Then Sahi ordered to move away because it was dangerous. Meanwhile, Hyunuk reached the barracks where the girls lived. The army of skeletons had gotten too far, and inside was the one he had to save at any cost. In his mind, he begged Kim Se-hee to survive at any cost, and he ran at full speed to save them. At the same time, Sahi was distracted and did not notice how a skeleton appeared behind her. When they shouted at her, she turned around and saw only a rusty blade coming down. On the other side of the hill, where the base of the 1st Battalion of the 3rd Brigade was located, vampires gathered and looked at the lights of the peaceful city. A giant was carrying a huge sculpture on his shoulder, similar to a totem. He asked the blonde Carol if they should open all the gates at once. But the crazy villain said that we need to leave people with hope. When they fight with all their might, they become very sweet, especially when hope dies. The giant with the totem on his shoulder chuckled. Her evil preferences remained unchanged. Then another assassin emerged from the ground and reported that the entire infiltration team was dead. This news surprised the giant quite a bit, and he demanded an explanation. The hidden assassin said they cut off communications, disabled all video surveillance, and then arrived at the meeting place with the infiltration squad, but none of them showed up. Although the scout had informed them that the Holy Sword Yunjong and the Mountain Army were not here, that was not the case at the moment, and they assumed that it was because of Yoonhee, the daughter of the Order's commander. She turned out to be stronger than the vampires thought. Then Carol ordered Kanmok to go down there personally and destroy the entire command. The angry giant thrust his burden into the ground. Because of those two losers, he would have to sort everything out himself. As soon as he did this, the system reported the opening of an evil gathering zone. Everyone who possessed the attributes of darkness became stronger. The healing of the undead increased. The number of monsters coming out of the gates doubled. The giant offered Carol to create their own paladin, but the vampire leader sharply reminded him of his main task, to destroy the command. Kanmok growled with displeasure and declared that one blow would have been enough for him to completely sort things out, but the leader stood her ground. Others had to deal with Yunhoi. With a clatter of armor, creatures far more terrifying than skeletons appeared from the gates on the hill. Huge black knights emerged one after another from the portal. Carol could already anticipate the despair on Yoonhee's face when she saw what she would have to face. In the sergeant's past life, 2 vampires appeared on the base, but given their fanaticism, there was no certainty that another monster would not appear. The sergeant quickly figured out what to do in such a difficult situation. Even if the monsters destroyed all the barracks, he had to save the most important people, the key to his future story. Then the sergeant used the weapon he had prepared. Massive steel stakes filled with divine power. They pierced the skeletons along with their tin armor. Surrounded by shells, the sergeant simply ran through the crowd of dead men, mowing down everything in his path. In an instant, he turned into a prickly hedgehog that could not be approached. There was no point in trying to kill all the skeletons, so Hyunuk simply decided to make his way to the barracks. Sahi, whom he was in such a hurry to save, fortunately could take care of herself. Her wind spirit stopped the skeleton's sneak attack from behind. The girl indignantly asked the skeleton who had given him permission to enter the women's barracks, and without clothes at that. The skeleton gnashed something in his own defense, saying that was his job, but it had no effect on Sahi, and she sent him flying. He knocked out a window just as the sergeant reached the women's section building. When Hyunuk looked inside, he saw that Sahi had everything under control. He said that he came to save them, and the girl asked in surprise from whom. She exceeded all his expectations, and Sahi herself stared in surprise at the strange guy who appeared out of nowhere and pretended to be cool. Then the sergeant remembered that 5 years after the second wave, Sahi, who in addition to spiritual magic also specializes in assassinations, would be sent to the orc camp to kill their king. This battle would become legendary. In a mortal battle, Sahi defeated King Stonox, and therefore when the emperor began his official duties, they were separated for a long time. Then the other girls appeared from their hiding places and recognized Sergeant Hyunuk. Seeing so many half-naked girls in one place, the brave soldier turned away in embarrassment and asked who was in charge, and Sahi replied that it was apparently her. Then another girl shouted to Sahi that the arsenal was finally open. Hyunuk ordered them to go get weapons and said that he would close all the passages, but he immediately warned them, looking at the new wave of skeletons, that his mana was not infinite, so they had to hurry. At that very moment, Junmo contacted him and reported that most of the privates from the first zone had been successfully taken away and armed. This was good news, and the sergeant also learned that the commander had gone to the barracks in the second zone. Eunuch looked in the right direction and saw a flash in the sky, and a moment later, he watched, enchanted, as Lieutenant Yunhee appeared. And in an instant, she made her way through the horde of skeletons. The moment she reached the top floor, their eyes met, and again she saw Sergeant Eunuch, which surprised her. He reported to her that he had dealt with the vampire when Yunha landed. Then Seihi reported that her unit would soon be armed and ready. Catching the lieutenant's piercing and suspicious gaze, Eunuch became embarrassed. He looked away, fearing unnecessary questions about how he managed to deal with the vampire. However, they still had no time to ask questions. The army of the dead, strengthened by the Totem of Darkness, was marching towards them. The totem was an object that had devil medallions embedded into it. The sergeant chuckled, thinking that it was a great luck to meet them here. But to do that, he needed to find the column faster than the others. Then he informed Yunhee that the vampire who attacked them does not act alone. The lieutenant agreed. It was obvious anyway, although it was not clear how the vampires controlled the zombies and skeletons, but apparently they were subjected to a well-planned attack. Yunha ordered everyone to arm themselves and immediately take up defensive positions. She decided to take Eunuch with her to the command post, and she didn't accept any objections. The sergeant was surprised that she decided to take him with her. There was no communication in the underground bunker. The technicians tried to fix it, but so far everything was unsuccessful. Lieutenant Minhee and Private Wonsock took up defensive positions at the entrance. The steel bulkhead that separated them from the outside world was pounded with a monstrous roar that made the metal groan. Minhee realized that if the enemies broke through the double barrier reinforced by magic, then their opponents were at least on the level of an orc, and fighting such a one was too risky in a confined space. Wonsock then asked the commander to blow up the enemy along with him as soon as the door opened. The private dramatically increased his muscle mass by activating his barbarian class ability. Despite his short-sightedness, Wonsock understood that if the door was broken down, they would have nothing left to rely on. He was confident that he could stop whoever entered, even at the cost of his life. Soon the steel-armored door, designed to withstand bombing, was knocked down. A huge giant, barely fitting into the narrow corridors of the bunker, entered the main hall. Wonsock was horrified by the height of his opponent, but he himself was used to being the tallest in the unit since he was a barbarian. Even though he was scared, he did not retreat, and this only provoked the giant. But Wonsock did not let him take a single step further and courageously blocked the monster's path. He immediately remembered his training with Sergeant Eunuch, albeit short, who taught him how to control mana. The barbarian had to learn to control his powers, rather than mindlessly exploding his mana. The big guy complained that it wasn't easy, and the sergeant ordered him to just keep going. His berserker form was falling faster and faster each time because he couldn't control it, and these comments hurt Wonsock. Towards the end, he became completely disheartened and did not know what to say, and then he received a bracing slap on the back of the head with a steel bat. So they trained until Wonsock was completely exhausted. In the evening, a private asked Eunuch what to do if he met someone stronger than himself in battle. Of course, retreat, Sergeant Eunuch answered without hesitation. What else could you expect from a big guy who, at heart, was always a coward? The private immediately began to deny his weakness and say that he was not like that, for which he received a jab in the shoulder with a steel fist. The sergeant did not give anyone any breaks. If you can't run away, you have to fight face to face, that's the simple truth, Eunuch replied. He must behave like a soldier, protect his comrades, and expect them to cover his back as well. Therefore, now, in the face of the enemy's terrifying power, Wonsock showed an example of unprecedented courage. Minhee immediately activated his magic, acting according to plan. Now was the perfect opportunity, and Wonsock pushed the giant vampire into the portal that opened behind him. They moved to another part of the bunker, so the private completed his task. The giant grinned maliciously and asked what kind of tricks they had pulled. But Wonsock didn't respond, but simply prepared to enter the second stage of strengthening. The control room was too cramped for a real fight, he said, and the uniform on his powerful body was torn to shreds. Now Wonsock was superior in size to his opponent. He activated his armor, not at all afraid that there was a fighter in front of him. The private could barely control himself to keep from going berserk. But fortunately, he succeeded. With this second-level power of his ability, he hoped to detain the giant. Everything was as the sergeant told him, fight or die. Full of determination, Wonsock attacked the evil vampire himself with a satisfied grin on his face. Under his pressure, he bent in half and staggered back. Meanwhile, Yunha and Eunuch entered the bunker. accompanied by their weapons. He thought about how he needed to deal with the totem as quickly as possible, and he didn't understand why he and Yunhe had come here. Halfway to the command post, they were stopped by the roar of blows. Soon as Hyunuk looked around the corner, he saw his student in the clutches of a monster. Wonseok was completely defeated despite his strength, and the sergeant couldn't help but scream. Despite his position, the private only whispered that he had not fled the battlefield, as he had promised the sergeant. But the ugly vampire cut off his last words with a sharp blow. The lieutenant also could not restrain herself and desperately asked the monster what he wanted from them. And then, with barely contained rage, the sergeant asked Yunhe to go to the command post on his own. He asked her to give the order to find the totem and destroy it upon arrival, and he himself was going to deal with the scoundrel in front of him, after which he promised to return. All this was said with chilling hatred. The giant ignored the sergeant's words, but he looked at Yunhe and recognized her as a paladin, after which he chuckled contentedly, because he didn't even think that she would find him herself. Yunhe nodded briefly and again ordered the sergeant to survive, after which she quickly ran to the command post. Her combat instinct had long been suggesting the right decisions. In war, you need to think quickly. He'd never liked Lee Won-seok because he relied too much on his strength, the sergeant admitted to himself. And the vampire didn't understand the nonsense he was spouting. But even such a young man fought to the death, following his instructions, so the sergeant was touched and instantly absorbed the mana crystal. This item instantly replenishes mana, but the recoil left internal damage. The vampire laughed loudly. He decided that another fool had stood in his way. But before he could say anything else, the sergeant darted past his feet like a cat, and once behind him, he pulled his weapon towards himself. Dozens of sacred stakes were driven into the vampire's back, and a complete acupuncture kit appeared in the sergeant's hands. The monster growled angrily from beneath its shaggy beard, but Hyunuk's attack was not over yet. He pierced the monster with a fail knot and worked with Achilles' spear, while also controlling his stakes. But the damned vampire survived everything. He completely covered himself in black armor and even caught an arrow with his bare hand. For such disappointment, he rewarded the sergeant with a juicy kick in the face. Only his steely physique saved Hyunuk from the deadly football. He looked around and saw the place where Private Wonseok lay, who could still be alive. However, the giant did not give him time to think and attacked the sergeant himself. Luckily, he was able to easily dodge to the side using his levitation. The terrifying monster did not lag behind. The heavy armor that completely covered its body did not at all hinder it from pursuing the nimble sergeant. He struck again and again, but each time Hyunuk dodged and all the anger went to the walls of the bunker. But the vampire almost caught up with the sergeant, and he covered his body with steel and huddled up. If it weren't for the giant's fists, he would have been crushed into a pancake, but instead, the sergeant smashed his body through the wall. The giant laughed again. The holy weapon didn't work on him, meaning all the words about revenge were empty bravado on the soldier's part. However, he immediately stopped short when he saw the room they were in. All the walls and shelves were hung with various types of weapons. There was an arsenal here. Hyunuk hit his chest and quickly absorbed another mana crystal to replenish it. But this came at the cost of internal damage. With a heavy sigh, the sergeant suggested checking what would happen first, his revenge or death. The skeletons ran through the portal that opened right in front of them, unsuspecting. Despite their numbers, they were not particularly intelligent, so they obediently allowed themselves to be transported outside the bunker. Minhee bought some time, but spent too much mana to do so. He ordered the signalmen to continue working on communications and the rest to prepare for battle. The lieutenant summoned another portal as the next wave of skeletons came running through the broken door. But when the mana ran out, the portal collapsed and more monsters appeared behind it. Minhee helplessly pressed himself against the wall and prepared to meet his death. But then, quite unexpectedly, the skeleton split into two equal halves. Commander Yunhe arrived on time and managed to save everyone. Minhee was immediately happy to see her. He no longer expected help. She told him that she had destroyed all the enemies on the way here. Thanks to this, the connection could be restored again. The bunker has re-established contact with the outside world, the communications officer reported. He was immediately ordered to call for backup, but it turned out that the 3rd Battalion of the Anti-Monster Brigade was also fighting the gate. Realizing the disaster they were facing, everyone fell silent in shock. A horde of undead monsters filled the entire base of the 3rd Battalion. Their situation was just as dire, and they were waiting for reinforcements. It was then decided to contact the Blue Flower Guild and ask them for help, but their main building was also on fire. No matter which unit or guild they contacted, they all confirmed the opening of the gate and were locked in battle. Each squad called for reinforcements. as if they were watching hell descend upon the earth. A couple of minutes later, a video call came in. The battalion commander himself, who left the base at such an inopportune time, appeared on the screen. Konsok ordered them to buy a little more time. He was already rushing back right now and asked for a full report. Numerous gates have opened all over the city, and near all major organizations. All this has created a disaster that is controlled by the villainous players. In addition, most of the officers are missing, and most likely killed. There was very little information, and Konsok realized how difficult their situation was. Then the battalion commander demanded that the two of them overcome this crisis until he arrived at the base. Yunha bit her lips until they bled, realizing that there was no way back. They would have to fight for their lives on their own. Yunha asked to speak, and the battalion commander agreed. Then, she proposed a completely crazy idea, although she herself understood how unreasonable it was to hand over all command to Sergeant Lee Hunwook. This surprised the commander, because before this she herself had treated all his actions with suspicion. Yunha agreed. Previously, all the sergeant's actions seemed irrational and alarming to her. Until now, everything had been like this, but in the last few hours everything had changed. Her fighting instinct told her that this man could be trusted. Hunwook raised every weapon in the room, an unstoppable, endless stream of shells aimed solely at Kanmoku. The giant was surprised that an outsider knew his name. But Hunwook didn't go into details. He was already moving at the limit of his strength. The weapons in the armory lined up in a wedge above him, filling the entire space, and this entire deadly stream fell upon the giant's armor, knocking out fireworks of sparks from it. The mana was quickly spent, and the giant only calmly mocked him, his armor remaining intact. Then, the sergeant increased the pressure. He could no longer restrain himself. This attack was impossible to dodge. Each weapon dealt its own damage, and gradually they wore down Kanmok's armor. But the vampire still laughed, as if this power was nothing to him. He had faced many enemies who relied on their strength, and they had all been defeated, the vampire said, as the sergeant came closer. Just like his subordinate was killed, Kanmok said, and counterattacked with a powerful blow. For a second, the battle died down. The sword stopped flying, and the sergeant, activating holiness, jumped behind the vampire. He leaned over to him and suggested that they laugh like before, after which Kanmok felt a stabbing pain in his chest. The wounds from Achilles' spear, strengthened by holy power, were impossible to heal and burned the vampire from the inside. This is how he will die. Like all the other monsters who confidently believed that they were stronger than people, the sergeant told him and grinned ominously. The vampire's entire body was engulfed in flames, the holy skill simultaneously serving as an excellent funeral pyre for monsters. The sergeant watched as the flames devoured the remains of the monster and thought of nothing. He picked up Wonsok's axe and placed it on the chest of the brave soldier who had given his life defending his own. The sergeant apologized to him for coming too late and promised to restore his body when the battle was over, even if the bunker collapsed afterwards, because he did not want to survive alone. To sum it all up, Yunha had previously believed the sergeant was a foreign spy who had simply infiltrated and wanted to destroy their unit. He always showed up at the right moment for every crisis, but at the same time, he risked his life to protect his comrades, and his strategies were always effective. Even for a well-thought-out cover story, this was too much. And so Yunha decided to trust him as a comrade in arms. Kansuk frowned. Yunhe's words sounded logical. He realized that the person they needed had conveniently come to hand. Turning around, they saw the sergeant entering the communications room. Then the battalion commander ordered that he be given full control of the battalion until he arrived, despite the direct violation of regulations. Hunwook requested access to the arsenal, which he had already managed to use briefly, and the battalion commander granted it, asking if the boy could turn the tide of the battle in their favor. And then a hard, ringing, coin-like utterance came from his lips. Yes, exactly. It was time to resist. The battalion took up positions and defended itself desperately, pouring continuous bursts of fire on the monsters. Even Sanguk confidently commanded his men, ordering them to prepare a magic circle. The glow of fiery volleys appeared over the crowd that had gathered in front of the bars. Due to the fact that the enemies were very crowded in one place, we managed to thin them out a little, but it hardly had any effect on the overall numbers, so Sanguk cursed. In zone number 2, things were no easier. Hordes of skeletons stormed the barracks, trying again and again to get inside. The defenders' forces were dwindling. Many were already wounded and dropped out of the battle. They had to leave the first floor and retreat to the second to hold off the enemy on the narrow stairs. Saihi made difficult decisions, realizing that many below could no longer be saved, and for the sake of the rest, they had to be abandoned. There were too many enemies to resist. No weapons, no mana, no fortified position. The battle continued in the same manner at the main gate of the base where the Holy Sword fought. Yunzhong had no equal on the battlefield. He destroyed many zombies that lay under his feet in a thick carpet of bodies. But even he had problems with endurance from the endless number of enemies. And from the past, another wave of dead people ran, as if they had been collected throughout history. The totem of darkness made it difficult to kill the dead, but at the same time it only amused the madman. Hyunwook, Minhee, and Yunha held a council, temporarily setting aside all subordination and differences in rank, focusing only on their common cause. Their enemies were weak individually. Their main threat lay in their sheer numbers, equivalent to an entire division of tens of thousands of men. If the enemy numbers aren't reduced, it's only a matter of time before the main camp falls, Hyunwook said. Minhee proposed establishing a base in a fortified bunker where the remaining personnel could be hidden. But Hyunwook categorically refused this plan. If the enemies are ignored, they will become an army of death, led by villains, and when they descend from the mountain, hundreds of thousands of people will die. He described to them the terrible picture he saw in his past life.